Welcome to the ultimate Shopify tutorial. My name's Isaac and I'm going to be walking you through this mega 7-hour tutorial. Now you may be sitting there wondering, why is this tutorial 7 hours? Now there's two answers to that. One, because I wanted the tutorial to live up to its name of the ultimate Shopify tutorial, and two, because I genuinely wanted to make this the most valuable Shopify tutorial on YouTube. Because the thing that I've seen from all the other tutorials out there, and sure, some of them are definitely valuable, but they still only very much touch the surface on what you actually need to start a Shopify store. And I've seen it from many times in the comments of these tutorials, people saying these tutorials make Shopify to seem so much easier than it actually is, because there's still a lot more that is involved when you actually go to start a Shopify store. And a lot of them also only give you the absolute very basic designs with getting started with a Shopify store. And you know, it's okay to get you started, but I wanted to make this tutorial to be the ultimate Shopify tutorial, taking all my years of experience in copywriting, marketing, SEO, and most importantly for you guys, and applicable for this video, is design. I'm going to be taking you through how to create an absolutely phenomenal looking website through a software called Gempages. It's going to allow you to create a website that's far above anything you could ever make from the free Shopify builder, and even above what you can achieve from the paid thing. And the best thing about it, it's going to be completely free, that I'm going to show you how you can do it. But that's not all I'm going to be giving you in this tutorial. I'm also going to be walking you through SEO. I'm going to show you how you can do SEO for all your different pages, for your collections, for your products. On top of that, I'm also going to be doing copywriting. I'm going to be walking you through not just the good design of your website, but how to write good copy for it. I've already done the hard yard and I've written the copy for a mock design, and I'm going to be showing you how you can replicate those exact portions of copywriting and make them your own using ChatGPT to speed up the process even faster. And then on top of that, I'm also going to be walking you through every little foundational thing that's needed to really actually start a Shopify store. I'm going to be making it fully tailored for the absolute beginner to pro, taking my years of experience in copywriting, marketing, design, everything that I could to create the ultimate and best Shopify tutorial that you'll find on YouTube. And to take it that one step further, I've even created a completely free bonuses pack that walks you through, that has a quick start guide to getting started with Shopify, everything you need to know. It's also going to have things with copywriting, and it's going to show you how you can recreate this website, as well as even have the entire template that we build out in this tutorial available for download and install into your website, so then you can just plug and play, edit it around and make it your own. I wanted to truly make this the most valuable Shopify tutorial on YouTube, and I can't wait to take you through this tutorial. So well done for choosing this tutorial. Let's get you started. We're going from absolute beginner to pro in one video. This is the ultimate Shopify tutorial that you've been waiting for, and I can't wait to take you through. Let's get started. So before we dive in, obviously you're going to need to sign yourself up for Shopify before you get started. Now, some of you may have already signed yourself up, that's perfectly fine. But if you're just watching this video and you're just getting started, I'd highly recommend that you go through my link down below. It's going to give you the best possible promotion, the best possible offer that Shopify has at the moment. So that's linked down in the description and in the comments below. Yes, it's an affiliate link, so obviously I also get some form of kickback from that, but it is genuinely always going to be the best deal that's on at the time. The one that you're seeing on the screen is the one that was on when I recorded this, but they change it around all the time. But this would ensure that you get whatever the best possible promotion is happening with Shopify at the time. So yes, highly recommend you go through that if you're looking to start up. It also helps to support to create more tutorials like this one, so I can keep delivering as much value as I possibly can. But yes, do what you want to do, and let's get started with this tutorial. Let's go. Okay, so once you've gone through the link below, you got yourself to this screen. All we're going to do now is obviously sign ourselves up. So you've gone through the link down below, or maybe you've already done this if that's okay, but I wanted to make sure that we go through every step of the way. So what we're going to do first is we're just going to obviously put in our email. So we're just going to go through, type in our email here, and we're going to go put that in. I've already got mine ready to rock and roll, and then just going to hit start free trial. Okay, and then you're going to come through to this section here, and you're just going to go through, you're going to create a password for yourself, nice and easy, and then create your account. Let's get started, guys. Oh, and actually, just quickly, you'll also see up here, just whatever your deal is at the time, up there, and then, yeah, let's go create our account. Okay, so then you're just going to come through to this area here. So all you want to do is just go, you just pick whatever seems most applicable to you. And for this one, it just makes the most sense to just go the online store. Okay, and then going through here, is it an existing business, new or existing business? Obviously for most of it's going to be new. And what do you plan to sell? Just pick whatever is most applicable to you for what you plan to sell. All this stuff doesn't really matter all that much, to be honest, but we can do it anyway. And then you're just going to pick the plan, obviously, that you're going to sell on. So I just recommend everyone just starts yourself on the basic of the $1, and obviously you're going to, if you've got the deal, you're going to get to start for $1, which is amazing, which is awesome, and you get 3 days for free as well. So you're just going to get the starter. And then obviously you're going to put in your details all in here. So just go through, put in your details, and then we just hit subscribe for $1 to get started. And then finally, you're just going to be brought to this screen here, which is just going to ask for your business address. So obviously for most of you starting out, and given this is an online store, this is just going to be your home address. So just put in whatever your home address is or what you want to put in here and put that in. So put those details all through, and then you're just going to simply hit save business address. Alrighty, guys. So yeah, inside of our Shopify dashboard, well done, congratulations on, this is the first part of your brand new venture, your new future, as you're moving into creating your very own Shopify website. So this is going to become your place, your central hub, where you're going to come from now on. But what I wanted to show you first was through just some of the most important steps when we're setting up our Shopify account. Because like I said, I want to make this like 100% super beginner friendly, so that the absolute beginner has no idea what they're doing, can actually get started with your own Shopify business, bring what you want to do into the world. And what I found over the years and having a look through a lot of the other ones out there, and why I wanted to start making these videos was, a lot of people, they make these Shopify tutorials, but they don't go through, they make it look super easy, which it is once you know what you're doing, but a lot of them don't go to the actual, they miss out on really important steps that you need to know. And obviously I want to also go above and beyond and go into things even deeper, as we discussed, like with marketing, copywriting stuff, email marketing, and more. But I just wanted to also go over the really important stuff at the beginning. So one of the first things you want to do, so if you're going through and you have a look at our online store, and don't worry, remember, we're going to be designing a really good looking one for us. So if we go through, we just look at the theme, the Dawn theme that we get given. If we go to View Store, you'll see here that, so that's what is sitting there, and that's the Dawn theme, very basic theme that you're given with. And now when we get into the section where we're actually going to show you how to design this, I'm going to be showing you how you can literally Don't need to use the Shopify builder because it's really poor, honestly. And if you go back to, you can buy themes. So I'm just going to quickly show you. So you've got all these themes here. There's some okay free themes, but they're just very basic with what you can do. And then you go to like the paid themes, and they're honestly costing, and some people recommend it. They're like, oh, just pay $200, $100 for a theme. For someone that's been designing websites for years now, I can tell you that you do not need to spend hundreds of dollars on one of those base themes, especially once I show you how to use Gempages. But getting to what I wanted to show you actually how to do, and one of the most important things is if we go to our store here, what we're going to see is that right now we've got my Shopify as a domain, and this crazy little domain here. Obviously that's not what we're going to want, and you probably already purchased your domain name if you're watching this video, most likely, but if not, I'm going to walk you through getting that for you. So a domain name essentially that's like your website name. So your website name, .com, .co, .store, whatever you're going to have. Domain names are really important, and you want to do them well. But you also want to obviously have your store set up on a proper domain. You don't want to be going to some random thing like this. Okay, so here's how we go through and do that. That's one of the first really important things we want to set up. So we're going to go to settings. So we go down the bottom left hand corner here, we go to settings, and then this is the back end of everything, and I'm going to step you through setting things up that are important in here as well. But the first thing I really want you guys to do is set up your domain name. Now you've got two options. I'm going to show you them. I'm not going to walk you through them both, but I'm going to show you the two of them. So first one is you can hit buy a new domain. This is if you don't have a domain yet. You could hit buy domain, and yeah, let's just say I'm just going to make up one quickly now. Isaac Ecom Official. Let's see if that's one. .com. Search for that, and it's available, and it's $16 USD. Now, obviously, that's not too bad. It's pretty cheap. In Australian, that's like $25, $30. But I'm going to show you guys. Honestly, I wanted to make this, this video to this tutorial that you're going to save as much money as possible, because when you're starting your own business, you don't want to be spending money like endlessly when you don't need to be. You want to start as lean as possible and then scale up from there. So I'm going to walk you through how we can do this even cheaper, and honestly just a better way of doing it anyway, from my perspective. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to exit out of that, and it's taken us back, and it's going to quickly go back to our settings again. So remember, settings down here, and then we go down to domains, and then instead of hitting buy domain, we're going to go connect an existing domain. But first we need to purchase our domain. So what I'm going to show you through here is, the reason we're going through here is I'm going to show you how you can get it even way cheaper than what Shopify will offer it to you for. Okay, and just know that Shopify will charge you a lot more in a year's time again, likely, for that domain. So these guys are much better to go through, and it's not very hard to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a domain buying company. They also do hosting and everything, and this is what I've used over the years for WordPress websites, what I've used for clients, what I use for myself. And honestly, you can get pretty good hosting, but obviously we're going to be through Shopify. We don't need to worry about the hosting. But the domains, they're called Namecheap for a reason, because you get domains really cheaply. So all we want to do is we want to sign up for a Namecheap account. Now this is going to be good having your in a separate one to having it at the Shopify one. From my opinion, it's just, if anything ever happened to Shopify for whatever reason, to your domain, like your website or something, at least you've still got the domain like within Namecheap, and you can figure things out from there. So that's my opinion. Doesn't mean it's right. This is what I think. So if you're going through here and you go to sign up in the top part up here, we're going to sign up for the account and get you guys this cheaper domain, because you're going to see how much cheaper they are in a moment. So the first thing I want to do is just sign up for an account. It's already put in some of my other ones there. So if we go to, let's just call it Isaac Ecom, that's probably going to be free. Yeah, it is.
Cool, and then put in a password, another password, first name, last name, and then email address. What do we put in that one for? Okay, so then you're going to have your email address in there. Up to you whether you want to sign up for their newsletter and marketing communication. I'm going to say NO. I don't need that to get enough of them in our daily life, so we're not going to sign up for that one. So we're going to go to create account and continue. So you put your username and all your details in, create account and continue. Then it's going to ask me to verify that I'm human. So we're going to click there. Okay, so we're in, you've got an account now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to domain. We're going to go by domains. So you can go domain list, and that's going to be where you'd see all your domains listed. Or we can just go to domain name search up here, okay? And click that. And then we're going to go through and we're going to buy a domain name. So let's just show you. Let's just call it, let's just, for an example, ultimate, if I can spell ultimate Shopify tutorial. Let's just make up, that's what I'm going to call it. I'll put ultimate Shopify tutorial search. It's going to see what comes up. ultimateshopifytutorial.com. $15.27 a year. For myself, I don't need that as a .com one, and maybe you guys don't always need it either, but still $15 for a year. That's in Australian dollars too, so USD to be even less again. So what we're going to do down here, so if you see this is why I got you guys to sign up with Namecheap. So that's what they've got there, but with newcomer, new person, you could get it for just $6.49, which is absolutely insane. You just would copy and paste that in and you could purchase it. So again, I'm not going to go .com because I'm just wasting money for something I don't need it for that. But I'm going to be purchasing out of the .store, which for your case as well, you could do. It's going to be a lot cheaper, you're going to see. Or the other one is a .co. So I'll show you quickly. We click out of this. So ultimate Shopify tutorial.co could be another option you could go. Oh, that was actually more expensive. That was surprising. Okay, but you could go .store. And .store is actually becoming more and more popular for Shopify accounts. Up to you what you want to do. What I'd suggest is you could use ChatGPT to show you how to come up with a smart name for your for your business, and find ways that you could come up with names. I'll come up with names for my businesses, or for domain names and things like that through using ChatGPT. So that can be one way that you can come up with if you're struggling with a name. These are just some quick things. Ideally, you want to go .com. That's the most universally recognized. Next one would be .co. That's doing pretty well these days. And then, for a Shopify store, you can do .store. They're becoming ranked in Google and do well from an SEO perspective, and they're a lot cheaper. Just depending on what you want to do. Maybe you would, if you wanted to start with .store, and you could buy .com down the line, and you can easily swap it to that later down the line, or just buy .com straight away, whatever you want to do. I'm going to be buying .store today because that's all I need it for this, nice and cheap. So what we're going to do is you're going to hit add to cart, whatever domain name you've picked for yourself. You're going to pick that right now, and you can hit add to cart. So you can pause this if you need to, come back, figure out what your name's going to be through using a bit of ChatGPT. You might already know the name. Whatever you're going to do, figure it out, and then put it in here, ready to go. Okay, so you can hit add to cart. Okay, now all this, do not worry about it. It's pointless because you're signing up with Shopify, so you do not need to worry about all these upsells that they're trying to give you. So just hit checkout. And then Small Business Week, there's always a quote-unquote deal on. But that's a good thing about Namecheap. Like, that's insanely cheap. $1.50 is insane how cheap that is. And it's domain privacy for a year, which means and it's always free, which is good with them too. Other ones, they make you pay money. But what are you going to say? Yeah, that just means that people can't figure out who you are that owns it. Because some people look that up and they want to try and send you marketing messages and all that sort of thing. So we don't need that. So we're going through here and we're going to hit confirm order for $1.50. Now remembering, if you've gone through, so I'm going to go to confirm order just so we don't get too confused, but see this promo code here, if I go back quickly, if you were given a promo code, so there's .com one, I'm just going to quickly show you. I'm not going to do it because I'm not paying a .com, but see this, $6.49 for that. So for newcomer, so a new account, you could go to add to cart. I'm just going to pretend I'm doing it. Again, I'm not going to be doing this because it's wasting my money. I don't need to for this tutorial. But I'm going to show you. So you could put that in. It's $17 at the moment because it's trying to do the .store and the .com. Like I'm purchasing both of them. I'm just going to get rid of that one for now just to show you. So we've got .com, $15.15. Now, if I put in the new com, $6.49, hit apply. You got that down to $10.71. Okay, so that's in Australian dollars. I'm pretty sure they've changed that to in AUD. So when it's exchange rate and everything, but for $6.49 in US dollars, if that's you from America or wherever you're else, that's still in crazily cheap for a .com. And then you just hit confirm order and go through it. But again, I'm going to be doing a .store domain. So back to here, we're going to be going through and purchasing our domain. So we're going to go hit confirm order, and then you're going to put in all your details here. Okay, so you're going to go there, hit continue, and then you're going to hit pay now. Once you're ready to rock and roll, pay now, a whole $1.16, which I think Australian is like $2 or something, or close to $2. Absolute bargain. Cheap as chips these day and age. That's cheaper than chips. Okay, so it's not just cheap as chips, it's cheaper than chips here, which is really good stuff. So we're going to hit pay now. Awesome. So there you go. You've just purchased your domain name. Exciting as hell. All ready to go. There's not too much more we need to do within Namecheap, but congratulations. That is the first step you have made towards your future, towards your business, towards starting up what you've come here, or the reason you're watching this tutorial, to start up. You've already done something that most people wouldn't even do, which is purchase their own domain name and moving towards actually setting this up. So pat yourself on the back. Small win like that, that's a good step forward, your first step of many moving forward. All right, so I just want to give you that little pat on the back because well done. I know it might seem tiny, but giving yourself these small little wins along the way is how you sustain yourself with starting up and doing your own thing that you're doing now. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we've got that all ready to go. You can check in your, you would have got an email about it now to go through and confirm it. You can check that if you want to, but what we want to do now is go back to our domains on Shopify. Now we've got this. I'm going to go connect existing domain. And then what you're going to do is you're going to put in your domain name. So you can just copy and paste it in there or type it in there, whatever you did. Now you would have just seen from your end, you would have seen me purchasing Ultimate Shopify Tutorial.store. I went through that whole process, purchased it, was recording it, and showed like putting it in here, connected it, and then Shopify told me that you're not allowed at all to have the word Shopify in any domain name for you setting up for your website. Yeah, I had never encountered that, but I didn't know that that was a thing, but it makes sense to me that I can't have the word Shopify in my domain name, so I had to backtrack, like it was only $1.50 wasted, so even because I don't know if I'll be able to use that domain, but we're back again, so I've got this domain now you're going to put in whatever yours is here, so you're going to put in whatever yours is. I'm putting in isaacecomtutorial.store, and then you're just going to hit next. Okay, so what's going to have to happen now is you're going to have these given to you. So these are the domain records, DNS records, and I'm going to show you through. You just have to put these in. Don't worry, it's super simple. You got me here walking you through it, and we're going to set these up so that you can do it. So the easiest way is to actually just click this one here. So we're going to hit DNS management, and that's going to take you to exactly where you need to go for your domain. So you're going to pick your domain, make sure there's only going to be one there for you, but you're going to pick this one, and then you're going to go to here, and then you're going to hit manage, and then we're going to go down to, we've got all this here, and then we're going to go, don't worry about all this, just go to advanced DNS. And then see you've got the CNAME records here. What we need to go through and do is put in our CNAME records. So what we want to do here is we want to go first an A name record. So it says type A at current values empty. We leave that empty, and then we put update to this. So we're going to copy that. I'm going to copy that code. I'm going to go type record back to here, back to our advanced DNA records, and we're going to go to add new record, and then we're going to hit a record, and then we're going to hit at is the host, so host is at, and then we're just going to put IP address. We're going to copy and paste what we had there, and then we hit the tick, save changes. Easy as that. We've all copied and pasted over the years, so we know what we're doing here. It's not too difficult. Okay, so we've done that one there, and then the next one we're going to do is we need the CNAME record. So we're going to go a CNAME, and then the name. So the thing is going to be at www, and then do the Shopify one here. So we're going to copy that one, and then remember where we put the at, this time we'll put in www. So we're going to go again, we're going to go to add new record, and then we're going to hit CNAME record, and then we're going to hit host is www, and the target is the thing we copied and pasted with shops.myshopify.com. Hit OK. Okay, so we've done that. We're both in there. We're going to go back to here. We're going to say I've updated my DNS records. Say yes. Okay, so we've put in our domain name, and now what it's doing is it's checking. It's checking the DNS that we just put in there. Now, most of the time, this should be instant, within a few seconds to maybe a minute or two. At the moment, mine's actually stuck. It just keeps checking. So this could happen to you guys if you've gone through and you're purchasing the domain name on the exact same time as you're trying to integrate it. What can happen is that sometimes it can take time for the DNS record to actually propagate across the internet. So they say it could be 28 to 48 hours. I've never had it take that long, which is why I'm a bit surprised mine's not doing it instantly, because I've done it instantly in the past. But it's just different different sometimes, different depending on the domain name you purchased and the extension like .store. Sometimes it can take longer to propagate on the internet, and that's one of those cases here. So if you've already purchased your domain name and you're just going through this section and you're just setting up putting in to connect your domain name. If you purchased it a week ago, a few weeks ago, a month ago, like even a lot of time, a few hours ago, you shouldn't be waiting here. But I'm just letting you know, if it ends up you have to wait, it might just mean that you can't make it the domain name, you can't sync it up just yet. You're gonna have to wait a day or two at most. You never should have to wait that long, but usually a few hours, and then come back and do this section. But the good thing is you don't need your website set up for the domain or anything in order to be able to start building it out. So if this has happened to you, that you've ended up where it's stuck just forever trying to connect the DNS, don't worry, breathe, it's fine, it'll be all good. You're just going to have to come back to it and hit update them again in maybe a few hours or a day's time, but that doesn't mean you can't keep going through this tutorial. You could build out your entire website for this whole tutorial, and then at the end of it you could make the domain name officially on the domain name, which would be even, so for some people you might make that feel like the final bow to tie it off. So don't worry if this has happened to you, I'm just letting you know that could be a potential. Okay, so either you're going to have right now, you're going to have your domain name ready to rock and roll, or you're going to have to wait a bit of time. Regardless, you will have, that's all you need to do to set up your domain name. Should be ready to rock and roll, and you'll get that ready to go for your website. Okay. Okay, so I've gone back after putting in my DNS. I waited about a bit of time. For me, it was around 30 minutes to half an hour. And now, when I went back in to officially make my domain name my official one, I was able to get it to check it again. And look at that, we're all synced up. So if that happened for you, again, remember, you can just come back half an hour to an hour, usually within that time, maybe in very rare cases, 24 to 48 hours. Remembering you can still follow this whole tutorial, you can build out your whole website, and then just come back and do this. You can just routinely check it, because it's not going to change the structure of your website or anything. It's just the domain name, which is obviously very important, but you should be able to do it after you've waited a bit of time, and then once you've done that, you can go through and you're going to have your own custom domain. So once that's accepted, you're going to come back to your homepage here. I'm just going to show you what it'll be like now. So if we go to online store again, remember this is where we go to see the back end of our store, our design perspective of it, and then we just go to view and we hit here, and you'll see now it's official. We've got my own domain name up there, which feels awesome. Congrats if you've got to this step and it's working for you now. You've officially got your own domain name. I remember the first time I had that and had it live, like in my website live, I was like, whoa, felt amazing. So pat yourself on the back, you've done that. And if you're still waiting, that's okay. Remember, you can still build out your whole website. Just routinely go back to the section that we showed you in the settings, domains, and check your domain verification, whether it's been updated and ready to go. And as soon as it is, you'll have your store updated to your proper domain name. And if you've forgotten any of that, how to do that, just backtrack in the tutorial, and I've shown you through how to do that again. Okay, cool. So there is our domain name now set up, which is awesome. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go through, so we would have done our domain name, or you're either waiting now for it to be finalized so then you can put it back, and remember you can just backtrack and see how to integrate it again if you've had to be one of those people that has to wait, or you've got your domain name ready to go, which is cool as. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go through and we are going to go and do just some of the important settings for your account when you're setting them up. So, and again, some of the things that people overlook when they're showing these tutorials, I'm going to show you them. So going back to settings, we're going to go down to a few other back end here. So we're going to go to, so you've got the different accounts here. Those ones we can leave for now, but store details, You can go through and you can change these to whatever you want them to be. And then, but what we want to go to is notifications. Okay, so we want to go to here and we want to verify our domain name so it's ready to receive our email. So when we get emails from people that, you know, we actually know when you start selling things that you get, you know, your emails come through to the right email. So you could put whatever email you wanted in here. I'd advise whatever one you signed up with, use that one. It's up to you though, you could change this to whatever you want to do. So I'm going to hit resend verification. Then I'm just going to quickly go check my emails to check that. So we're going to go through here and we're going to go to inbox and then we're going to go check our email. We're going to hit verify email here. So we hit verify email. Cool. So we are ready to go with that. That's good to go. We've accepted that. Okay, so that was one of the other ones, and then taxes and duties. That should be all fine, but you would just put in there whatever you need to, and then yeah, that's really our general ones that you would really need to know for now in the settings section. Okay, so now that we have your foundational stuff in place, got the settings all ready to go, what we're going to do now, before we get into actually designing the website for you, what we're going to do is add some products, because we can't really have an online store without products in it. So this is obviously a very important step, and we're going to do it before we get into the actual design, which will make sense when we get into it, so that when we add the product section, it's going to have your products there ready to go to add in. So there's two options for when you're adding products in. You can manually add them in, which I'm going to show you how to do, or you may be coming here because you are starting like something like a drop shipping business, a company, or you're doing something like a print on demand. So I'm going to show you how to manually add in products for like this website mock that I did, which is, you know, selling supplements. So manually you would add those in. So if that's you, that you already have your product that you're going to be stocking and then reselling. However, if you do it through, and that's considered manually, and I'm going to show you that now, how to do that, just so you understand it. However, if you do it the other way, which is, for example, something like a print on demand, the good thing about something like that is you actually install the software. So it might be something like Printify, and then what happens is you actually create your products in Printify, and then Printify is linked up with Shopify, and then when those two are together, you essentially, all your products are actually in Printify, and they get automatically added into Shopify, and you don't really need to do anything with them. So that's a really easy avenue if you're doing that one. What I'm going to show you how to do today is add in the products manually, so you know, at least you still understand the back end of products, regardless, because it all looks the same regardless of whether it's through Printify or it's a drop shipping or it's through manually added products. Okay, so I'm going to show you, so understanding those and how you can bring them all together. But regardless of whichever three it is, they're all going to show up the same on your actual storefront. It's just a little bit different on the back end. But like I said, today we're showing you manually how to add in products so you understand that. Okay, so easily, all we do is we've got our homepage here, we've got all our selections here, and we're just going to go to products there, and then these are the products. Obviously I've already added into this mock store. I've added in probiotic, vitamin D and all those. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to delete one of them. I may as well delete this one that says it's got 0 in stock. I'm going to delete this one and give you an example of how we add products to our store, so that then, you know, you've started to have your products on there. I'm going to delete this one for you, and then go through to here, and then delete that product there. Yes, I can't be undone, that's okay. Alright, cool. So definitely not difficult to add a product, and once you've done it once, it's going to be much easier for you. So what we're going to do is you're going to go to add product, and then we're going to give it a name. So this was magnesium, and then it was high potency. But anyway, it doesn't really matter what. We just go to giving it a name. So whatever yours is, whether it's a t-shirt, whether it's some kind of thing that you sell, whatever it is that you're selling, just put the title in there here. And then for the actual description, what we can do is, back in the day, it used to be, you have to think about how you're going to add a product description, like explain your product, which could be, if you don't have an understanding of copywriting, or you just don't really know how to write things well, which is most like a lot of people when they're first starting out. This is usually something people would have struggled with a bit. They'll either write too much or too little, or it's just not that descriptive. So the good thing that exists now is AI, so you can easily just, from within here, we can generate our actual description. So we've got that title up there, so that's what it is. You could have a little bit longer of a title. When I get into the SEO, I'm going to go into this in way more depth. But for now, I'm showing you just how to add a product. So if you're just going to here and you go to generate text, and then what it's going to do is you can type in here. This is what the amazing use of AI. So just say I'm selling a magnesium supplement. So I'm just going to say selling a magnesium supplement to support energy, brain health, and more. Brain health, sleep, and more. Okay. I'm just going to go with that. And now you can go with the tone. It could be expert, daring, playful, sophisticated, depending on your brand, what's going to work. So if you're more like, fun and like, some kind of brand like that, you'd go playful. If it's more like something like this in the health space, it's going to be either expert or persuasive is going to be the best. I've tried sophisticated, but it's a bit silly. It literally says the word sophisticated always in the text, because that's just things that AI can do sometimes, because you've asked it to be sophisticated. So yeah, it can be a bit silly like that sometimes. Most times very good though. So I tend to either go expert, persuasive, or supportive are my three that I go. So I'm going to try expert first and just see what it comes out as. It generate magnesium, an essential mineral. It supports energy production, cognitive function, and restful sleep. This supplement helps maintain healthy brain activity, reduces fatigue, and promotes relaxation, and improve overall well-being. Ideal for those seeking mental clarity, natural circulation, private life, so that's good. I'm pretty happy with that. We could make it. Let's just have a look at like persuasive, see what that's like. I'm going to copy that just in case it's not as good. But let's go generate again. Yeah, I like that one better. Okay, so we're going to go with that one. So all we need to do is just say keep, and then as easy as that, it's just going to place it in there for us. So very easy these days to get one that's actually written well and everything. And so then all we need to do is upload an image of our product. So I'm not going to be able to, this is you need to figure out how you're going to, what the image is going to be for your product. So it's not really something that I need to really help you through. It's one of those parts you're going to definitely do on your own, but we can select, so all you do is once you've got your product image, you drag it and put it in there. But I'm going to add in one now, just an example. So I'm going to say select existing. I'm pretty sure magnesium will still be here somewhere. Magnesium. So we're going to add that one in, and that's our product one there. Now obviously you can add more than one image, which would mean if you want to show the back, the front, the side, all the different portions of it, or with people using it, you figure it out what you want to have, but at least have obviously one image. You need an image. So just putting in that there, and then the AI figures out its own category, so you don't need to worry about that. Then you need to put in the price when you're doing it manually. So we're going to make up the price, 90 caps. So let's say it's a good quality one. So I'm going to say it's like, for 90 caps, about $40. And then this one here, so you compare at price. So this is a price that would show a strike through. So you could, if you've got something on sale, you could have like, just say you got like, usually it's $50 or something like that, and then you could have a strike through and it'll show that it's for $50, it's for $40 at the moment, so that's an option for you. Don't have to have that though, just explaining it to you. And then charge tax on this product, you obviously want to have that depending on your region that you're in, and tax and everything, you obviously want to do all that right, so leave that ticked, it's already ticked anyway. And then you're going to go cost per item. So this is how much you would know this, whatever your cost per item is. If you're using print on demand, Shopify, Printify, something like that, it figures it all out for you and just pre-fills all this. But if it's you purchasing them and cooping them at your home and then sending them out yourself, you're going to need to know what your cost per item is. So I'm just going to make up it's $10 is the actual manufacturing cost. So it's saying there's a $30 profit and a 75% margin, which would be a pretty good deal there. Okay, and then the weight you want to put in, depending on what it is. If it's really heavy, you go kg, but for a lot of them, it's just going to be grams. So I'm just going to make up it's like it's only supplement, so I'm going to say it's like, I don't know, make up it's like 20 grams or something. And then we got all this here. Don't really need to worry about any of this for now. That's all good. And then stock, that's another one. So you want to say how much stock you think you've got at yours. So you would have your address here that we signed up with, and this is going to be your stock, where it's coming from. Now you could have continue selling when stock's out. So that means if you tick that, it would mean if your stock's done and like, it will still be able to keep selling it even if the stock's gone. You can tick that if you want. And then the product has an SKU or barcode, so you can figure these things out whether you want to have those or not. But here I'm just going to make up, just say you know that you've got sitting at home, just say if this was you selling supplements, and you got 200 or something sitting at home that you're going to sell to people, so you just put 200 in there, and then that's automatically going to track the quantity, and then you'll know each time when you sell one how much quantity has been sold and how much you've got left in stock. So that's all that. And then down here, we're going to do this later, but this is how our search engine listing, that's all our SEO stuff. That's how we actually look on Google, which is not good at all yet, but we're going to do that later, so we're not going to worry about that just yet. But that's how easy it is to add a product manually if that's what you're doing. So you're just going to go through and you hit save, and now that is done. So if we go back to our products, that is added in there. If I click products again, I've got my product in there ready to go. Okay, so looking good. That we just go through and repeat that step for each of your products if you're someone that's going to be adding them manually. And then, but if you're doing, depending on what type of drop shipping you're doing, or if you're doing print on demand especially, that's just going to be all, these are all going to show your products that you've created in either one of those automatically, and it's even easier than having it all manually. So that is how to add products to your store. Okay guys, so now that we have the foundational stuff done on our store, the next thing we're going to go into now is we're going to go and do our menu section of our website. Okay, so remembering that just yet we don't have the design, we've just still got the very basic and bland Shopify one that we come with, but as you know, there's going to be a very in-depth tutorial, so we're going to be going through all that. But I want to go make this as beginner friendly as possible, and we're going to step through all the different steps that sometimes do get overlooked or avoided. And yeah, so I'm going to show you through how to edit out this section. Okay, so Going first, we're going to go back to into our Shopify homepage, and then we're going to go down to online store. So this is where your store lives, and this is where you see the back end of your store. Okay, so where you can go and then go to your store. So what we want to do is go to customize. So we click this customize button here. Okay, so what we're just looking at editing the menu section here, because you'll find out shortly when I go into actually using Gempages, we can set it up so that Shopify, the menu that we make here, and I advise everyone to do this, where you keep that, we build out all this section through Gempages, and that's where we can make it look way better than you can ever do with Shopify. It's pre-built, it's built-in builder. But we can set it up so that this menu is, we can edit it and have the default one instead of creating it again in Gempages, which is actually what I recommend. Just from a perspective of making sure everything syncs up and works correctly, this is the best way to go about it, to just at least do the menu in Shopify. Okay, so in our menu for our website, we want to click the menu section here, and then what you're going to see is a bit of a basic little overview here of everything that we can edit and change. Okay, so there's not a heap we can do within the Shopify's version of the builder, but it's enough for what we need it for us. Okay, so the first thing I always do when I'm creating out a Shopify store is I get rid of this announcement bar. You can keep it if you like. This is where you can put in things like discount codes coming up. But honestly, the person's like, I just don't feel the need for it, and especially welcome to our store, like, you don't need that. It looks gimmicky, it looks silly, from my opinion, so I always just hit remove. We don't need that. We just want that nice one here. Okay, so then we're going to go, and the first thing I want to show us through how to do is, notice how it just says my store. So that's our quote-unquote logo at the moment. It's just got a placeholder of my store. We can go through and make our own, but first I want to show you how we can have this wherever we want to go. So we could have it top center, which I do not like at all. We could have top left, which I don't like either. You could have middle center, which some people do like. I don't mind. It looks quite good. However, from my perspective, the neatest one for desktop is to have it over here. But again, you can do whatever you want with it. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're going to do, our first part of designing. A little bit of fun here. So we're going to make our own logo here. So we can go here. So we see it says here, edit your logo in theme settings. Okay, so we want to create our logo first. So we're going to go to edit theme settings. So theme settings here. We're going to click that, and then you see you're going to say that you can add in an actual logo here. Now, what that means is we're going to have to create a logo and put it in. Now, something that I will say here is I've been guilty of it in the past, so don't think that I'm, being harsh on you here when I say this, but a lot of people, and again, myself included in the past, they spend so much time trying to get the best branding, the best looking logo. Some people spend honestly, weeks and hours upon hours, and sometimes I've heard stories of people spend a month just on their logo, which you just do not need to do, because this might sound a little blunt, a little harsh, but honestly, when you're just getting started, no one gives a shit. No one cares. No one cares too much about what your logo looks like. It's more about, you can do way more with just a really powerful design than your logo. So all I'm saying is don't waste hours upon hours trying to get the next Apple, the next best logo you've ever seen or something, next Nike. You don't need to do that. Just create something really simple, and I'm going to show you quickly how we can do that with a software called Canva. Now, you've probably all heard of Canva. If you haven't, I'm going to go to it quickly now. So if you haven't heard of Canva, it's amazing. It's one of the best editors you're going to ever find on the internet. Honestly, it replaces so much. Like, it's way better. Like, you can do more, to be honest, than a lot of things you can do in Photoshop, and it's just so much more intuitive and easy, and there's a lot you can do with it. Okay, so Canva, it's completely free. You don't need the Pro, but the Pro gives you a lot more, and a lot of the time you'll find that you want to have Pro. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to create, because we're going to do a logo. Now, the best thing that we can do, the best dimensions for your logo, for your website, if you're going to do one like I'm going to be showing you, which is just a nice basic text-based one, you just need to do 400 by 100 pixels. Okay, so we're just going to hit create new design. Now, like I said, so that's a nice logo design here. So we said, if you would have seen the introduction and you've seen what the finished product of this website is going to look like, and you saw that the mock, if you noticed, the mock website was called Optimal Supplements. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can create. Super simple. This is what I've used for my own brands, my own businesses, and for others as well. You don't need to overthink this. Nice and simple is often the best. Okay, so we're just going to go to text, then we're going to go to heading, and then we're going to go, it's going to bring up a big nice heading like this. Okay, so whatever your brand name is, you're going to put that in there. So I'm going to put in Optimal Supplements. Okay, so we've got that there, just written there. Now, for a logo, I like to have uppercase always. So what you're going to do is you're going to highlight it all, double click, and it'll highlight everything. And then you're just going to go this one here, uppercase, and look at that. Easy as that. Don't even have to put caps on and write it again. It just automatically does it. Okay, so then we're going to center that. And the good thing about Canva is, see these lines that are coming up? That's showing that it's centered like that. Cool. So what we're going to do now is, that's actually not centered to the right though. There we go. So we've got them both direct in the center, because we've got the lines horizontal and the lines vertical, showing that we've got it in the center. Okay, so honestly you could just nearly even just have that, but the font's a bit basic, so we just want to go to the one that I use throughout the website. And here's a nice rule of thumb: once you've picked a font that you feel suits your website, your brand, and what feels right, try and use that over and over again throughout everything, from a design perspective and user experience, and just creating that brand cohesion. Have everything looking the same. Okay, so what we're going to do is, the one that I liked is Poppins. Really nice, easy looking one. And then here's the simple thing that I do, honestly, just to make it look more crisp, but also it's just an easy way to create a logo that stands out a bit. So the crazy of what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go unbold that, so the whole thing's unbolded, and then I'm just going to bold the first word like that. And then look at that, as easy as that, we've got a pretty decent looking logo. Nothing super special, but also it's fine, because once you don't need to overthink it. Like I said, you don't need to overthink this. You just need to get it together. You need to get it done, and that is all we need to do. Okay, so we've got that centered, and what I'm going to do now is we're just going to go, there's our logo, we're going to hit share, and then we're going to go down to download, and then we're going to go to, we've got PNG and we've got size. Now if we had the Pro version, I'd be able to pull this all the way across, and also if I went, if I wanted, I could also hit transparent background, and it would download for me with a transparent background, which just makes things even easier again. But because we're doing a white header, a menu section, we can get away with just a white background for free, okay? And it'll blend, okay? But I would recommend transparent background if you're willing to pay for Pro. You get it for free for 30 days. So theoretically, you could sign up and then leave them as soon as you've made your logo. Whatever you want to do, up to you. I'm not going to tell you what to do. So you're just going to go hit download, and then that's going to have downloaded. So we've downloaded our logo and it's up here. Depending on the browser you use, it should come up on the top here, which makes it nice and easy. Then we're going to go back to our store and we're going to go to where it says logo and it says select, and then it's going to bring up this here, and you've got drag files here, and then we're going to go optimal supplements. I'm going to drag it there. And once it loads, we've got this one ticked. We hit done. Okay, so it's loaded in there. And now you're going to see it looks just absolutely tiny. It looks a bit silly. We don't want it like that. So see this width here? We can change that. So we're going to go make it a little bit wider. Like that. I'm not minding that. What happens if we go to 300? What's going to happen? Yeah, a little bit too big for my liking. We're going to go back in probably around about there. Looking nice and neat. Okay, so there's our logo. Easy as that. Now, if we go to menu on the mobile, you'll see it centers it for us, and it still looks really nice there. And when they click that, they've got a drop-down menu like this. Okay, so that is the basics of that, adding in our logo nice and clean. Again, hopefully you're not wasting too much time on this. Just something nice and simple to get it together. The rest of the website is far more important than your logo, okay? So the next thing we're going to do is see this section here. This is our actual menu. Now, we can't change any of those settings in actually from within here. So we're going to have to go back now and change the main menu of this one. So we can actually, so I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But first, I'll get a little bit excited and ahead of myself for you. But first we want to do is we want to make sure that we actually hit save so that it saves and we don't lose the work we just did. Okay, so changes are saved. That's what our menu is now going to look like so far. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is actually edit what's in our main menu. Okay, so right now it's got home, it's got catalog, it's got contact. Just as a rule of thumb, you do not want a button that just says home. That is the most archaic, basic, like stuff you just do not want to do. So that's going to be one of the first things we're going to remove. But if we want to go back to this now, and let's go to here, and we're going to go to main menu, and we're going to hit edit. Okay, so this is going to take us into a different section now, but don't worry, don't get confused. We're going to be able to go back to where we were before afterwards, but this is where we can change the menu of the items that are on our menu at the top here. So as I said, we want to get rid of home. That's silly, okay? We don't need a home button. We're going to have the logo that they can click, and that's how they can go home. You do not want a button that says home, trust me. Okay, and then catalog, absolute waste of space again. Contact, we're going to keep that. Now that's already going to be built in for you. Shopify always has a contact built in, and I'm going to be walking you through in this how to create one that's a little bit more customized, looks a little bit nicer than your basic one that comes with it, okay? But the next thing we want to do is add in an about page. So we're going to do about. So we're going to go to about here, and we're going to hit this one here, and then we're going to go to pages, and then you're going to see you can select a page here like that, like which is about, and then I'd hit save. Now you're going to be sitting there thinking, but Isaac, I don't have an about section. What are you talking about? Well, I know. I'm just showing you this is how you add in a page once you've created it. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can actually go through and create these pages now. So then we can come through here and edit that. So I'm just going to save that for now. So it's just going to be a very basic menu at the moment. But let's show you how. So if we want to add in each of our pages that we're going to have in here, and I'd recommend you have contact and you have about on the home page. And then you can have a drop-down menu of your collections pages when we get to that, that we're going to have, that's going to drop down and do that. Okay, so what we're going to do first though is just for this portion of the tutorial, I'm just going to be showing you how to do your about and your contact and have that, and then also the collections as a little drop down, but we won't put our collections in just yet, so that I can do that at a later date when it makes more sense, and we'll walk through that. Okay, so what I want to do first is go back and create some pages for us. Okay, so if we go back to our online store, so we see this one here, hit online store, and yes, it's going to tell me to save them, and I've already saved them. It's a bit of a flaw with old Shopify. I don't know why it does it. It thinks I haven't changed the settings when I have. So you're just going to hit discard, and then just go to that, and then go to here, and you can see one that says pages. Okay, so this is our section where we are going to go through. Okay, so this is our section where we're going to go through and be able to create each of the pages that we want to create. So the pages that we're actually going to end up creating are going to be an about page. We've already got a contact page, and we're going to have an FAQ page as well. And then we're also going to have a page, so a drop down for our collections. Okay, but just for now, we're going to show you how to create the about page, and we can go through and do the other ones a little later on. Okay, so the first one I want to show you is the about page. Now, obviously, I already had one created, but I'm going to delete that so that I can walk you through step by step how to create an about page. Okay, so that one's deleted, and we're going to go to add page. Okay, so all we're going to do here is very easy. We're just going to say about. We're going to call it about page. Okay, like that. And then we're going to go to, we can edit the content in here, and I'm going to show you through how we can create, like a little bit further in the tutorial, I'm going to show you how we can create each of these individualized and make them look even more customized than, Shopify initially has them. But for now, while we're quickly creating these pages, let's just get it together. Okay, so the part here we want to do is the about page for our website. Okay, so the easiest way to go about honestly creating the about page is using ChatGPT. Now, all of you have probably heard of ChatGPT by now. ChatGPT makes things so much easier, and especially for you guys just starting out, it's going to be the best way to go about it. So that's what we're going to do. You're just going to head on over to ChatGPT, and I've already created this about page, this about section here. Okay, so the best way is, honestly, once you start to know how to use ChatGPT well, and I'm going to go through how to use it for yourself for this as well in more depth, and you're going to see it more and more throughout this tutorial. But for now, we're just going to do a nice, quick, easy example, and this is what I came up with for the business. Okay, so about optimal supplements, I just simply said to it, so if you come here, I just said, can you help create a mock about page for optimal supplements? So the good thing about ChatGPT is because it remembers things as you're going along, you could create you've talked to it about your brand and what it is, and then you just simply would say something like, based off of everything you know about optimal supplements. Well, I spelled base wrong there. Please write me an about page. Something like that, okay? I'm not going to do it because I've already got one together, but that's what I do a lot of the time. I'll have been speaking with it about my brand, so you just insert whatever your brand name is there. So based on everything you know about optimal supplements, or whatever your brand is there, please write an about page. Or you can give it some basic information and say, explain what your about page is. Just treat it like you're talking to a real person, explain to it what your business is about and everything, and just say, I want to could you help me writing an about page? And then it's going to come up with something. And again, don't overthink this too much. Your about page has to be this vision, mission statement that's the best in the world. When we're just getting started, honestly, just get something on there. And usually what it comes up with first off is going to be fine. You might want to refine it a few times, but honestly, just having something together is going to really help you stand out. But honestly, just having anything there as your about page is going to be better than not having one. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm just going to copy whatever I came up with. Again, you're going to copy whatever you got from yours, what it came through for it. Okay, so we're just going to go here, hit copy, Control C if you're on PC like me, and then I'm going to go back to here, and then I'm just going to hit paste, and then it's going to put that in there, and then we're going to hit save that. Now it's going to see here, it's going to make more sense when we do this later, but it's got template, so we can actually create our own specialized template, which I've created one there for the about. I'm going to walk you through later on how to do that, but for now you're just going to leave it as default, and you could just leave that up to you what you want to do. Now, something that you want to make sure that you do is that I've been guilty of when I first started creating Shopify websites is I'd create the page and I'd be like, what the hell? I can't find the page anywhere. I can't add it to my menu. And that's because by default, Shopify will just put it as hidden. I don't know why, but you actually have to hit visible. Even when you hit like before, when you published it, you need to still hit visible and then hit save. And now it's going to be visible for you to find. Okay, so there's the about page that we just created. Okay, so let's just quickly go through, and we're going to go and add in we're going to go back to our menu section. So we've done that, and if you wanted to view it, you can quickly hit view, and this is what it looks like now. And it doesn't look, honestly, it doesn't look too bad. Like it's pretty basic, but yeah, it's nice and clean, simple looking. I'm going to show you later how you can put a bit more of design on it, but for now it's fine. It's doing what it needs to do. You've got an about page. Okay, so going back here, what we're going to do now, we're making sure we've hit saved. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to our actual menu section. So we're going to go to content, and then we're going to go to menus. So content, menus. Then we're going to go to main menu. Don't worry about these. We're not really even going to ever do anything with them, but we're going to go to main menu. And then we're going to go back here. So we're going to go add menu item. So we're going to hit plus there, and then we're going to hit about. We're going to type in about. I'm not going to hit it. We're going to type in about, and then we're going to go to search, and we're going to go to pages, and then look at that. About is going to show up there now. Especially, well, as long as you've hit visible, you listen to me and you hit visible, about will be there. If it's not showing up, that don't fret too much. Just hit refresh and then do it again, and sometimes it can take a little bit of time to come up. But hit about, and then we're going to hit tick. Yes, I'm happy with that. Okay, so that is our contact and about done so far. Now, like I said, we're going to go through and we're going to do an FAQ page, and we're also going to do our collections pages. But for now, they are the two, and we've got our menu coming together. So if we go back to our online store, and we go to customize again, look at you, you're starting to know your way around Shopify. Well done. Okay, so there is our menu section done. Now, one little thing that I might touch on is something, because I a lot of the time actually, for my designs and everything, well, I'll have it like that myself. So he's actually having these in uppercase. Okay, so if you just want to do that, it's very, very simple. All we do is we go back to edit here, and we go to here, and where it is labeled in here, we just change that to uppercase. So I'm going to just put in uppercase, contact, like that, and hit save. And then about, I'm going to do about in uppercase, like that. Oh, didn't delete the other one. We're going to do about like that, and then just hit save. And now if we go back to our online store and we have a look at it now. So remember, this is how we look at the menu. Again, to edit it, we hit customize. Cool. So that's our. It looks a lot neater in my perspective. Uppercase like that, especially if you have a logo in uppercase. Okay, so there is our menu done, and yeah, we're gonna go back to it a couple more times later on. But for now, that is going to get you understanding how to do the basics of getting our menu together and your logo design, a simple logo, and starting to understand how to create pages here. And then later on, we're going to come back and go even further. Okay, so let's now move into the next section, which is going to be, we're going to actually move into starting to design our website. Alrighty guys, so now that we've got the general stuff out of the way, your initial things that you want to get set up that are super important, but now we want to actually get into, the fun stuff, the best stuff. Well, this is where we start to actually design out our website. Now, from my perspective, from someone who's designed websites now for pretty much a decade, built them out for clients, built them out for my own businesses, built them out for things. Design is so important to stand out, and especially in this day and age, further and more years we've got into Shopify websites and websites in general and everything like that. It's expected that everyone has a website, and obviously if you're creating a store, you can have an e-com store, you can have a website. But what I'm saying now is you really want to be able to stand out. If you wow your customers right away from a powerful design, people are going to, that builds really powerful credibility really fast. And that's how you're going to stand out. And plus, in this tutorial, I'm going to be actually showing you guys, because I've got a background in copywriting and marketing, something that not all the other tutorials always go into or really go into at all. So I'm going to be showing you, from a design perspective as well as a copywriting perspective, how we can structure your website to really stand out, build that initial trust, and increase conversions, increase that more people, wanting to interact with you and, purchase from you and join and be part of your, your community, your business, what you're growing. Okay, so what we're going to go do, I'm going to quickly first show you our online store that we've got. So if we're going to go to it quickly here, this is where you're going to see your online store from the future as you're building it out. So we're going to see, you're going to have pre-built in, you're going to already have what's called the Dawn theme. This is just a free theme that it comes with. If we go to view here and we go to, we're going to see our website here, we'll see that it's unbelievably basic, very boring, very basic design there. And a lot of the tutorials, they show you how to, you can go and optimize this, customize this, sorry. But from my perspective, from a design perspective, it is someone that's built WordPress websites out for years now. It's just very basic and very poor what you can do, especially for the most important page, which is your homepage. That's where you build that initial trust with your clients. I'm going to show you how, for free, you don't have to pay anything extra. We can use a software called Gempages to build out. It's essentially a builder for like a website builder. We can build really powerful design, way better than you can ever build with the free designer, and way better even, from my opinion, from the paid ones. We're going to go to, so you're going to see down here, if we go down, you see a theme library, and you're going to see this section here, and you're going to have a lot of these free themes to go through. Now, if you clicked one, you could go this Horizon, see what it looks like, and cool. So they show you like that, but again, it's just very basic. Like, it's going to make you that you can only put your button here. You can put the text only in a certain spot. You can't do much with the header, with the hero image here. You can't do, from a copywriting perspective, you can't do a nice like headline with a sub-headline to sell more. You can't do the text as well throughout here, and just everything I'm going to show you guys how to do. So I'm not a fan of the Shopify's builder. I'm a fan of Shopify, very much so, but it's not as builder, not yet. It's still not that good. And then you could also go through, which I've seen other tutorials showing you to do. They say you could go to the theme store, and you could go through, have a look through here, and you'll see them. But look at the prices: 140 USD, which is nearly that's 180 Australian. And honestly, we could create way better ones for you than you're going to be able to create from this. Because if you look at these, they're just crazy. $310 US for, that is so basic. You're going to see in a moment. Gempages will already have one built out that looks like that for free. You can do it for. So I don't know why anyone pays Shopify 340 USD, which is like nearly 500 Australian. You are wasting your money. You do not need to waste money on I don't care what the gurus on like other tutorials try to tell you. A lot of them don't have a design background, so they don't actually know and how to show you how to design this and design way better ones. Okay, so sure, you could purchase them, but you're going to be wasting a lot of money. So what I'm going to show you now to do is go through and we're going to install Gempages, which is going to allow us to create our website with a much better builder than Shopify offers, and also way better looking than even most of your paid themes. And also it's way more editable and customizable than you're going to be able to do with $310 Shopify theme anyway, because you still have to work around their builder, which is not too good, let's just say that. Okay, so we're going to go through, I could talk on and on about this, but let's go through how to get our app in. Okay, so we're going to go to apps, we're going to go to add, and then what we're going to go to here is we're going to go to Shopify App Store and type in Gem. It's probably going to come up, Gempages, so we're going to put that in. Okay, so this one here, Gempages, as you can see, I would not be telling you to get this one unless I used it myself. I do not believe in teaching things or saying things I don't use myself. I've used this for my own business. I've used this for clients. It's the best website builder I've found, even better than the one that I use on, which is called Elementor on WordPress. It's really, really good. I love it. And as you can see, it's actually rated well. 4.9 stars, over 2,500 positive reviews. Well, 2,500 reviews, which are mainly really positive. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to hit install Gempages, and it's going to install for us, and then you're going to have all these. So just this comes up, hit install again. All right, awesome. So you've just installed Gempages. Get excited, because this is where the fun's going to start to happen. Okay, so this is where we start to design your website. You're going to see in a moment how easy it is once you know what you're doing, and I'm going to step you through all of it, how to do it. You can see how powerful it is, why it's so much better than wasting hundreds of dollars on paid themes, and especially better than free. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through, and the first thing I want to do before you go out building out your website, what I want you to do is, this one's going to come up in big orange so you don't forget about it, because if you don't do this, things aren't going to sync up with your Shopify website, and then things aren't going to work. Okay, so what you want to do before you do anything else, don't get you're getting excited, but you don't jump the gun just too yet. So you're going to hit turn on Shopify for Shopify editor. So you're going to hit that one, and then it's just going to take you to the app end of your website. So there's an app embed. So whenever you get an app, install an app, you're going to have to, so that'll already be ticked across, it's on, and then all you're going to hit is hit save. Okay, so it's just saving to say, you're essentially saying, yes, I want this ready to go for me. Okay, so we go back to my store where we were. It's going to load up. Look at that. That's ready to rock and roll. That's ready to go. And now we get to go into the fun stuff, which is designing your website. Now, as I said to you in this one, I'm making this as cheap as possible. The awesome thing about Gempages is the free account allows you to do one page for free. You don't have to pay, and you can use the whole thing and then make it live for one page for your website. Now, as I told you, your website homepage is the single most important part of your entire website. This is where people come to the first time they see you and they make their first impression of your business. So it just makes sense to use something that's going to make you be able to stand out and create a really powerful looking website. You know, you've got the copy involved, and we're going to be showing you how to set up a bit of email marketing and an email opt-in form at the bottom. You're going to be light years ahead of most other Shopify store owners when they first start by doing this, way ahead, I promise you that. So you're already, hitting the ground running with doing this for yourself. And I'm going to be showing you how you can do it. It's going to be allow you to do it for free, okay? For the homepage, and so for the other pages, essentially, we're going to be using the Shopify builder just for your contact pages, for your product pages, and everything like that. You could get the purchase of Gempages, and then you could edit all of them. And in future videos, I'll show you how you can do that too. But for today, you're starting your first Shopify store. The most important one that we're going to use it for free, which is the easiest way to do it, is going to be for your homepage, and then your other pages, which are still important, but just they don't need to be as refined. We're just going to go through and we're going to use the actual Shopify builder. Okay, so wait until we get to that. But for now, I'm going to show you, just starting out, how to use Gempages. Okay, so now that you have Gempages installed, this is where the fun part begins, and this is where you're going to enjoy this the most, I feel, because this is when things really start to feel like your dream is becoming reality. And I'm going to be walking you through how to use Gempages to create this very, very powerful design that is going to be well ahead of so many other Shopify websites out there that you see, and it's going to look pristine, premium, and you're going to be able to do it completely for free, because as I said to you earlier, the beauty of Gempages is that it allows you to create one page for free and make it live on your website. And what better page to do that for than your homepage, which is the most important page of your entire website. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're going to go through and so before I go in and walk you through how to build out this website, let's just have an overview of the website that we're going to be building out for you today. So this is the website that we're going to be building out for you guys today. And as you see, we've got a very, very clean website, and I'm going to walk you through why we have each of this in this exact order, in this type of design, and why it works. I'm going to walk you through each of the sections as we actually build them out, but I'm going to also give you a brief overview of it right now, my justification for it. But as you can see, it's a very, very clean looking website that is well ahead of so many Shopify websites out there. And definitely I wanted to make this, and this is one of the reasons I made this, take all my decade of design knowledge to create this for you in a way that you could do it too, especially if you download the template ready to go for you. You'd be able to just edit it and make it your own. But I wanted to take everything together and truly create a design that is editable, easy, and applicable, because it has the foundational stuff that's timeless, that from a copywriting perspective, marketing perspective, design perspective, all of that together, so that you hit the ground running with an absolutely beautiful, amazing, crisp, clean looking website that you can be proud of, and you're just going to stand out so much more. And again, I'm not trying to talk down, throw things out against the other people out there that have made Shopify website tutorials, but I can safely say this is, You don't see many others looking like this. And one thing that I'll say that, like a lot of these tutorials, they show you, oh, it's so easy, make a design, throw it together, easy, simple. But, these ones that are actually successful running, they say they're running multi-million-dollar businesses and everything. They do not have the cheap, basic, throw-together design that they teach you to do. And that's fine that they're teaching that to get you in the door, but they're always going to have a very good-looking design that's helping them to stand out. You just can't have a multi-million-dollar business with a basic little throw-together design. It might get you started, but I want you guys to hit the ground running with phenomenal-looking design that, as we said, looks $10K for $1. And what I mean by that is $10K design in terms of, this is something that I myself could charge $10,000. It's like a designer could charge $10,000 for, based off all the copy done, all the design done, the user experience, as they say, and everything like that. So, yeah, each section has its place. And just if I gave you a brief overview, we've got our hero section here. From a copywriting perspective, we have a really nice, like our images here, and then we have a header and then a supporting headline. Both of these got ChatGPT to help me with, but obviously I have a copywriting background. It helped a bit, but I'm going to show you how you can do it yourself. But we have a clear headline, then a sub headline, and then a shop all. And then when I click that actually goes to a shop all page that then will have all your all your products in there, so they can easily navigate everything. And that's a good one that I like to have people create on their Shopify website. And then coming down here, we've got this first initial section here, and then we've got an actual section that's going to move across, and it's got all the different sponsored by, as featured in, So again, you don't have to have that, but just giving you a vision for where you can get to. Okay, so you put in if you had any though, you could put them into here. I'm going to show you how to build one. But we go from a hero section, and then we go down into what I call a pain-based intro. So we're not starting off just talking about us, we're talking about the client. So from a copywriting perspective, we're talking about the client and what they need, their needs, wants and desires. And so we've got this here, and we're talking about the supplements, and like, you're feeling tired and worried, foggy, and then, feel this way, Optimus is here to help, So from all of this website is based off what's called the story brand formula. And essentially what the story brand formula is that you create a website that makes your client the hero. So you're not the hero of your website, your client is. So you're essentially like Gandalf, you're like the guide, if you want to think of Lord of the Rings, if you like it like I do. And then the hero, which is Frodo. I know some people say Sam's a real hero, but in this example, I'm giving you Frodo, the example. But the hero is the client. So in copywriting, you use a lot of you. So it's like, are you ready to reach your full potential? So straight away, we're getting them feeling and thinking about what they can do with our product. So we have that section here. And don't worry, I'm going to show you how you can easily replicate this in ChatGPT. Super simple. Because I've got the base there for you now. I'm going to show you how you can teach ChatGPT to recreate that for you. Okay, and so we're just going down here, and then we've got our sellers section, top sellers. So this would be where you'd have your 4 best products that are selling the best. Of course, you're starting out, so you're not going to have a top sellers, but I just did it as a mock example. I'm going to show you how you create this as a featured section. We could call this featured products, and this will just be the ones you want people to see first, okay? And then we have a shop by collection. This is something you do not see on a lot of Shopify websites, but it's a huge differentiator and way to stand out. So this just means we're going to create collections of our products, and then when people click these, I'm going to show you how you do these. You can edit this, make it your own, but we will click that. So for instance, they go to energy, and they'll be all under their own collections of energy. So all the supplements there, but this would be your own products. Okay, and then we're going down here. We've got what's called a trust builder. So this is just like, you got quality you can trust, and we've got these badges here, which are really powerful. I'm going to show you how you can do that too. Then we've got you always want to have a section that's like the difference, what makes you stand out, what makes you different. And this is based off, we've got all copywriting stuff here, and I'm going to show you how you can do this. So you would do your business name difference, and then some kind of cool tagline down below, and then you could have your product in the middle, and then your 4 different things that help you be different and stand out. And then we're just going to have this cool little, I call it a window like section. So it's like you're looking through a window, so when you move it, it moves and the woman stays sitting there, and it's like you're looking through. And then we can change this to something that's on brand for you, and we can change this image to whatever you want that's on brand as well. Then we come down to here, and quality inside and out, shop the range. Now, there's a lot I'm going to show you how you can build this. Whether you want to have it or it's applicable to your brand is another thing, but I'm going to show you. Remember, I wanted this to be a 10K design for $1. Really, it's things you just do not see on any other tutorials, and we're going to show you how to do this if you want to. Really powerful way to stand out, okay? And then coming down here, one of the most important parts, having a customer section with all your reviews, and I'm going to show you how you can add that in. And then a really clean, powerful social media section where we can add in 4 static images. Just pick your best Instagram posts or whatever, or just even 4 static images for now that are representative of your brand. And then we're going to show you how you can link, so they'd click these and they'd go to your social media profiles, and you can put in whatever stats you want there. And if you don't have many followers, you could even delete those for now. I'll show you how to do that. And then you've got a little mini about, quote unquote, about your brand. So you've done everything. It's all about them. They're the hero. It's all about them. And, you got parts where they can navigate and click products. But then you're going to have a little bit about at the bottom, tie off, nice little way, nice and clean, that's going to explain, hey, this is who we are, this is what we're about. But very basic, not making it all about you, because remember, it's about them, not you. And then you can put your face there, you can put someone's face there, or if you don't want to, you can delete that, you can delete this section, you can just have that there, just a nice clean about, whatever you want to do. But having a face there helps people connect to you as a person and your brand, and personal branding can be massive, okay? So just coming down, and then you can have this section here, another window like you're looking through, and this is just going to be where you have the new use starts now, and this is where I'll show you how you can edit this, whatever you want, something that's applicable to your brand. And then they type this in, and then they'd get a 10% discount code. And I'm going to be showing you as well how to set that up, plus even create a little mini automation for it. And then we come down here, we've got just a nice, clean footer section. So we've got our brand name there. We've got these here that people can navigate. And then we have this section over here. This is just a separate one to this one, which is cool, where we're going to sign up so they can sign up for your newsletter, okay? Which is, you really want to do that and start building out emails as quickly as possible, because then you can use that list to resell to people down the line. Okay, so that is a design that we are going to be building out today. So let's get into it. You have 2 options now at this point in the tutorial. I'm going to go into section by section how we can build out this website. I'm going to have it open live, have it open in the second tab, and then I'm going to be going through section by section how to create each of them, and you can follow along with that, and that's where we're moving into next. And I'm going to have that time stamped out, so you can start on that. Or the other option is down below in the description below and in the comment section, I've got the link for the, for my bonuses link, and you just sign up for that. And along with it, I'm going to give you a bonus document that's going to have you're starting out all the best practices from a design perspective, brand perspective, everything we've gone through today in a little PDF that you can just easily check off and make sure you've done all those right. So that's going to be valuable in and of itself. And then I'm also going to have the template ready to download, ready to go, that you could actually download and then put it into Gempages, and then you can then go through and it's already there, the whole thing built out like this, and then you could go through and just edit it color wise, everything wise, and be even easier again than walking through. However, I will just like be open with you. It's completely free. I'm giving away to that for you guys all for free, and the PDF on itself is going to be valuable. So I definitely, if you want even further help, I'd get that for free because I wanted to give that to you. And the template itself, I'm not going to charge anything. I'm going to give it away for free as well. The only caveat with it is that if you do that route, it's going to speed everything up way quicker for you. You're going to be able to build out the website way quicker. So if efficiency is your game, you can skip ahead to that. I'm going to have a timestamp out. You can skip ahead to that, and I'm going to walk you through how to edit the actual template once you've downloaded it. However, you need, in order to install, so if I quickly show you here, so if we went to, because if you went to go and install your own theme, you'd actually have to have the paid version. So we've got the free version allows us to make a whole website, so a whole homepage for free. We can create that. But if we wanted to download the theme that I have, you would have to sign up for an actual, you'd actually have to sign up for a paid version of Gempages, which it's not too expensive. So you could sign up for the paid version, and I'm going to have that. It's all linked, like the links for it in Gempages and everything. If you go through mine, it's an affiliate link. I'll just be open with you, and I'd get some kind of kickback. It's a way of saying thanks for doing this for you because I'm giving all this away for free. But what you would do is you'd upgrade here and see how it says you can. Well, it actually doesn't say, but yeah, you need it. You need, in order to be able to install a pre-built template, they make you have to pay. So it's $29 a month, and the cool thing you could do, honestly, is just sign up for 1 month of it for $29, pay that, and then you download the theme and install it, and then you can just cancel after that. I didn't say that, but that's what you could do. That's just something you could do. So it's up to you what you want to do. But again, it's up to you. We can do the free version or you can do the paid. It's up to you what you want to do. It's just whether you want to save time or you also want to learn the skill. So probably better off. So it's probably good to still learn it and know what you're doing with it all. But just know that if that option's there to download that. Okay. So again, that's going to be timestamped. So you can quickly, if you're not going to be the one that's going to be building it out from scratch, just skip ahead to the next timestamp and I'll see you there. You can skip yourself to the future and I'll see you there how to go and build out, those of you that wanted to just pay and get the template and install that. I'll show you how to do that next. But what we're going to do now is we're going to actually go through and start creating this this website. We're going to create this page for free for you guys. Okay? Alrighty, so the fun part. Finally, we're getting into building out our website through Gempages, building out the design. I'm going to go through, like I said, I've got it open, ready to go, and I'm going to go through step by step how we can create each section here, and how you can create it for yourself. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're going to go through and create our new page. So we don't need to worry about all these other sections here. Just simply go create new page. Okay, so as you can see, you've got all these different pre-made designs here, and by all means, you might find one that you like and you want to go with. But from my perspective, they're okay, but they definitely are still missing some elements, and so that's why I recommend that you actually start from scratch. And don't worry, I'm going to show you how we're going to go through and do each of these sections though. Okay, so hit here, start from scratch. Okay, so now we've got our inside of our website, this design that we're going to do, and we're going to go through and step by step how to create this website that we had here. Okay, so just to give you a brief overview of Gempages, as I said to you, it is light years ahead of what you can do with Shopify, as you saw when I just basically went through how to use the Shopify editor. It is so basic and you can't do much with it. This is a whole other, whole other ball game, and it's incredible what you can do with it. And as I said to you, you can easily create, and you've seen the design of what I've put together. You can easily create a design that is like so much more powerful, looks as good as the paid versions, if not better than most of them, and you're going to be able to do it for free, which is insane. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're going to create the hero section. Okay, so hero is this section here. So this is the first section that we're going to create. Okay, so what I want you to do is we're going to go to add sections. We're going to go to here, and then what the really amazing thing about that I just love about Gempages, because it's actually made by designers, people that understand design and everything. They've got each of the sections that I spoke to you about, so they've thought about all of it, and they've got all the different sections by like hero section, which is what we're going to do now. They've got a product detail section, they've got a brand section, they've got trusted sections, they've got guarantee sections, product rating, how to use, testimonial sections, compares, bundles, FAQs, social proof, brand story, product list, collections, contact, blog list, custom footer. They've got everything, okay? And they understand that a website is more than just a throw together. You want to think about the design, and like each section has its place, like on the design we did. Okay, so what we're going to do first though is we're going to do our first hero section here, as we said. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go add section, and we're going to go to hero section, and then we got all these base ones that you can use for your own. So if you're going down through here, keep going down, finding the one that I use as a base there. Cool. So this here, again, once you know how to edit though, you could use any of these hero sections, but I'm showing you how to create this one that we created here. So we're going to just drag that in there, and bang. As quick as that, you already got a hero section that looks a million times better than the thing, if you can even call it a hero that comes with the bloody Shopify free theme. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to edit this to make it look like this one here. So I've got feel better, think sharper, live full. Okay, so that's the first thing. We're going to change that to there. Okay, so I'm going to put that there. So this is our headline that we've got, and then we're going to put that in there. So just going to hit Control V. Now obviously you're not putting in the same as what I've got. You're putting in your own headline, but you're going to be sitting there thinking, well, Isaac, but that doesn't apply to my business. Well, what am I going to do? So easy. What you can do is simply go through, and if you want to go and you want to copy and paste that there, and you go into ChatGPT, and you just say, I'm going to go to create a new one, new chat. So I'm not going to do it in this one because I don't want to get rid of what I've done there. So you could say something like, can you recreate this formula for this headline for my business? My business is let's just say, what is your business? My business is selling, what can we say you're selling? My business is selling, I'm just looking at glass on my table, so I'm just going to say my business is selling unique glass designs. My business is selling unique glass designs. Unique glass designs. Yeah, and so you just put that in there and then hit that and we'll see what we come up with. Cool. Okay, so we've put that in there, and then I know it's a pretty basic one, but you're just not, your business is probably a little bit better than just some unique glasses, like you're selling some glass, like glass cup here, but and I've got it near me. You can't see it, but I'm holding it here. You might be able to hear it. But as you can see, I've just asked it to, can you recreate this using this formula for my business? I feel better, think sharper, live full. Okay, and then it's reflected back to me like what it is, and again, that's based off copy anyway, copywriting. And then you're going to come back with options that are, perfect for it. So you could just go, not perfect for it, but you're going to find one that you like the most, and you could have like something like here: see beauty, sip art, live inspired, feel calm, hold craft, savor the moment. You could have use less, own art, live more, touch texture, look closely, think different, live. That's a bit think different. That's a bit. I think that's Apple or something like that. But let's just say you like this one. You could go see beauty, sip art, live inspired, and you just go like that. You like that, and then you put that there. And easy as that, you follow the same formula that I've got for you, but now you've got it as your own. So easy as that. You're going to get better and better at understanding how to use ChatGPT as I go through this tutorial with you. But I'm just giving you examples, real life examples that you can go through and do. Okay, so let's just go and we'll go leave that because I want to put it what we had, and then we're going to have the subheading, and we're going to have this one here. So I've got clinically backed supplements to support focus, energy, and calm. Okay, so we're going to click that there, and then I'm going to put that in here. I'm going to hit Control V, and then we've got that there. Okay, so again, start to think like a copywriter, a strategist, and know how to use ChatGPT. What could you do here? You could copy and paste that again, like I did before. You could go into here and say, could you follow this formula? You'd say, follow this formula, da 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 da, like we did before, but for your business, and then it's going to replicate it for you and create your own. Okay, I'm not going to show you how to do that again because you know how to now. Just give me an example and an idea. Okay, so we've got that. And then I don't like this here, so I'm just going to hit delete, and then you're going to hit delete of this and hit delete of that, and then you want to change it so it's just one. You don't need all that. Okay, so we're starting to come together. We're starting to kind of look like it, but the font, we're not happy with the font. We want a better, nice looking font. So a lot of fonts you can choose from. I like Poppins. It's clean looking and it's, it looks good. It stands out. So I'm going to go Poppins. I like that. Okay, so and then we're going to change this to Poppins as well. So you want to, once you find a font that you like, you want to keep going through and use it throughout. So everything's succinct and clean. So you're going to go feel better, and you got that one, that one, that one, and now so notice I just clicked there. Easy. You just hit Poppins and the font, and you select your font. Okay, real easy. And then you can change the size of it. So you can go plus, 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 plus. You could go massive, or you could go down like that. But I'm going to go about, what are we probably going there? We went about, probably about a 60 on there. Yeah, maybe about 60, maybe even a little bit less. Probably like 58. But again, it doesn't want to worry that much. We're replicating it in this. So you've got those two there. Now if you want to change the font color to match that orange there, you can easily do that. So you can change it to whatever color you want. So I'm going to put it there. I've already got recent colors, but you can just click this and you can make it red. You can make it whatever color you want to have it. You just click that color, and I'm going to go with, I like the color that I've been using. Okay, so that's another thing. You want to pick 2 or 3 brand colors and then use them throughout. Because if you notice, I picked gold and I use white and I use black. That's it. That's all I use throughout the whole thing, other than maybe here. I've created brand consistency. That's going to help you stand out again. And even notice it's in line with my branding of the mock optimal supplements. Okay, so that's going through like that. Now, if you wanted to, just say you wanted to highlight certain words, so you want to do energy and focus, you want to do bold, that, and you want to do calm, you would just intuitive, like you're using, Google Docs or something. You just do that, and look at that. Even that nearly looks better than the one I put through together for you. Those little sections like that. But no, you can have, if you want to really highlight certain words, you can highlight ones like that. Okay. So that's editing that out, and then we go to view products, and then we can change this to yellow. And then I always I know some people say, some people might not go to this level, but I like it. So I want everything the same. So if I want to change this, the font style of this, so I click that, and then I go down here, and we see text. So we've gone down, settings, button, and then we go to text, and I want it to be Poppins again. And then I always just make, like I showed you, I just make this all products, shop all, sorry, what am I talking about? Shop all, so we go shop all. Okay, so there's our button there together like that. And then we have our coloring of our button. So if we want to change this, we just hit that. And then you've got background color, so that's a static color that it always is. And then you've got your text color, so that's a white. But if we want to change what it hovers to, so on this, I made it hover to black. So all we do is easy, you just go hover. It's currently on green, bit silly, we don't want that. We want black, and we hover that, and look at that. Easy as that, you've just created your button, okay, that hovers. And then when we want to create, once we've created this page, we just put our button in there. So we just put our link in there, and then it'll go to that page. So we're coming together. Okay, so then we want to put in our own image to the right here. Okay, so we're just going to go image here. We're going to hit X on that one. We're going to hit Browse Gallery. Now, you're not going to have the image that I have there, but you're just going to put in whatever image is representing for your brand. So for me, it's this nice mock-up image of my brand. Where is it here? So it's this one here. So I've put that in there because if I go into this a little bit more for you, a lot of people sometimes they make their hero section and they make it, and this is another thing from copywriting and the story brand perspective, is like they'll make their design and they'll have some person, I don't know, this is going to be a bad example, but they're going to have someone, doing a backflip. Obviously no one's going to do this bad, but I'm giving you an example. They have someone doing something that is not representative, or they have a picture that isn't representative of their brand. So the best thing you can do is have an image of your product. If you don't have that yet though, have something that is visionary to and in alignment and visionary to your product and what you want. So you could have an image here of someone happy and smiling face. You could have that there for whatever you like, something that's representative, have that image there. But ideally, put together your product images or something in this section here. The other option you have is you could remove this. If you think, I don't know what to put there, you could remove that like that, and then you could edit this element there. You could delete that. Oh no, we're going to delete the whole thing. So you could delete this and make it centered, and then we're going to go through here and center it like that, and then center it again. We're clicking this one, we're going down here, we center it, align center. Oh, we're not doing that, are we? We hit align center here, so hit that one, and there we go. So that's the thing sometimes about all these builders is you think you're clicking the right thing, but you're not. So we want to actually, we're not just moving the button, we're moving the whole row. So if something doesn't move, just try clicking in a different spot. So you click the button, and I've centered the button, but we want to actually center the row. So we'd hit that, and then we hit align center, and then you'd have the button in between. And why I'm showing you this is if you're thinking to yourself, Isaac, I don't have you know, I don't know what to have is on the right. That's okay. You could have this. You could have it like that. That's still clean looking. And then we go to here. We hit the background of it. So I've hit hero banner. I've clicked at the background. Make sure it says hero banner up there and you'll know you've clicked in the right section. Then you're going to move down, and what we can do is we can actually do banner image. So we can go image here, and we could go to image, and we can go to, you could upload. So you'd upload, so you just go to browse gallery here, and you drag an image in. I'm not going to show you, but you know, drag and drop. You drag it in here, you drop it there, and then what it's going to do is it's going to put it as your background. So I'm going to show you an example. Let's just go down through here, and let's pretend you wanted this woman here sitting there as your background. So then now you've got a background that is, you know, looks nice, looks clean, and it represents your brand. And you know, it's a bit easier for now if you don't know. Well, it's another option for now if you don't know what you want to put on the right, and then you could still have a nice, clean, cool, nice looking header. Now, if you wanted to make this look, this is a little bit more of an advanced step, but if you wanted to make this bigger so that we did the whole thing, we could go to here and we could go to advanced, and we could move this up. So notice that if I type in 50 up here, 150, it's making the image bigger. So I could go 150 there, 150 here within this section here, and now we've got that like that, and then we've started to make a nice big header. We could change that to white if you wanted. So remembering, you could click here, and then you can go to white, and then you could add a shadow if you wanted to. So you go to settings, you go to show more, and then you go add shadow, and then that's starting to add up there. And now what's going on with this one? That's been a bit strange for me. It must have a background. So there we go. So if you notice that yours is putting in, it might have had what this one is here. It's adding in a white background behind my actual writing. So it's just that one there. And we turn the opacity down to 0, okay? 0%. So then it's just a normal one like that. And we can change that to white as well. Again, I'm not stepping you through exactly how to do this, but I'm just giving you an example of what you can do to start. So we wouldn't actually want that. We wouldn't change this to 0 there like that, but we're just putting 150 on top of it so that it starts to make it nice and wider like that. So that's a quick example I'm giving you. I'm going to go Control Z till we get back to where we were, but that's an example of what you could do if that's what you wanted to do, if you're finding that you couldn't have it. But I really like this design like this. It's clean, crisp, so try and find something that is your representing of your product. And the beauty of like ChatGPT is you could easily, you could get a product mock-up created really easily on the right here. So you just hit that and hit X. I'm going to put in the one that I had here, and I'm just going to put in the one that I did there. Okay, so that is, that's how we can put our product image in there. Okay, so then that's our hero section done. So you want to make sure every 10 seconds it saves, but for my own, you know, peace of mind, I always just, as soon as I've finished a section, I hit save like that. Okay, so we're not going to hit publish yet because we're not making it live. So don't hit this one, just keep hitting save. So look at that, guys. As easy as that. Well, you might not right away just yet think it's easy, but I promise the more you use this, you're going to get better and better, and you're going to become a pro. Okay, so there is, like that, we've already replicated that incredible, nice, clean looking header as close as possible to what I did for you. Okay, so next thing we're going to go down to now is our informational section, our pane-based information section. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go add a blank section. So hit add blank section, and then we're going to elements. So we're going to add blank section, then we're going to elements. Then we're going to go to heading, and we're going to drop that in there. Okay, so we're just dropping a heading in, and then we're going to click this one, and we're going to go to the center, and then we're going to change the font to Poppins, and then we're going to change it to whatever headline we want, and we're going to go copy, and we're going to go paste that in there, and then we're going to put that there, and then we're going to go there, and then we're going to go put in another one. So all we're going to do, we're going to change that to yellow. What do we have? We had an uppercase as well. So we're going to change this to yellow. So we're going to go color on the heading. We're going to pick a color we like, and then I'm going to uppercase it. Again, easy way to do this is just hit transform. Easy as that. Now, this is when we're going to start doing the special speed up ways. We can speed up this job. We're just going to hit duplicate, and then we're going to have a double one now made like that, and then we're going to just hit down like this, so we don't have to do everything again. Then we're going to change this to our next setting. Do any of these sound familiar? And I'm going to put that in there, and then I'm going to change that to black, and then we've got that replicated now already. Easy as that, guys. We're coming together. And then we're going to put in a section here of our text. So we're going to go back to here. We're going to elements. We're going to go to text block. We're going to drag it below it, and then we're going to have our text block. So we're going to go to here, and we're going to copy and paste. We're going to put together our text block in there, put that in there, and then I'm going to center it, and then we're going to increase the font size. I'm going to make it about 28, and then I'm going to change it to Poppins, and look at that, we're starting to come together with that. And then we're going to put a button in, so we're going to go back to here, elements, button, drag a button, and we can put it in. Now, that would mean you had to build the whole button out again. Who wants to do that? We're trying to do this quickly and efficiently for you, so we're going to go delete, but I'm just showing you if you want to understand how to put a button in. So, but the quickest way, honestly, guys, is just to, hey, that one didn't, oh, it's because we went back, Control Z, so we can quickly change that back to black. So, we're going to just hit duplicate, and look at that, as easy as that, you've just made another button. Oh, wow, look at this. And then you're just going to hit that, and then you're going to hit, remember we hit row, so we hit, make sure we hit on the right section, and we hit center it, like that, align center, the button. So sometimes it's align the button, and if it doesn't move still, then you need to click the actual section and hit align to center as well. You want them both aligned, and then it'll be in the center. Okay, so if you notice here, it was a bit bigger. So all we need to do is just click this, and we just simply change the font size. So we come down here, we change the font size. Let's just say, how big was it? Pretty big. So we'll go like that. We'll just say that was about it. Now we want a bit of gap between there, so we like that gap. So I'm going to go to click on the button. Then I'm going to go to advanced. Then I'm going to go to 25 above it like that, and hit save. And cool. Now I've got that nice little gap between there, and we're ready to go with that. So that is now this section replicated. Now I know some of you are sitting there and you're thinking, Isaac, but I don't know what I'm going to put for my pain-based about. Like that's difficult. Like that's really hard. So I'm not a copywriter. I don't know what to write for this. I've got your back. Okay, so I'm going to show you a little trick that with ChatGPT just shows you, once you know what you're doing with it, is phenomenal. And I've built all this out so you can do it easily for yourself. Okay, so if you want, you can just go through and copy and paste in this section here, or you could copy that in there and put it in. But the easiest thing you would be to follow it along, put it in there for now, just so you've got the base. And then what I want to show you how to do, this is gonna wow you. But what we're gonna do is I'm gonna hit print screen. Or I don't know what that is on Mac, but anyway, do whatever is a print screen for you. So I've taken a photo of this section here, and then I'm going to go back to ChatGPT, and I'm going to go Control V, and now it's taken that section that I've just created, and I'm going to say to it, and I'm going to have these prompts in the document for you, but I'm going to say to it, please recreate this section here, but make it for my glass business following the same formula, but for this business. Okay. I did a little extra one on there for please, and I'm just going to hit there. Let's see what it comes up with. If it doesn't give a good one because it is a pretty bad example of a glass one, it'll do a lot better with whatever yours is. I've got another example ready here. If this one doesn't work, we're going to see live while I'm recording this what comes up. So I'm just going to replicate it. It's taken that image, it's going to look at it, and it's seen everything here. And look at that. So it's done it. You know, ChatGPT never ceases to amaze me. But remember, I've done the hard work for you. I've figured out the copy and the good design, structure that works. You just need to plug and play it. Okay, so I just copied and pasted the screenshot of what I had there, and now it's done it for you. So it's like, are you ready to see your space differently? That's so good. Do any of these sound familiar? You're craving more beauty in your everyday life. Oh my God. Your space feels functional but not inspiring. Da 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 da. So it's all pain, but you're tired of generic homeware that lacks soul. Okay, this is just crazy, and you don't have to settle for ordinary. Your brand name, whatever it is, brings handcrafted designs to awaken the senses. Each design is made to feel seen, felt, and remembered. And then you'd have the button there. And this is, honestly, it's just amazing. I never am ceased to be amazed by ChatGPT, but that's what you can now do for your business. Just copy this, just take a screenshot, put it in, and ask it to follow the formula. And easy as that, you're going to have now a powerful one for yourself. So let's just pretend I liked that and I wanted to go with that. So I just keep, are you ready to see your space differently? I just copy that and I'd go and put that in there, and then I'd go this tagline here and I hit that and I'll just bam, paste it in there, and then I go here and I go here and I would copy this here like that, and then I just hit Control A, so it puts it all in, backspace, bam, look at that. And then you put in your brand name, and I'm just going to call it Amazing Glass Creations, and then you can put that in there, and then, you know, we want to put a bit more spacing, so I might do that, and there, as easy as that. And I'd probably do, from a design perspective, I'd do that too. But there you go, easy as that. You've now got one built for you. That's, if you follow along, you've got one that's going to be like, do any of these sound familiar? It's like, you are this, you are that, you are like, so they're the pain things that people are dealing with. So they're like, yeah, shit. Well, that is like how I feel. Like, I do feel kind of those things. And then you don't have to settle for ordinary, it's said, and your brand, whatever it is, brings handcrafted designs, da 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 da. And then, easy as that, guys, you've just got your own one that we just came up with. So absolutely amazing, as you can probably tell. I'm just going to backtrack back to what we had it. Okay, so that is now our section done. So that's our section here done. We can hit save. Look at this, guys, we're flying through. We've got these two sections done already now, okay? So now I'm going to do the as featured in section for you. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to choose templates, and we're going to go to templates here, and then we're going to go to, sections, and then we're going to go to brands, and then as easy as this, guys, look, you've got it ready to go. You can hit preview if you want to see what it looks like. And then you can go through and put in yours in there. So you just hit add to page. And now you've got this ready to go. So you could just hit as featured in. Now I want to change that to bold, so I'm going to hit bold. Then I'm going to go to pop-ins. Then I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Yep. And then each of these individually, you're going to put your own images in there. Now I'm not going to walk you through how to put each one in. I'm just going to give you a basic idea. So the in the document, in the free document below that I've linked for you, regardless of if you get the template, I'm going to have like the file sizes for each thing that you want to have dimension-wise in Canva. And then all you need to do is just copy that file size, put the logo inside of there through Canva. So if you want to understand how to use Canva again, I'll put out more videos with time, but you can also just backtrack and have a look at the other one that I did explaining how to create it in Canva. Just pretty much follow the same thing I did. You would just put it in, you go into Canva, you'd put it into the center of the design, and then you just download it, and then you would just upload it. You'd hit Browse Gallery, you'd drag it in here, drop it in there, and then you would have one, and then you'd go, oh, look at that, I've got Healthline. You make it your own, okay? I'm not going to walk you through all that because I know a lot of you aren't going to have this featured section, so I'm not going to waste too much time on it. But I'm just showing you how easy that is to put that in, okay? And the reason we have that is just that it looks powerful as hell. And so once you do have some as featured in, even if it's a podcast or it's something, that's going to help you really, really stand out. Okay, so that section done. Now let's go on to our next section, which is the top seller section. Or for you guys, your case, it's going to be what I like to call, or what is called, the featured section. So this is just where you're going to feature 4 of your products. You could have 8, you could have 6. I've chosen 4. Like you could have 6, so you could have 3 and then 3 in a row. But I've chosen 4. It fit for this brand and what I wanted to do. So you can choose that. I'll show you how to do, more or less if you want to do. But in you guys' case, top sellers isn't really going to be applicable because you're not going to have a top selling. You're not going to have a top sellers yet because you're just starting your store. But you can easily just call it your your recommended or your featured. So let's go through and let's create this for us. So in order to do this section, obviously the first easy thing to do is just going to be, we're going to put in a headline. So if we go to elements, and one easy way that I just could do this too is we just duplicate that, and then we grab it and we hit, see whether there's these 6 dots like that. It's like a grab icon, and we can just drag that here, and then we put that there, and then top sellers, and we can make that top sellers, and then we could make it bigger like that. Now for you guys, like I said, you're not going to, top sellers isn't going to be applicable, so we're going to do featured, a featured section like that. So this is just going to be, just pick 4 of your products, 6 of your products, whatever you want to do. Just pick 4 of your products, 6 of your products, whatever you want to do, and you think is going to be the most, ones that you want to sell or the most of, or that are most expensive, or whatever you feel is going to be the one you want to feature, the look the best. Completely up to you, but I'm going to show you how we can do that. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put it in a product section. So we can just do search to make it easier. So we can just type in product. So we're going to do a product list. So essentially this is a list that you add in, and then once you add that in, it's just gonna, we can give it either we want to do a collections list, or we can even choose to feature whatever products we want to put there. So if I just drag that and put that there like that. Okay, so we've added in our products here, and if you follow along from the beginning, you would have seen the section on where I showed you how we actually added in our own products in here. Now, you could either do you might be someone out there who's doing their own products, like this mock store where it's these supplements, and yes, I'll fix that up and make them look neater. Or it could be a print on demand. If you want to go back to the section on products, where I go into putting your products in, go back to that section, and go over it again if you've missed it somehow, and it'll go into how we can actually add products. For now though, we're going to go through and we're going to add in our products section in here. Okay, so once the products are loaded in. It's just about going and finding our products. So I'm going to pretend that they didn't show up yet, so I'm going to exit out of them. And I'm going to pretend that I picked my products, so I'd hit pick, and then all the products that you've added so far will end up there. And you're just going to tick the ones you want to add in. So I'm going to say I want all 4 of these, hit save. Then it's going to add them in. And then you can see here. So just say you wanted to have 6 across like that. You wanted to have 4, go back to 4, you wanted to have 2. You can change that around. But I like to do 4 like that. Again, you could also have 3, and you could have 3 on, like you could have double up the row and have another one added in. So if I just say I deleted 1 and I just did 3 like that, and then I got this and I then duplicated this, then I've got 6 on top of each other like that. Okay, so that's how you could have 6 rows. So you just simply go down to 3, you're on grid, and then you click on it in the section of it, so the actual section, and then hit that and then duplicate. It's just going to do everything you did again. But I'm just going with 4 for here, so I'm going to go on here and delete one of these. Or I might just backspace, that's easier. So going back to this, I wanted 4, so I'm going to put in back to here, product element. Now if you ever get lost and you're like, well, where are my products? I can't edit them. Remember, it's product element, and then that allows you to go to the section where you can edit the products. So if I go pick a product, I wanted to have 4, so I'm going to pick a 4th one there, and then I'm going to go back to 4 here. And then I like to clean this up a bit. So the first thing I want to do is get the images sitting well. So it's on square. We want to change that to original. So then it keeps it to the original height that we uploaded them in. And then I want to go through and delete these. So the headings. And they're done, because from my perspective, you don't need all that. Most websites, they won't put the titles as well. You just need the images. So that is our featured section done. Remember, you can change these to whatever you want by clicking on any of the ones and hit product element, and then go pick products, pick all your products, and then play around with the ones that you want to feature on there. By rule of thumb, feature ones that cost the most, you're going to make the most money from, or design wise look the best and will look good on the home page. Those 2 ones would make the most sense to add onto your featured. And then once you have products that are actually the best sellers, you could change this to best sellers, and you could make a best sellers list that just featured all the ones that were the best sellers. But for now, that is now our featured section done, which we call top sellers in this one. Okay, so there's that done. I'm going to hit save like I always do. Because as we said, it's cool. It's good that it saves every 10 seconds, but I just for the, peace of mind, always save it after I've completed something. So the next thing is this cool section here. So shop by collection. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're just going to simply we're going to duplicate that. I'm going to drag that down. I'm going to put this here like that, okay? And then we're going to change this to shop by collection. So by now you're starting to see, once we've started to build things out, how much quicker things can become for building websites. So I just simply clicked on that one, I clicked right click, and then I hit duplicate. And then now I was able to put it down here, retype it, and then there we go. So shop by collection. Now this section here looks difficult, but you guys are here, you're getting better and better at what you're doing. So you're going to go add blank section, then you're going to go row, and you're going to go 4 row like that. So you're going to drag that in there. It's because we had 1, 2, 3, 4. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go here, and we're going to go for image. So I'm going to drag an image in there. And then we're going to go headline, heading. I'm going to do that. So you might be thinking, well, how the hell do you get icons that are fitting for my for brands. So the easiest way to do that I've just used for years now is a free site where you can get icons, just literally called flat icon. So go to flaticon.com. Now, we were looking for energy. So you want to pick 4 collections. Remember, we can do more collections. I say 4 to maybe 6 at most. 4 is a good amount, and it doesn't need to be, just say you're thinking, but I have heaps more than that. You just say you had like 20 or something. You're not going to have 20 here, but think of 4, 5, 6 that are going to be your main ones, and then make them your standard collections. But again, I think anywhere from like 3 to maybe 10 collections at most, and in terms of actually having ones showcased, maybe anywhere from like 3 up to about 8 at most, or 6. But I've chosen 4 here. It just felt the most clean and on brand. So you can choose 4 as well, and just figure out what your collections are going to be. So you could, just to give you an example here, if you're thinking, well, I don't know what collections to break my thing down into, you could just say to ChatGPT, you could say, what types of collections could I break my brand into on Shopify? And then it's going to come in and it's going to come up with collections. So you've got drinkware, vases, bowls. They've got 8. Okay, so we're really 7 because not a lot of people might have custom, so might have 7 like that. So limited editions, wall art, lighting, decor, traditional vases, drinkware. And remember, you wouldn't need to do every one of those ones that it said. You could if you wanted, but that's a quick way to figure out, oh, okay, here's going to be my core collections that I can then integrate into this site. Okay, so let's just pretend I'm showing you this one. So we're going to do energy. So all we're going to do is I just type on flat icon, I type in energy, and then we're going to look through and you find the one you like. I picked this one, and then you're just going to download it. Now you can edit it. You've got different options here where you can have it colored, you can have whatever you want, or you can have like a more stencil version. I chose just the black one. Now the cool thing about flat icon is you sign up for a free account, completely free. I'm already signed in, but you sign up, you can go edit icon, and just say you're choosing brand wise, you want it to be like that yellow that I had, or the yellowish, goldish color. You could pick that, and then you could download that, put it on your site, and you could have it on brand. But I chose black because I was going to have the gold writing underneath. You could have the gold image. You could have the gold image with underneath black writing. Just whatever you feel you want to do. Just know that you can change those to whatever color you want if you sign up for a free account with flat icon. But I'm just, for the sake of today and this one, we're just going with black. So we're just going to go PNG. We're going to go 520 pixels, and we hit free download. Okay, so that's going to download for me, and then I'm just going to hit flash. Okay, so that's downloaded, and then I'm going to go back to here, click on here, and hit browse gallery. Then I'm going to click flash that I just downloaded, drag it into there, and it's going to be put in there for me. Now you notice it's a lot bigger, so I'm going to show you how you can make that smaller. But then we're going to go change this here to energy. And I'm going to center it, text align, center. We've clicked on this one. We've clicked text align, center. Now we're going to change it to Poppins. I'm going to change it down, right down like that. Then we're going to change it to color, energy, like that. It's actually the wrong yellow, but we're going to go this one. Okay, so we want to make this smaller. So all we need to do with that is go to unlink these two, and then so that's unlinking so that it doesn't try to make them, so it doesn't change them simultaneously and keep them linked up. And we're just going to do 150 by 150, and that looks about the same size we did there. And then if we want to add some spacing to it, we click here, and then we go advanced, and then we go 25. Okay, so we've clicked on there, on the icon, we've hit advanced, then we've gone on to the spacing, and this second box, not this one, this second box, we hit 25, and then we've got that to size now. Okay, and I'm going to hit save. Now, the easy way to go through and do all these icons is, I'm not going to show you every single one now because now you understand how to do it, but you would go find each one individually. I'm going to put that there, duplicate that again, change that there, duplicate that again, change that there, and then we're going to click this. I want to go duplicate, drag it underneath. If it wants to drag, didn't want to drag under there, and then duplicate, drag under there, and then duplicate, and then drag under there. Okay, so assuming you've gone through and you've selected 4 different icons for each one, you just type in whatever the one is. So each one of these, focus, I'm going to just do that, make it easier for me. Focus, longevity, and gut health. Let's just see, they're the 4 that I chose for this one. Remembering that you can go to ChatGPT, pick your 4 from there, just copy and paste it, just say one was home decor, and this one was home decor. Then I could just type in home decor. And I could find one I liked, and maybe I liked that one there. And you do that, and then you just hit download, free download, download that, and then go to here, home decor, and we want to put that in uppercase. And bold, and we change this to home decor. So we just go click on that settings, and you go back to here. You're going to hit exit on the image that you did, hit browse, pull that across home decor, and then, oh, we didn't load. Look at that. We'll go again. Sometimes, yeah, there we go. Okay, so look at that, cool as. So that could be your collection if that was for you, so your home decor, okay? But I'm going to go back to what I had it, which was gut health, like that. Have those 4 done, and for the magic of the video, I can just click my fingers, and it's done. So look at that. Click the fingers, and we've got those in there. So now we're looking like that one there. Look at that section there. Let's keep on moving on. So next one is, okay, so next part is our quality you can trust section. So this is really important for, you know, just building that trust, that initial trust with your potential customers and your audience coming to your website. So what we want to do is we're going to create this section here. So this is one's quite easy to make. So we'll just go to choose templates, and then we're going to go to guarantee trusted badges. That's it. So trusted badges. So this one here, okay, so you can see it looks like the one that we have. So just go add to page. Okay, so we've got most of our work already done for us. Now, this is an interesting one that I removed because it's like most people aren't probably going to do right from the get-go when they're starting a business, free shipping worldwide. Maybe you want it and you can keep that. But for a lot of businesses, that's probably not going to be applicable. So we're going to remove that and go to 3 like that. So all I did was clicked on there and then hit up here the layer to 3. Okay? So now we want to make this a little bit wider, and we also want to add in our title and to change the color. So quality you can trust. So we're going to get title. So go back to section. We're going to go to heading. I'm going to put the title in here. Now it's been funny on me. So we want to see a line. There we go. So we want to see the line needs to come up where it's basically the whole thing. So that means it's going to add it above that, not within. So if I do it there, it would add it within the actual, these sections here. So we want to have it, again, we want to have it the full one. This is a little temperamental. There we go. Come on. I should have changed it. Okay, I'm going to grab it again. There we go. So, might take a little bit of playing around. So you're going to put it there, and so we've added that in, and we're going across to the center, and we're going to go change that to yellow with a goldish color that we've been using, and then I'm going to change that to, what do we have again? Quality you can trust. Just going to put that in there. Now, as you can see, it's quite a bit bigger, so we're going to change that. So now, obviously, this is actually going to be white. I've got used to making things yellow, but this is going to be white this time. But we're going to change this to yellow. Now, to ensure that we get the right color, we're going to click this one, and then we're going to go to color. I want to click here, and these are going to be all your recent colors, and I'm just going to click that one there. Okay, so we went more goldish tinge for that. Yeah, okay, so we're going to go there. And then space-wise, what do we got there? Okay, so space-wise, we're going to add maybe a little bit here. So we're going to click the heading and go to advanced. And we're going to hit 25 down here. There we go, that's better. And then we're going to hit this one. And we're going to go to settings. And we're going to go make it larger. So that is about, go there. That's pretty much our quality section done. Yep, nice and just size like that. And there's a lot you can do. Like you can play around with it. You could change this. You keep changing the size to there, but I liked it on about 70. Okay, and we can go through there. So that's done. Hit save. We're going to move on to the next section. Okay, so now we're going to move on to this section here. So our differentiating section, our section of like what makes us different. So here we've got the optimal supplement different. You would have the, whatever your brand name is, difference, and then some kind of tagline down underneath. And now you understand ChatGPT enough that you could replicate this. I'm going to show you a way to speed it up again for yourself. So what we're going to do now is go through and we'll find the base template that I used to build this, and then we'll make it our own. Okay, so we're going to go through to homepage. We're going to go to choose templates. Now, a little bit different with this one. Instead of going to our sections, we're going to go to templates. And for whatever reason, I can't find the design that I found that we used actually in the sections on its own. So we have to actually install a whole page, but that's okay. I'll show you how we can do that. And you're going to then see what it's like if you could speed up the process by finding a page already made and make it your own. Okay, so but we're going to use it for one section, which is the beauty of Gempages. So I'm going to hit add to page. And then when this comes up here, we don't want to replace the fonts, and we want to keep all the current sections of the page. So we're going to hit add to page. And now it's added in that heading again. We already created that hero, so we're going to delete that. And there's the section that we want there, but all the rest we're going to delete. So we're going to delete that. We're going to delete this section. We're going to delete this section. We're going to delete whatever that one's going to be. Delete it. We're going to delete frequently asked questions. We're going to do an FAQ. We're going to do it on its own separate page for SEO. And then, yeah, I'm not a fan of that footer either. So I'm going to leave that footer. And that one too. Okay, there you go. It didn't take too long. So now we've got this here as our base. Okay, now we're going to edit it to make it our own. So first thing we're going to do is put our headline in. So you would put whatever your brand name is, the difference. So we're going to put in the optimal supplements difference. I'm going to change the font to Poppins, and then I'm going to change it to uppercase here. Okay, so we've got that, and then we're going to go to the yellow color, and then to speed this up, I'm just going to go duplicate it. I'm going to delete this, so I'm right clicking everything, delete. So right click on there, duplicate. Okay, you can also click it. Another way is click it and hit this little icon here, and then it will do a double one for you. Okay, so we're going to click on that one. We're going to go keep pressing this down, and we're going to change that to black. And we're going to change it to our line here, optimal supplements, optimal performance. You can just ask ChatGPT, think of a smart one-liner that I can put for my business, my brand, and you can ask it to base it off what we have here. Remembering that in the document that I've added for you guys, I have all the different, text added there, so you can even just ask it to replicate this whole thing, okay, for you. So you could do the screenshot idea, or you could put in, you could put in each of the different sections for you. But I'll have screenshots of each section of the website so that you can essentially, put it in for you for it, or you can go through and just copy and paste the different information in and then screenshot it across, or just, come up with your own, using your own ideas for it. Alrighty. So it's failed us for once. The old cheeky duplicate hasn't worked, so we're going to go the old-fashioned way of just putting a heading in ourselves. We're going to put it below it. I'm going to go to the center, and then we're going to change this to optimal supplements, optimal performance. Paste that in there. There we go, now it's working, of course. And then we're going to go here, and we're going to make that uppercase. And then cool, so you're going to make that a bit smaller, like that. Hit save. So we're coming together, looking pretty similar, okay? So, and then we want to change this. So I just selected an image we already had again, so select your product image here. So we're going to change this, hit X, delete that. Browse gallery. I know that you guys know how to drag your own image in now, so you're going to drag your own image and put your product in. I'm going to put this one in. So we've got those there. Okay, so we're coming together like that. And then if we go through here and we change these here, so we're just going to put that to Poppins and change that to orange here, uppercase. So we're going to change that to uppercase. Like that. So we had science backed, and we're going to put that there and hit science backed and then put that in there. Okay, so I'm not going to show. Okay, so we're putting that in there. Okay, and then we're going to change the font size. So for here I had about, I'm pretty sure I had 20, so I had 20 on there, and we want to remember, we want to change it to Poppins. And we've got that one there. So there's our science backed version there. We actually had a different yellow I'm seeing now. We had the more gold tinge, which does actually look nicer. So we've got that there like that, more in line with that. So now coming through. Okay, so and remembering that in the description below, I don't want to keep always, harping on about it, but giving a lot of value away for free. And in the document, I've got each of these sections with the content that I have, so you can essentially just copy and paste them into ChatGPT and then ask it to replicate the same thing for you. And what we want to do is, one last thing you might end up running into is we want to center this a bit more. So we want it in between these here. So what we're going to do is grab this one here and we're going to go to 50. So all I did was click the image and then I hit the image, then I hit advanced, and then I hit 50 up here, and then that's going to put it in the center of these two like that. Okay, cool. So that is that section done. Now, again, another quick way you can figure out how to do this fast on your own is actually if you go through, so in the document that I'm going to have linked down below, I'm going to have each of the sections as an image that you can, download, and then you could put into ChatGPT. So let's just pretend that you want to help with figuring out this section here. So you could hit, I'm doing print screen, but you can do, you can download the image and then drop it into here. So let's just pretend you've dropped it in there. So there's a section there that we're doing. So we're doing this section here, and we want to make it for your brand. So I've got it for this glass design brand here, and then I'm just going to say to ChatGPT, I'm going to go through and then I'll go to can you remake this section and info for my glassware brand, and then you just say that, whatever your brand is, and then what it's going to do is you're going to have your brand name difference, and then whatever your brand name is, and then Artful Glassware, uploaded spaces. So cool, it's done something similar to that. And then it's got the 4 there. So it's got handcrafted, non-toxic materials, one of a kind, fast shipping. And now you could just go through and click each of those. So you go handcrafted, and you can go here, and you can put that in there, and then go through here, copy that, and put that into there, like that. And then it didn't actually copy it that time. I copied it. So you could go back here and you copy that one there, and then you can put that in there, and then you've got those there like that. So again, if you download the document, you can go through and you can easily copy and paste the image in there, and then just ask it to replicate that entire section for your brand. So that's another easy way to go around and do that, and then just copy and paste it like I've shown you how to do there. So now on to the next section. So this section here that looks nice and clean, it looks like you're looking through a window, and you can change this whatever image you want. I'm going to show you how to build it out, and you have this section here of a title. So what we're going to do for that is we go through, firstly we want to add a blank section, and then we've got this here. So we've added a blank section. We're going to hit that, so it goes to our whole section. Then we're going to go where it says background. We're going to hit image, and then we're going to pick an image to be in the background. So what we're going to do is find an image on here. So I just found the image of this woman here through a free stock website, a really good one called Pexels. All royalty free, which means you're not going to get charged. There's no copyright on them. And so let's just say, I don't know, woman sitting on ground happy. See if I can come up with the same image I found. Let's see if it does. Might not. But I'm just giving you an example. Let's have a look. Okay, well that's... But yeah, so let's just say you picked this one here. It felt applicable for your brand, for your business for some reason. So that was the one that you liked. So all you need to do is click this image here, and then you'll hit download. Now we don't want to do the original because 6,000 by 4,000 is way too big. You're just going to go 1920 by 1280. Click that one and hit download selected size. And then it's going to download for us. Let's see what size it was, 250 kilobytes, so that's fine. So then we're going to pretend that we're going to add in, just showing you how to add in an image. So you go browse gallery, and then you've got that one there, you drag it across, put it there. And then you've got the image added in at the back there. So the cool thing we can do with this image is we can go to make it fixed, so that when you move through, it'll move. But we want to actually have a title in there so that it actually fits there better, and we want to have the title in there. So we have the title here, we drag and drop it in. So remember, we just went to sections. So I just went to here, sections, elements, and then I added it in there. And then I'm going to center, align center, and then I'm going to grab this and I'm going to change this to, what do we have there? Feel better, think sharper, live full. Okay, so we're just going to put there. You can come up with your own line. Again, you can use ChatGPT. You're probably getting better at it now, understanding how to use it so that you can easily create some kind of 3-word line to go there that's on brand for your brand. So, but we're going with this one here, and now I'm going to make that uppercase. So we're going to change that there like that. And then we're going to do clicking on this one so that we can extend this out. We're going to click on the header, then we're going to hit advanced. Probably starting to get used to this now. I'm going to do like 150 by 150 at the bottom. What's that going to give us? 150 by 150. Yeah, okay, what's it done there? Oh, it's done 1050. So what we had there, we had that at probably, we probably didn't do 150. Let's do like 100 by 100, like that. There we go. And that's looking like how we had it there. And then we do this. We can make that, change the font, so we can click that and go to settings and then font. And remember, we chose Poppins, and we've got that. And then we can change it bigger like this. And then that is easily how you did the section, like that. So you can now, so remember, we've clicked the image. When we've uploaded it, we've gone down to show more, and then we've gone down to this attachment, and then we've gone to fixed. So it's fixed in a position, so when it moves, it's like you're looking through like that. Okay, so for the sake of the fact that I'm making it look like this one here, I'm just going to quickly put in my one that I chose there. Okay, so I've put in the image that we originally had there, that we had on here on the website there, like that. However, you'll notice that compared to the image that I found for you guys, a different one, that it's actually, you can't read it entirely in certain spots, but on this one we can. Okay, so what we can do with that, and so to fix that, we need to add a little bit of shadow. So all I do is I click on here, so I click the text, and then I hit show more. Sorry, this one under here, show more, and then I go to shadow, and I add in basic amount of shadow, and then I can go blurriness to 5, like that, and now it comes up there. So I've got it on about distance of 4, blurriness of 5, and now it shows up a lot better on there. Okay, so there is that section there done. Okay, so next one, we're moving on, is this section here. Okay, so this is a really powerful one that you can have on there. Now, of course, may not be fully applicable for your brand or your business, but knowing how to create something like this, very powerful to know. And if it does, you can find a way to make it work. You're going to be light years ahead of anyone else with their Shopify business and that, at least when you're first getting started. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how we can recreate this for yourself. So what you want to do is go to choose templates, and then you're going to go down through here, and we're going to go back to the sections part, and then just reminding myself, yeah, we're doing that. So we're going to do a compare, and then we're going down here until we find this one here. Okay, so you're going to hit add to page, and now as you can see, it's picked its own pre-built image that you can do there. So you've got 2 images to add in there. Okay, so essentially the way that you would create this is you go through, and firstly I want to change this coloring, so make that white, so it's a bit grey, so make it white so it fully blends in. And then to recreate that, we're going to change it to this here, so I'm going to change that to quality inside and out, and then I'm going to change the sizing to massive like that, like this, and then the text underneath, so we're going to change that to Poppins, and then we're going to change this to this here, copy and paste that, put that in there, and then we're going to go to make that unbold, okay, it's been a bit silly with me, so I'm going to delete that and add my own in. Text block, add that in there, and then copy that through. We're going to put that there like that, and then we're going to make it Poppins, and then you're going to make it bigger to about that size there, maybe 24. Yep, and then we're going to add a button in, so again we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's just go up and use a button we already created, and we're just going to hit duplicate, and we're just going to grab that one, and we're going to drag it all the way down, and then you're going to put it down under there. Okay, and then we just want to align it to the left, so we're going to click the button and then hit here and hit align to left like that, and then we've got all that. Okay, so now on to and what do we have there for the text? We had shop the range. I just wanted to change it up a bit. Shop the range. Okay, so we've got that. Okay, so then on to the image comparison section. So this is a little bit more advanced step to do, but I'm going to show you through in a quicker, more basic way, overview of how to do it, and then I might make a video down the track of explaining it even in more detail, dedicated video. But for the sake of this one, I'm going to do one basically going over how to do it. So essentially it's what's called an image comparison. So you click here, and if you see here, it's got your first and your second image. You can change what you want it to look like depending on what you like. I prefer where you can move it horizontally, left to right like that. So you just essentially pick the first and the second image. Okay, so I'm going to briefly go over how to do this how I did this in Canva. So again, it's a little bit more advanced because it might not be applicable to every brand, but it's cool and a cool thing to know. So if you see in my Canva here, I've got 2 images. I've got the first one here, I've got this version here, and then this version here. Okay, so that's the top one, that's the one on the inside. So all I did to create these, just to give you an idea, is I chatted with ChatGPT and I asked it, I was explaining to it, I'm doing a comparison image where it's like an X-ray vision seeing inside the supplement. I said, could you create for me firstly the image of the supplement on the outside? It created that, and then I asked, now can you do another version which is like the X-ray on the inside, and then ChatGPT created that on the inside for me. So then I ended up with these 2 images here like that, and then what I go through then and do is I put them in. So I'm going to pretend that I've gone through, I'm not going to download them all again. So I'm going to click here and I'm going to go to Browse Gallery, is it still in my one? For some reason it's not, so I'm going to have to into it again. So you just hit delete, and then we're going to delete the second one. I'm going to hit first, so we make sure we do the first one first. Then we're going down through all my downloads of it. If I go down, it was image 1 version 2, image 1 version 2, minimized like that. So we go like this, and then we're going to put that in there. Okay, so I'm going to have to do browse, and then there, put that in there. So drag that in there, let it load. Okay, so there's our first image, and then second image, browse first, and then we drag it across. There we go, drag that across there, put that in there. And cool, so now we've got the one there doing it. Now you'll notice that it's actually slightly off center, but that's because it's obviously not the two images that I perfectly synced up for myself for this. But for the sake of this video, we're going to just show you through. So we've got those two there. Now we want to make this a little bit smaller because it's way too big. So we're going to go down to, and this thing here too is just showing you when it starts up where you want it to be. So it starts on 50%, which looks cool because you can swipe through like that. We could make it maybe, we could even do cover. No, we'll do contain. So contain, scale, contain, 4.3. Let's go 16.9. Nah. I'm just going to try these different ones. So I don't mind that either, even though it looks a little bit different to this one. You can just play around because your images, if you do this, are going to be slightly different in terms of their sizing and everything. But if we go down to 3/4, 2/3, I probably liked 4/3 for now. We can have it like that, just so you guys can see it. So look at that. So all I did was I created two separate images, an outside and an inside, using ChatGPT, and then I went through and did the first image as the outside, the second image on the inside, and now that when you go like that, you can see inside the supplement. Now, like I said, it's a little bit off there because it's not actually the two images that I've perfectly made in here that line up perfectly. But for the sake of you guys being shown through today, you get the idea. That gives you a pretty good idea of how to do it, and it looks absolutely amazing and awesome. So yeah, so we're just going to hit save on that section. So moving on down further, the next section we want to move on to is, and again, remember, this is just giving an example of what you can do. Whether you're actually going to add this is another thing, but now you know how to do it. And we can go down the track. I'll likely do a in-depth video on this. Okay, so the next one I want to do is a really powerful and important one, which is the customers section. So this is your testimonial section. This is where if you've started to have like Google reviews, or if you don't have them yet, don't worry, you don't have to have this just yet, but it's what's called social proof. So it's a really powerful thing to have on a website, especially on Shopify, if you want to stand out, and build that initial trust, because people need to know, hey, do other people actually purchase this? Is this worth buying? Because ever since Amazon and Amazon reviews, everyone checks reviews these days. So obviously when you're first starting out, you're not going to have reviews, but as soon as you start getting some, I would add them in using this method that I'm going to show you now. So this one's actually really easy to create, so it's just about going through and doing it. So here we're just going to go to choose templates, and then we're going to go to testimonials, and then we're going to pick the one that I liked, which was this one here, and then we're just going to click add to page, and then see there, so you've got that added in, and then I'm just going to change that to what customers are saying. Oh, it already has that, doesn't it? And then, but we're going to add this one here because I prefer that. So just pretend, but you could have what they have. Our customer advocates are 24/7 support, whatever you want to have there. But I like to have that there, added in. And I do not know why it's adding that, but anyway, we've got that. So we're going to change these. We're starting to get used to this. We're going to change it to Poppins. We're going to make that uppercase. I'm going to make this Poppins as well. I'm going to make that uppercase. So transform, uppercase, settings. I'm going to change that. I'm going to change that color to gold. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. I'm going to make this one bigger as well to look like that. Yeah, cool. So we're getting that there. And then this section here. So I'm not going to go through adding them in, as in I'm not going to go through and add in all the real ones, but I'm going to show you how you can do it. So you can click here and then you can just edit that. So you could copy and paste in your one in there and put in whatever was your so whatever was, just say you had this one here, you had a review here, you can just click that and it adds it in. And then you can change the heading and then change it into there, and you can change this here, change icon picker. But if you get a little bit confused with this, like adding in more and everything, it doesn't need the stars per se. You can always delete it. It's not really a necessary thing 100% of the time, especially considering people don't always leave reviews, or as in starred reviews. So this one can be a cleaner, easier way for you to do. So you start getting those reviews in and you can add them in. So if we click here, it's just it's what's called a carousel. So if I click carousel there, it's showing all the different settings here. So you see there's 4 slides in here, so you can individually go through each slide like that. So if I click this, it's taken me all the way through to this one, and I can edit that one and change it through here. So just remembering, you click carousel and that'll see within the actual testimonial section in here, and then you can change all this, which I just say just leave it as is. It doesn't need to be changed, but you can play around with it if you like. Just see what you start to like. So you can just move those dots, you can have none, just whatever you want to have. Okay, I prefer pretty much what it had there, and you can go through like that. Okay, so yeah, another cool thing you can have, if you have lots of reviews, you can hit autoplay and it'll just start playing through the previews on its own, on like that. So if you had a lot, that can be pretty cool, but if you've only got a couple, probably not necessary. Okay, so that is then the testimonials section. So if we go back now, we're going to move on to our next section, which is our social media section here. Okay, so if we go through to, so this section here, this one is, as you can tell, it looks really clean, looks really good, and this is a really powerful way for you to stand out on with your brand and like create a way that's, you know, interactive, and you know they can click here and they would have your Instagram or your TikTok or whatever you're on. You might be on Twitter, you might be on, or X as it's called, or just depending on whatever you're with, you could change those, and I'm going to show you how you can do that. Okay, but as you can see, that's a really clean looking little section to have your social media added in. And you just, again, this is another form of what's called social proof. So if you have social proof like this, it means that, you know, it just helps you build that trust with people more. And again, looking as clean and crisp as this, like you're already looking like a really well established professional brand, and you can build that authority really quickly and that trust. So I'm going to show you how you can do this one really easy as well. So we're just going to go to choose templates, and then we're going to go through to social proof. I'm quite sure it's under that. And then let's see if it was under social proof. Yes, it was. Look at that. So it's this one here. So you're going to just hit add to page. So we're going to do it like follow along, feel better, live full. So that was the one we decided on for this brand a little bit back. So I'm just going to put that in there and So we've got that. Now you might be wondering, well, how did I do the different color? So all you do is just select the one section of text you want, and you can do that. And I'd advise do it with your brand color you chose, and then you can go, let's say it was blue, and then you wanted to have that there. Okay, and now for this section here, these are just static images, but you can choose to have like an image of one of your social media posts, or if you're thinking, I don't have a lot yet, you can just pick any image that you think is fitting, that feels like fitting for whatever text and your social media you have here. So you could just pick 4, and you know how to do that now, so I'm not going to show you how to do that, but you would just hit browse gallery. Sorry, you would hit this here, you would find an image that you like. You could again go back to the pixels thing, you could add in your image, and then it would add it there for you. Okay, so that's how you could change those, and just put 4 that you feel are the most fitting, and then we can have that there. So let's just make that gold so that it's fitting here. Okay, so now on to how to change this. So this is really super simple. So you can just go through and you can click this, and you can change this to just make, maybe it was 1,000. So you could just change that to 1,000, and you could have that as 25,000 plus, and you could have whatever many followers you have. Maybe you have 1K, or you have 500,000. Whatever you have. Okay, so I'm doubting many of you have 500,000, but just an example. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, well, I don't have much of a following yet, that's not going to be very helpful. What you can do is you can click on here, and you can simply just delete it, and you can have just your social media. So you can have that, remove that, and then in that section as well, and remove that. And then you would have the 2 icons there, which, to be honest, actually looks still really clean. And I may even go as far as to say that it actually looks better that way without all the added text. It looks a little bit cleaner. So you can have those added there like that, added on there. So yeah, as you can see, pretty simple, but looks very, very effective. And then if you wanted to go through and actually add your social media to it, so you can click on the Instagram icon there, and then if you go to source URL, and then you can put in your Instagram there, and then you click the TikTok, and then you can put in your TikTok URL there. So just thinking, if you're thinking to yourself, okay, but what if I don't want to change one of these to something else? Just say you wanted to make one of them YouTube. So if we wanted to do that, we'd go back to that website called Flat Icon. So if we go through here and we go back to there, and let's just type in YouTube, and then you put that there, and then we've got, I like the look of that one, yeah, so we're going to go to that. So we're going to click download, free download, and you hit YouTube download there, and then you can go back to it here, and you can hit change this image, hit X on there, and hit browse gallery. And then remember what we're doing, we drag the YouTube section into there, and then it didn't load properly. We're going to go again. Okay, so cool. So that looks awesome like that too. They are a little bit off center because they're different size images, but given that they're the real icons, it's fine. So that's how you do that section there. And as you can see, it looks super clean, professional, and it'll help you really stand out with your brand with having something like that, as opposed to most other, Shopify stores that are very basic and don't have things like that on theirs. So that is a really easy, clean one that we have there. And yeah, let's keep on moving through. So obviously it looks a little different to this one, but if you wanted to, each of these 4 images here are just mock images that I used ChatGPT to create to make it look like people are really holding these supplements here, which you want to have, ideally, if you're going to have these images, you want to have lifestyle images of people really using your product, and if you can get those. If you don't have them yet, but you have a product and you're ready to sell that, you could easily go through and use ChatGPT to create lifelike looking ones that just are looking like, you know, what they're going to look like when they start being used. Up to you whether you feel that's, you know, in integrity, whether to do that. I did it because it's just for a mock one. Whether I do that when I was starting a brand and I didn't have it yet might be another question. But you could just show 4 images of people looking really happy, whatever you think fits a community-based thing here. Okay, cool. So moving on to the next section down here, we've got the small about section down here. So we've got, as I said to you throughout, so we made this entire website, we've made it about them, the customer. So we made the customer is the hero, not you. So we've built it off the story brand method, and we've gone through here and we've built all that trust. We've built a really powerful brand. But then if we go down here, we want to still end on something about us. So us as the brand. So to go through and create this section here, just a nice way to tie up. So as you can see, you've got this section here, a small basic about you and what your brand is. And then we had James here, and we had this mock image of him here, and he's sitting there. Okay, so how we go through and create this here. Okay, so how we build out this, if we go back to choose templates, and then we can go to sections, brand story. Now you're going to see all these ones you can choose from here, but for the sake of the one that we've built out here, I'm going to show you what we selected. So we went with this one here. So we're just going to hit add to page. And I didn't like this image here, so we're just going to hit delete and remove that. But now we've got pretty close already to this nice, simple looking one here, except it didn't have the image. Now, be up to you whether you want to have an image of yourself there as the owner of the brand, but from a personal branding perspective, it's very powerful to have even just an image, small image of yourself, or whoever is the owner, or you want to have as the face of your brand. Having that there just adds that element of human connection and touch that, you know, helps stand out a personal brand after you've done all this heavy lifting of the initial stuff of making it about them. You just have a nice little tie up at the bottom of this section here. So nice and easy here. So if we just went through, I'm just going to change that to the one we had there. So I'm just going to copy and paste that in there. So we put that there, and then this section here, if we go and put that one in there, and again, I just got ChatGPT, because this is a mock website, I got ChatGPT to help me write this, and yeah, you can easily just get, once ChatGPT starts to understand your business or your brand, you can just say to it, I'm looking to write a small about section at the bottom of my website to tie it off. I'm just talking out loud what you can do, and then you can go and then just say, could you please create a small about section to go here. But you can also, as a downloadable document that you're going to have access to, you can also, I'm going to have all these different pieces of copy in there that you can then go through and just copy and paste into ChatGPT and ask it, can you replicate this for me, but make it about my brand. Okay, so that's an easy way to do that part there, and because we've walked through that a fair bit, I'm not going to go through that all over again for you. So we've got all that there. Now, obviously, that James isn't going to work for you, so you're going to delete that because your name, unless you're a James watching this, isn't going to be you. So, because that's just a static image that's been signed, looks like a signature. So you'd be able to create that for yourself, or it's easier just to remove it. But what we will do is add an image. So if we go to search here, and then we'd hit image, and then we just drag the circle image, not this one, the circle one. So it's like an icon, sorry, a profile image, and we just drag that there. Now we want to change the alignment of that. So we click on that and we hit align to left, and then what you'll have there is the image there aligned to left. Now obviously we've got here, if we go to advanced, we want to change that to 0 just so it syncs up there nice with that. Now in terms of having an image of the actual person, which is you, yourself, you want to change that to whatever your image is, and I'm not going to walk you through that by now because I assume you're starting to know how to do that, okay? So that is how to make this section. Now there was one little thing I added in for a nice little touch, which was that line. So that's really easy to do. So you just go to elements and then go to line. It's in here somewhere, there it is. So just line, and I just literally just put a line there. Okay, like that. That's all I did. And now it does have looks like it's got a bit of spacing around it. So I'm going to delete those and just play around with it, what you feel looks the best. That I'm not happy with. I'm going to change that to there, and then change this probably to 25, and then we've got it's playing up differently because we've got that, but you get the idea. So you could have this here, you could play around with it a bit until you're happy with what it's like. So maybe 50, like that. We might actually do it on the image. So you click the image and then go to advanced, and then go to 25 up, or 10 up here, and then so there you go. You've got that looking pretty neat, looking like that, and then that is another option you could do. You could actually put that in the center. Can we do that? Let's see. Yep, so we can put it in the center as well if you prefer that. That's the other option there. You could have it centered, but I like it to the left a little bit like that. So there is that section there done now. So that's another section there. Now just to show you, because you don't have to go with the design I went with that. I went with a nice simple one there, but because it felt on brand for what I did. But if you like a different version, so let's pretend we're just adding in another one, choose templates, because there is another one. This one looks really good as well. So I'd consider using this, to be honest, as well. So if you just go to add to page, and then you've got that really nice looking one there, where you could have a picture of you could have a picture of the brand, then you could have the text here, a small about section, then you could have, like we've got here, your health backed by science, whatever's applicable for you, the mission, the story of whatever your brand is, and you can have a really nice looking little about section about your brand there as well. But I just thought I'd show you that because that's another one I really did actually like a lot, and you can play around with that now that you're probably understanding how to use it a bit more. So you just hit save on there. Okay, so now we've got this section done here. What we're going to move on to next is our email, our coupon code email opt-in here. This now, so a really nice, clean looking one here like this. Now, the reason we want to have something like this, obviously, it looks good, like it stands out on the website. It doesn't just look like a boring one that people have when they give away their 10% discounts. And no wonder people don't always, of course, people want to give they always want a 10% discount, but sometimes people miss them because they're not obvious or they don't stand out. So this one's really clear, stands out, looks good as well, so it doesn't just look like it's a throw together. It's a really good thing to have at the bottom of your website, so people have gone through, and it's a way to capture people's emails, and then from there you can go and you've got that, you're giving them real value of 10% discount, but then you've got their email list, you're building up email lists that with time you can start to sell to them and make more money down the track for your business. So really powerful one to create, but we want to create it in a way that actually looks good too. So that's what I'm going to do. So what we want to do next then is go down to here, add blank section, and then we're going to go the hero banner here, and we're going to click this one here, and then we're going to drag it and put it in here till we just put there, and this is what we're building out. Okay, so that's just our base for it. Now we want to make it look like this one here, and actually make it for our email opt-in. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're going to click on here and we're going to move it across to the right, content across to the right. So there we've got that across to the right there like that. Then we're going to remove this get started. We're just going to delete that. Then we're going to put our heading here, and you're going to figure out something that's going to work for you. So I said the new use starts now. You could think of anything that would work for you for your business for that. Copy here. Cool, so put that in there. Okay, so we've got that there. So you've got the new use starts now. Obviously you guys are going to think of something else that you're going to put in there. This could be, depending on your business, it could be the new use starts now could work for anything to do with the fitness industry, anything to do with like supplement of course, or anything to do with like in the health industry. But anything, like you can just think of a line here that is going to be applicable to your business. Now again, you can use ChatGPT to help you with this, and I've got the document for you down below that you can click and then download that. And then remember that I've got all these different prompts you can use, as well as the actual content that I've used here, and then you can use it as a base to build out more things for you. So the document is actually going to kind of explain to you how to do that, how you can use ChatGPT to replicate each section of the website for yourself, and then make it though applicable for your business. So we're going to leave it there, but I'm just assuming you've figured out, or you're going to figure out what your heading's going to be here. So we're going to put that in there, and then the other one here is just simple as that: get 10% off your first order. Okay, so we're just going to put that there and copy and paste that in. Cool, so we've got that there. Okay, so we've put those two in there, and now we need to put an email opt-in. Remembering, as I said to you, we haven't gone through the Klaviyo yet, and once we've done that, Klaviyo will actually show up in our elements and we can drag it in here. But for a placeholder, so you're just starting to understand how it works, we're going to do that just for now. So we're just going to type in email, and we're just going to put in newsletter field here, so it looks like this, and we're just going to drag that there, and then we've put that in there. And then to change the button color, we can just go down to background color. We just go down, we go to background color, and we go to this yellow one here, and we've got send. What else do we have? We had it in probably, we put get instead of, so it's like get. Okay. I'm going to show you when we do this properly for Klaviyo. We're probably going to do get your 10%. We're going to do something a little bit different, but for now, we're putting that in there. I'm going to make that bold. Here we go. So text, and then go to bold, and then we got that, and then we're just going to change that to Poppins as well, and then we've got that there. Okay, so now we've got this section starting to come together. Now we just need to make it look. We need to put a background in. Now you already know. Now you understand that you could create any background. You can find a free background image here and put that in there that's going to be applicable to your business. I'm not going to go through and find one again for you, and that, because you already know what you're doing with that. I'm just going to go with the one I already had. So if we click here, and then I'm just going to go browse. But remember, this is where you upload, so you just hit delete on that, and then you can go through and put in your own image here. So I'm going to go with one that's already there. So I'm going to go with this one here that I've already put in. So I'm going to go like that, and then we've got the image there. Okay, so I'm assuming though for you, you can pause this and you can go find an image that's going to work for your business. So, there's so many different things you could do. Like just an example here, this person, if you were selling jewelry, you could pick an image like this. Obviously you'd want it to be a full screen one like that that's going to fit to the thing properly, but you could have something like that. Or if you're a photographer, look, there's an image like that's a video, but you get what I mean. So you could find a stock image that you feel like is going to represent for now for your brand, while maybe you don't have things really of people using it yet or whatever. Just find something that's applicable enough. Anything that's just going to be related essentially to your business. Okay, so I've gone with this image here for this one. So we're just going to go here and we're going to go to fixed as well. So now it moves with it. And now you notice though on this one is a little bit more room between the two, and they're also in black. So we want to change this color. So we've double clicked on there and we change the color to black. New starts now. And then this one as well, we want to change the color to black as well. Awesome. So you'll notice though there's a little bit more of a gap between these two. So we're going to remove that 16 so it's a bit closer like that. We're going to make this bold like that. We want to actually change that font to Poppins. That's why it doesn't look the same. Make it a little bit bigger again. Okay, so it's doing the funny thing where sometimes it won't change in here, but it changes here. So if that ever happens, you're pressing this and nothing's happening, you want to change it in the actual box here. So you just hit increase like that, probably about that size. And then this one here, what do we have? They were both in bold. Yeah, put them both bold like that. This needs to be Poppins as well. So they both really stick out like that. So it looks awesome. Okay. So you could, remembering if you image, it turns out that, doesn't fully show up properly, maybe we could push down on that down arrow, and then you could easily add in shadow to make it turn up more, but that would be a little bit too much shadow for this one. So you'd probably have it as like 1, and then you'd have it at like blur of 5. But obviously we don't need that for this, so I'm just going to turn that off. But remember, try and find an image where on the, like it's, there's a bit of room where like on the right hand side of it, it's not going to be, see like this, how it's the ocean. It's like, it fits it well. So it looks really good there. And you'll find plenty of images like that. It's just don't have it straight over the top of a person, if you know what I mean. So something like that. We're just going to add a tiny bit of room above and below. So above this one, we're going to go 50 above that, or 25. If we wanted to even it out a bit, we can do that like that. So you can just play around with it now that you're starting to get a bit of an idea. You could have a bit of room like that, and then if it makes sense, so remember you could click this here and we could add a little bit more advanced. Again, we could add a little bit more room, but remember this is just, this is more advanced stuff. You don't need to do this to get it all. It's just depending on what you want to do. You just start to understand this more, but that's one way if you can do. So we've got that built out now, and that's going to be awesome, especially once we actually set up Klaviyo. But for now, we just want to get the design together for you. So you're just going to hit save. Okay, awesome. So we've got that section down pat. Now we just got the final part, which is our footer section. So this is a really nice, easy, clean looking footer that has an ability for people to, on the right hand side, they'd sign up for a newsletter. So above here, yes, we have one that was 10% discount, but we want to have this one here where they can also sign up just for your newsletter. Obviously both of those are going to be putting onto a list, but having separate options for people. This is a big clear one that you want to give away value, and this one's if people just want to start signing up, and also you can give them value with time through email marketing, but it's also a good way, another way to gather people's email for that want to sign up for that. So this is a really easy one to put together. So just finishing up, good way to finish up the design of our website is putting in a footer. You want a footer and you want a good looking one. The one that Shopify comes with is really poor, from my opinion. So you want an actual good looking clean one that you're going to be happy with. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go to choose templates, and then we're going to go to footer, custom footer, and then we're going to go to, now which one did I use? This one looks like it's it here. Yeah, that's it there. So you hit add pages, this one here in the center. So we've got that now ready to go. So you'll be able to put your, whatever your business name is up here, your brand name. So I'm just going to do Optimal Supplements here. Optimal Supplements. I spelled optimal wrong. Optimal Supplements, and then we're going to change that to Poppins, and then do my old easy way of making it look like a brand name. I'm going to change that there, and then I'm going to change that to gold just so that it looks like it stands out. And then here we're going to click below it, and we're just going to change, I actually decided to not even have a catchphrase. So you could have your whatever your one-liner is, or some very brief description of your business, or you could just go bang. Look at that, even easier. We don't even have one. And then this is here where we would include all our social media rights. So we had one up here, but we also, it's good to have one in the footer where people honestly, they expect this sort of thing. So you could have your Facebook, your Twitter, your YouTube, whatever. But we can change these too to whatever we want them to be. So, okay, so for this section here, now with our social media icons, we can change this easily. So we could click each one to say you already did actually have Facebook. You could click that and you put in your Facebook link, you click this and you put in your X link, you click this, put in your Instagram account, and click this and put it into YouTube. Okay, so they're really easy ways that you can already put them in. But if you don't have all those and you don't want to have those, you can easily just remove the ones. So column 3 is this one here. So you would just remove that there, and that would be gone. And then maybe you didn't have Twitter either, and you just had Facebook and YouTube. That would be an example of what you could do for that. And then if you wanted to include the icons to be put in here, I'll actually have them for you in the bonuses free link thing for you to download, or you can go onto flat icon and put those in there. So you could do, so again, I'm not going to go through it all, but just quickly show you flat icon. So flaticon.com, and then you could type in, just say you wanted a TikTok, and you wanted TikTok, and then we wanted one that was in a circular thing like that. We could even find one that was identical to that, to be honest, probably on here, where it was hollow on the inside. Let's see if one of these offers it. None of them do. Yeah, so you could go through and you could just use TikTok on its own. So you could just have, TikTok like that, or you could have TikTok logo like that. I'm going to go with this one, just pretend that that's the one I want, and I want TikTok. So I hit that, I hit free download, I download this, and then once it loads, TikTok, and then I'm going to go through here and I'm going to add another column. So I'm going to hit duplicate column, and it's just going to add a second one and a third one. So we're going to click on this one, and we're going to click here, and we're just going to hit delete, and then we're going to go the browse gallery here, and then we're going to grab this and we're going to go TikTok and put it there, and it's going to add it in, and cool, look at that. So it's added that in for us. And now obviously it's a different design, but the thing is you could just go through now and pick another design, a circular one like that for YouTube, and then another one for Facebook. And so that, what I'm trying to say is you don't have to follow these exact designs. You could pick whichever ones you really like on here, and then go through and just add them in. And when you add them in, it's automatically going to put them to the right size for you. And then all you need to do is click on each one, and then where it says insert link, you just insert your link. Easy as that, okay? So this is very easy stuff. So the next thing we want to do is go and do the discover. So we can just change these to now. We don't need to overthink it too much. We can delete that one. How many do we have here? We had 3. So these aren't linked to anything yet, so it's okay to just click on them and go FAQ. We haven't created an FAQ, but we're going to. So we're going to FAQ, we're going to call that. And then we're going to call the next one about, so it's going to link to our about. And then we're going to call the other one contact. I'm going to do contact there. Okay, so we've got the FAQ, the about, the contact. Now we want to do this section here. So the 4 that we decided on. So for our 4 collections, you might have more, you might have less, but we're just going to change this one to call it shop. And then we're going to change these to energy, focus, longevity, gut health. Okay, so we've got energy, focus, longevity, and then we just want to add one more in. So we're just going to do gut health for you guys, whatever your 4th one is. You need to duplicate. Now you're going to notice that I'm actually not entirely sure why it changes the spacing, but we can fix that for your 4th one or any one you add in by simply adding, because this is the amount that it is. We just click on it and then we go to advanced settings for that text block. So we click on it, we go from settings to advanced, and then we go to spacing here, and we're just going to put 10 in this section here, and then you'll see that that spacing is correct. And then we're just going to put gut health. Okay, and then we want to change this, because you just don't want to just say just subscribe to our newsletter. That's a bit boring. We want to say something a bit more, give them a reason to want to sign up, because enough of us are signed up for newsletters and things. People don't have the time, like they don't want to just sign up for that. So if you give it a bit more incentive focus, like get exclusive discounts and offers, that's a lot better than just signing up for a newsletter. And then, which anyway, even though that's really what they're doing, it's just a better way of putting it. So sign up to a top exclusive discounts and offers, and you can go that here, and then put that there, and then yeah, we've got that there, sign up to that, and then all this. So we're going to set this up properly through Gempages anyway, through Klaviyo. We're going to set up this one here, but we can just leave that for now. So hit save. Cool. So we've got this coming along. So this is, you will have put your own icons in here, remembering that this is what the final product on mine looks like that. But you're going to put your own in here if you need to, change them around. Remember, that was very easy. Go back a little step if you need to. But that is essentially our footer done. Now, one you can change here. So if you want to get rid of this, you definitely want to get rid of Gempages. So you could put in 2025 copyright. If you want to keep this, you could just delete this. It's not necessary, because you would have to update it each year for the representative year, but you would just put optimal supplements, whatever your brand name is here. If you feel like you want that written there of copyright 2025, optimal supplements, remembering you put whatever your brand name is there. But knowing that you'd have to change this once a year, which is not very hard, but if you don't want to remember to do that, then you can remove this section. Just click it on like that, and then you can just hit delete if you don't want to have it there. But I'm going to keep it there myself for now. Okay, so hitting save. Alrighty. Okay, so there is our footer section done now. So we can hit save there, and now what you can actually do is, if you go through and you press this one here, you can actually preview the entire page of what we have put together and what you will have put together for your website now. So I'm going to quickly go across to it. So press this one, and then cool. So this is what it looks like on my end, but you will look through yours and you'll have your design coming together now. So you'll have what you've put together so far, following along with this tutorial, which you should be super proud of now. Hopefully, I'm hoping that it's looking absolutely amazing, looking crisp and clear, and you're super proud of what you've got together. And that is like that. You've just learned an absolutely phenomenal skill to be able to go through and build out your own website from scratch like this. So that's the desktop version. We're going to move on to, in a moment, we're going to move on to optimizing this all, making sure that it works for mobile, because that's a really important part. But don't worry, that doesn't take too long. But I just want you to take a moment and appreciate, what you've done, what you've put together, because it's a really good effort, amazing work, and like I said, you've now got a skill for life for building out this website. You can keep going back through everything in this video wherever you need to, if you need to go over certain sections again. But that is now you should have a base design together that looks absolutely like light years out of other people. You look like you've started hitting the ground running with a as I said, a 10k website design, or you look like you're a well-established brand hitting the ground running, and that is going to help you so much. And hopefully now you have a really good understanding of how to use this software, and just see how powerful it really is. So hats off to you, pat yourself on the back for getting through. That's probably the more difficult part of this tutorial. We've got much more to come, but this is the really fun part where you're getting to bring your vision to life. So the next thing we're going to go on to now is, before we go on and ensure that everything's working on our mobile version of it, go through and edit this, because I'll show you soon. We just click this mobile and you actually see what it looks like on mobile. So you'll see most of it is pretty good. Like, it's all fitting to size pretty well, and if you really wanted to, you could leave it at that. But I'm going to show you how we can fix up a few things. Like, this one's a little bit off, and we've got a few more things we want to just center here. But before we do that, what I want to go on to next is making our collections pages for each of the collections, whatever we made. So you will have made different ones to me. You will have made whatever your collections are, but now we want to actually link them, because on my website that I created, if we quickly go to it, when we click them, you click energy and we go to energy, and then it's going to have the heading energy, and then it's going to have, I've put some mock supplements in there so that when you click energy, you go to that. If I go back again to it again, and I go to it again, if I click longevity, we've got ones in here, and then so they just click that, and then it goes to a collections page. So I'm going to show you now how we go through and set all that up. So just making sure you should save of what you've done recently, and we can now hit this one here, go to dashboard. Don't worry, everything's saved. Make sure you do hit save before you leave, but you want to go back to here. So we want to hit where it says Gempages 7, and we want to go back to dashboard. Okay, so now you will have come back to this section here, and what we want to do is go through and go to, so if we want to create our collections, so underneath here under products, I'm going to go to products, and then we're going to go to collections. Now, just before I go there, just to explain what collections actually are. Collections are essentially ways of, think of another name for categories, essentially, and they're just a way of putting your products into different genres, if you want to even think of it like that, genres or categories, or in this case, Shopify calls it collections. Now, collections are really powerful because, obviously it's, if you start to have a lot of products, it's a really good way to break things up so people easily more navigate things. But also, from when I get into that a bit more, from an SEO perspective, we can create each individual collection to be based off what, we can optimize the SEO for those, and collections can be really good from an SEO perspective, because then people can find that collection if you do the SEO well, and then they can use that to find your business. Okay, so that'll make a bit more sense when I get into collections, but that's just a brief overview of why they can be really powerful and important. So what we're going to do now is go to collections here, and then you'll see I've already created some. So I created a shop all, I created an energy, I created a focus, a longevity, and a gut health. The first one we want to create for you guys is this shop all. So I'll quickly show you this one. If I go to shop all, I've got one that just says shop all at the top, and shop all is going to literally be what it is. It's all your products listed in there, okay? So if I go back to my store, that's there. So I'm going to go through and show you how to create that. So I'm going to delete these for now, so that I can actually walk you through properly how I created these. I'm going to delete those 5 there that I created, and then show you how to do it. Actually, I won't delete all of them, but I will delete the shop all page, and I'll delete the energy one that I'm going to use an example. These ones I'll leave for now because we don't need to delete all of them from my end. But I do want to show you through these two, just as an example, because they're good examples. So if I go to more actions and then I go delete those, okay, delete collections. Cool. So the first one we want to create is the shop all page. Okay, so what I mean by shop all page is essentially when people come here, they'll click this shop all and it'll go to your shop all page. It'll have all your different products listed. This is just a really powerful way, because a lot of people, they say, oh, just create a shop now button, and then the shop now button just goes nowhere, or the shop now button just goes to a random category or a random thing, which in my mind, from an SEO perspective, just user experience perspective, copywriting, marketing, everything perspective, that's just dumb doing that. You want to create an individualized shop all page that's going to list all your different products on that page, so that you don't just go to a random category, you go to shop all, and then it's got all of them listed there for the person to navigate through on their own. Okay, so that's the first one I'm going to create, is a shop all page. So going back here, very simple, we just literally go shop all, call it that, that's it, and then we just go to manual addition, so we'd add them in ourselves. You can eventually go to smart, where existing things are just added on their own, but that's a little bit more advanced. We don't want to do that right now. If you're just starting out your Shopify store, you don't have a lot of products, it's not very hard to put them in manually. You could set up something like this down in the future, but for now, you might only have 5, 10 products, even if it's 20 or whatever. It's not hard to add them all in. And then we just go through and add them in for the shop all page. So I'm just going to call it shop all. That's literally all we need to do, and hit save. Okay. Easy as that. So we've made sure we've hit save. Now we're going to add the products to it. So we're just going to go to search products, browse, and you're going to have your products listed here, whatever you've added. And I'm just going to add these 4 in because it's a shop all, it's all of them. And then I'm just going to hit add, and then those 4 products are going to be added there for me. Okay, so the strange thing about that I personally find strange with it is you don't have to hit save when you add the products in. It's just automatically updated, but if you change any of the wording, you do have to hit save. But anytime products are added, you don't have to hit save again. It's just they're automatically added in there. Okay, so there's our shop all collection added. Now it says here create another collection, so just simply hit create another collection, and we're just going to do the other one that I deleted, which was one of our collections. So this is just a normal collection, so I'm just going to call this energy. And then I'm going to go to hit save, create that. So that energy collection is created. Obviously you create whatever your collection is, and then you go and put in a product. So again, this is not a shop all, this is your real collection. So you'd pick one that was fitting. So if I go to products, browse, and one for energy, I'd say we could add in magnesium to it, and probably the vitamin D3 could fit under there. There'd be way more fitting ones, but just for an example here, I'm adding those. So I'm just pretending that they were part of energy that I'd want to have for people, and they're my products. And so they're under the energy one now, and then it's saved for me. Okay, so there's our collections pages done. So we've got those ready to go. So the next thing we want to do now that we've got all our collections done, so you're going to go back and you should have all your collections pages here ready to go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring up each of those individually, so we've got their links ready to go. So we can just copy and paste them back when we go into Gempages Builder, and we do that. Okay, so if we go to our first one, Shop All, and then we hit View, and then that's just going to bring up that for us so we can see what it looks like. Leave that and then come back to it again, and then go to Collections again. So it doesn't matter if we leave this part because we're just opening it up as an additional tab that we can come back to. And then you're going to open up your gut health one, and then so you've got that open there like that. Hit View, and then come back again, and you're going to go to longevity. I'm going to open that one up, hit View, and then collections again, and I'm going to go to focus, open that up. I'm going to go to View, and I'm going to go back again. I'm going to go to collections again, and one more, which is energy. And I'm going to go to View. Okay, so they're all ready to go for us now, all up in my tabs. So the same for you. So what you need to do now is you want to go back to apps. Now you'll notice mine is actually listed here. I just thought of this now. Mine's listed here on my app. I can't see the option again to try and show you, but you'll see what I mean. It'll have a little like, I think it's a pin icon, or it'll have an icon here that says pin app to the page, and you can pin Gempages Builder to your page if it's not showing up there. So you have to click, you don't have to click apps, then find Gempages, then open it. Okay, so that's how I've got that sitting there. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to Gempages. You can also go, it's not showing there, I'm just going to show you, can go to apps and then hit Gempages Builder. So if yours isn't there yet, you haven't pinned it, and then just simply the same steps. You click that. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to my page. Now, this is where I don't want you getting lost on me. So to find our page, you're not going to have two there like I do, because I've got the one here that says 2 days ago. This is the one that's fully built out that I pre-made, that I've shown you guys through. This is one we've been building through together. This says last modified 2 hours ago, because that's the last time I edited it. So I'm going to open that one up here and just go to open this one up. Cool, so we're back in our website again, and we're going to zoom down, we're going to scroll down to our collections section. So now you'll understand why I went through and put all these out for me ready to go. So I'm going to start with my first collection, which I put up here in my tabs. I'm going to click on the icon, then I'm going to go to link source, I'm going to go to energy, I'm going to copy the link from it, and then I'm just going to paste it in there. Done. Focus. I'm going to click that one, I'm going to copy this, I'm going to put it in there, and that is done as well. And then I'm going to go to longevity, I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to go and put it in there, and then I'm going to get gut health, I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to put it in there as well. So that is all of my collections added in there now. So when they're clicked, they're going to go to those individualized collection pages. And then the only other thing we want to do for this is now we want to go through and do our shop all buttons. So we want to go to click this one, and then we want to go down to, okay, so it's doing that. We want to click the actual button and click the row. So you want to make sure you click the button, don't click the row, click the button, and then you're going to see insert link, button link here. So we're just going to go to our shop all page, which I had ready as well, and I'm going to copy that and go and just click and put that in there. Awesome, and make sure we hit save. So then we're just going to do the same one with this one, making sure we click the button, put that in there, and then we're going to go down to the bottom here, and we're going to edit the and then we need to add down to here, and then we're just going to add in, what was the other one we had? We did have another one. Here we go. What am I doing? No, we go down to this one here. I went straight past it and then put it in here. And then we've got those all three ready to go. Awesome. So we're going to hit save. Cool. So we are so close now to finishing off your design. And the only other thing we need to do now is we're going to move into optimizing it for mobile. So given that in this day and age, it's estimated like 60% of people coming to your website, at least 60% are going to be mobile. You want to make sure your website is optimized for mobile. So this is a really important step that some people often overlook, and I notice it even with some Shopify stores. Like you'll go onto their website and it looks so good on desktop, but then on mobile it's just not good. And this is something that I notice sometimes the other tutorials do leave out a bit. So this is another really important one to make sure you do. So what we want to do is go through and click mobile here so we can see what it looks like on mobile. So we're going to click mobile here, and if you actually click this middle one, you'll see what it looks like on tablet as well. Now, given that tablet isn't used by, like, it's still not a high percentage, but some would, we can optimize it a little bit, but the main two we want to do is desktop and mobile. Okay, so we're going to go through here, and we're just going to go through and fix a few things up for our website. So we're just going to go, up to you, but I like to center this on mobile, so I'll make that centered. I'm going to make this one centered. I'm going to make our button centered as well, so I'm clicking the button, and then I click this one here, and align center. Okay, so notice I clicked row, align center. Now you'll notice it shows this little icon here. This means that it's only changing it for the mobile, so you don't need to worry that it's making the desktop change. Everything changes, stays the same for desktop, but the mobile, we're changing the settings right now in mobile view, which is awesome. You can edit it live and individualize for each one without it affecting the other. Okay, so going down through here, these here, I don't like the sizing difference, because if we go on desktop, it's nice, different size there, but when it goes to mobile, you know, it's different sizing. And these are some of the things I start to see across, difference between mobile and website. Desktop, and these are things that some people might overlook. And like I said, I wanted to make this the ultimate tutorial for you, so we're not skipping anything. We're making you have an absolute incredible looking website. You know, I said absolute beginner to pro, and you're starting to move that more and more to being that pro level, well above many other people when they're first starting a Shopify business, and even ahead of some that have been doing it for a while. So what we're going to do next is go through and we're going to change these to make them look more fitting to a mobile. So this one can be made smaller. So I'm going to make it like down to about 25 probably. And this one, I don't mind that, but maybe a tiny bit smaller. That's a bit better. And this one probably can be smaller again now. I'm leaving this to your own discretion. This is all up to you, what you want it to look like. But now the next one, that's way too small for mobile. So again, this is what it's guessing you want, and this is how it would have looked if you didn't go through and do this. That's why it's so important. So we're going to add in this one here. I'm going to put it to about 22 for that there. And I don't like how close it is for this one, so I'm going to click this one here. When it's on mobile, I'm going to go to advanced. Remember, these are all just little things I'm doing. You don't have to if you don't want to, but they're really powerful if you want to stand out even more. So I just added that, and that's only going to be on mobile. It's added that nice little extra gap. I just clicked there, and then I hit advanced, and then I put 25 for the spacing. Okay, so we're going down here. That button's a bit small for my liking on mobile. So we're going to go to button. We're going to click here. I'm going to go to text down here. So we're going down to text. I've just, on the button, I've zoomed down here. I'm going to keep increasing that. It's just going to increase the size of the button. Probably go to about 25. I like that. And then as featured in, it's a little bit small for my liking as well. So I'm going to go about 20 on here. And then featured, let's make that about 45. And then Shopify collection, let's make that 45. So it's noticeably different to one is that. And now an important one to quickly do It's up to you. You could leave it looking like that and it looks honestly fine. But if you're a little bit like me, you like things to be neat and everything and crisp, you can click these, hit that on the plus one there on your second icon, and we hit advanced, and we can just do a nice little 25 above here. So it'll already have one there, 25 below. We want to do one above as well on mobile. So I can click the next one, 25. And the cool thing about this software is when I click, it intuitively knows that I'm wanting to change this. So it's just going to go to the settings straight away. I don't have to think about it. So I'll go to it, I mean. So I go here, 25, and look at that. As easy as that, I've just created that tiny bit more of a gap between my things on mobile. Now this next one here, we want to make this, I don't like how close they are to the edges, so we're just going to optimize that a bit. So we're going to click here, we're going to click in this section here, so make sure row comes up, then we're going to go to advanced, and we're going to go to 15 here, 15 here, and then that's like that. You could also go 25, 25 there. That's actually probably better. Fits in there neatly. Then I might make this a little bit bigger, 45 again. Okay, so actually I don't like that, it's a bit too big. Probably like that. Okay, so one thing I will show you too, if you find you don't like the spacing, if that's like a little bit too wide for you, you go to show more, and then you can go to line height here, and you can change it to 150%, you could put it more, you could put it to 120%. 120% probably looks good for me, and I'll probably leave it at that. So it's line height, and it's changing it on the mobile, which is just the space in between the two lines of text there. Okay, so moving down further, this one's really off, so we're going to make this one, because notice on desktop it's way smaller, looks neat. On mobile, it's really just not looking good at all. So we want to make this one way smaller. So I'm going to go down to like that. Then I'm going to actually make this one, okay, see how we can see already what it's going to look on mobile, which is awesome. So I'm actually not going to go bigger. I'm going to go even smaller again with this. Okay, probably 22. Awesome. That's looking pretty good to me. Maybe a bit bigger. Awesome. I want a bit of a space between those. So remember what we do? We click that, advanced, and then we can hit 25 here. No, that's way too much. A bit silly. Going a bit crazy there, Isaac. What are you doing? Okay, put a 5 there, and then, cool. So we've got 5 in between there. Okay, so now this section here. Notice how on my desktop it looks neat, looks nice and crisp, and you know, all different good sizings. On mobile, then you're like, all this work, and it looks a little bit not too nice. A little way too small writing. So I'm going to make this one bigger. I'm going to change that. Click on that, and I'm going to go to 28. I'm going to make this one bigger. I'm going to go about 20, I think. 20. What do you guys reckon? 20? Yeah, I like that. So what do we do with this one again? 28. Now, to speed it up, you can just go 28, type that in, and then you can put in here, you want to change that to, what do we do again? 25, like that. Did we do 25? What are we talking about? You did 20. 20, and you did 20 like that, and then the next one, you just click here, 28, then here, 20 again, and then 28, and then click in here, and then do 20 again. Okay, so they're looking way better now. Okay, so again, we're going well above and beyond pretty much any other tutorials you're ever going to find on YouTube. They don't go to this level of depth of design. But remember, you're getting me, who's got a background in designing websites, and you know, these little things you might think, oh, does it really matter? Yes, it does. People, we like to think that people aren't like judgmental, but in this day and age where people have so many options, if you can be one that just really stands out with a super clean website, that just builds authority so quick and so much trust from people. Who think straight away, they're like, whoa, this looks like $1 million brand. This looks like someone who knows what they're doing. I want to shop with them. So it's really important to just have that, you know, these little things may seem tiny, but they're massive in the end. And there's a little saying I like to live by a little bit, and it's how you do anything is how you do everything. So that pretty much means that even just, so if you just let something slide, you're like, oh, well, I'll let this slide on my website. It doesn't really matter. Well, that's how you do everything then. It's like then you're going to start doing that for other things in your life. But if you want to go through and you're like, no, I want to make each one of these parts to represent my brand. I want it to be strong and clear. Then how you do everything is how you do anything. How you do anything is how you do everything. So you're going to do these little parts like this, and it's going to reflect the whole, which is your brand. And it's going to be a super powerful brand that stands out and, you know, starts making waves. So we're going down through here. I'm pretty happy with that. That doesn't, look at that. We don't need to change that. I'm going to leave that. You could play around with it though. You could click on here and you could change that around, but I'm happy with it. Okay. So we're going down first here. I'm going to center this one again too. Center this one. That could be a little bit bigger. Probably make it like that for me, 50, and then I'll make this one 22, like that. Okay, and then we just want to center this. So I want to go through and I'm going to make that centered. So I've just got a line center and I've put that in the center there. That there is not going to be, it's going to be pretty difficult to change on mobile, so don't worry about changing that. In terms of like, there's not much more we can do on mobile. It's either going to look like that or it's going to not if you've added this in. So if you wanted to add in a little bit of gap between there, if you've got this, you could just put in 15 or something, just so there's a bit of a gap between the button and the little part there. I might even put a bit more. Let's put like 25. So we've got that. And then we're coming down here. So this is another one that looks like it needs a bit of editing. So that one, I'm pretty happy with the sizing of that. But this one, actually to be honest, that could be a little bit bigger. Let's say like something like that. And then this one, that's actually not too bad. I'm just going to see what it looks like bigger. That's too big. Yeah, let's just go with that. I'm happy with that for now. Maybe a little bit bigger, 18. What's that look like? Still not, I like it like smaller than it. Okay. Okay, cool. So then we're going down here and we can change this a bit. We could change this to be a little bit bigger if we wanted to. We could change what we want the font size to be for our quote. Now remember, we could change a quote font to something like that. So we could go through and change that, but I don't mind it looking a little bit different too, so it stands out a bit. Up to you what you want to do with that. Okay, so then coming down here, up to you whether you want to change that. To be honest, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, it looked better what it was at. So that one actually already was pretty good. Then these here, they're all good. That's good. This section here, yeah, that's pretty good, but I might actually change this now looking at it like that and click this button here, transform, and it's put everything uppercase. So first word of each one. Just looks better like that, from my opinion, now that I'm looking at it. And then we're coming through here and we've been doing about, we want to change that to Poppins. We didn't change that. That was a bit silly, wasn't it? And then we're going to change this to 22. Okay, it's been a bit silly here. I think that's doing two different font types. Okay, so now this is the occasional issue you're going to see. So that just means you want to change it in here. There we go. So if you ever have an issue where you change it in here and it's going looking funny, just change it within the text variant thing. So it's going to work better for whatever reason. That's just the issue. I've seen this with all the different builders. And like I said, this build is a million times ahead of Shopify, which you can't do pretty much. It's very basic what you can do with it. So we've got that, and we've made this about, we're probably just going to make it 20 for this because it's not, we don't want it, it doesn't have to be too big. And then I'm going to align center. Then I'm going to align this bloke's face, old Jamesy boy. He's not very happy sitting over in that corner there like that. So, we're going to put him in the center there, center of attention on the mobile. Look at that. Okay, so James is much happier there. And then we're coming down here. Okay, so this is this section here. So this is where a bit more of the fun happens. Okay, so you might have an image that's perfectly, working for you on here, and it's centered well, and it all works well, and it doesn't really matter. Like, you don't need to change what's around. Because look, I'll show you quickly. If we click this image here, we can actually change where it is. So if I go to, we want to leave it where it was for the mobile. But if I go to the image, why is it not? There we go. So if you go to your image, banner source, and then hit the down arrow, and now you can see we can change it to different spots on the image. So if you're being lazy, you could just leave it as that, and we could say, okay, it doesn't really matter. We don't need to see the woman there. Doesn't matter. We can just leave it as it is. But I wanted to make this tutorial, where other people would just be like, oh, we're going to leave this tutorial here. They can figure it out on their own, and then all the comments are full of, how do you do this? How do you do that? But this I don't know how to do. So I'm showing you how to do it, okay? So if we want to go back to Canva, essentially what we need to do, I'll show you the one I already created. So I created this one here, which is just the woman of her cut out that section there, which is the dimensions of 1080 by 1920, like that. Okay, so all I did was went into Canva and put it in there. So I'm going to quickly open Canva. Okay, so I'm in Canva here, and you'll see that I've placed this woman here. It was a big image like that, and I just simply placed a woman in the section in here. But I'm going to show you how I did this. So I'm just going to pretend I'm creating a new design. So in Canva, I'm going to create, and then I'm going to go 1000 and go down to here and go to custom size. Then I'm going to go 1080 by 1920. 1920. That's it, size, isn't it? Yeah. So there we go, presentation. But you're probably better off, to be honest, don't go to the presentation. Just go Instagram story size, what it thinks. So it doesn't look like it. You'll see, it'll give me a different option. It won't make it look like a presentation, which is actually easier to edit. Cool. So we've got that. Now what you want to do is just take your image. So whatever image that was of that you wanted to use, so you just drag it from your downloads and place. So I'm going to assume you've dragged your image into here that we're going to be working with, and we're just going to place it in there. And now all we need to do is just grab, nice and easy, this is why Canva is awesome, just grab it on the outside and put it in the right place that you feel like is where you want it to have. So remembering that we're going to make it a static image, so it's going to move up and down. So I thought about there for this woman like that, or you could have at the back hair like that. Whatever's going to work for you for your image. I'm just going to say that's the one I'm happy with. All I'm going to do then is just go to share, and then I'm going to go to download, and then I'm just going to leave it 1080 by 1920 and hit download. It's going to download for me, and I'll wait for that to do its magic. And then as that downloads, doesn't matter. And then we're going to go back to here, and we're going to go to browse gallery. You're going to pick your recent image that you downloaded. You're going to pull it into there, and then it's going to upload the woman into here when it loads. Okay, so then we've got that. So see, it goes over that. Now the only thing is, the other thing we need to go through is if we want to add in a. So if your image, you're like, well, I can't really see it properly. It's blending in. Like, that's what can happen on mobile. So it's always good for a mobile to add what's called an overlay. So I've just clicked the hero banner, and then I've gone to settings. I've gone right down the bottom, and there's this thing that says overlay. So you're going to click overlay, and then you're going to make the color black. So you're just going to pick a black color down like that. And then you're just going to hit normal, so the overlay, meaning it does not when on hover, it's on always at normal. And then you're just going to find a darkness that allows your word to pop up on there. So then we're going to change this to white. So we're going to click there, and we're going to change that to white. I'm going to change this to white, like so. If it wants to do it for me, and then do this one to white as well, remembering you can also change it here. And we're going to change that one to white, and we've got that there. So I'm pretty happy with that. That stands out. I'm probably going to make that tiny bit smaller. Here we go again, guys. You need to change it in here. So I like it being small in it like that. Cool. That looks awesome. Now, if you wanted to, if you needed to for yours, remember you can add show more here, and then you can go add in a little subtle shadow, which can help it to show up more, so you can show up for the next one too. And you can have that little bit of subtle shadow, which can help it pop a little bit more. So did it add the shadow for this one? I don't think it did. There we go. I don't like how much that's coming out there though. I'm going to put the distance at like 1 and put the blurriness to 5. Cool. So there is now our section here all done. Okay, so you've got a really nice looking section there now that moves as well and is like perfectly optimized for mobile. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is just finish off with the footer. We're just going to center, align, then we're going to click row. We're going to move all yours to the center. Sorry, wrong one. We're going to hit this horizontal and hit center align. Now these, honestly, you could leave them if you wanted to, but if you're being picky, you could put all of them through non-centered. You can go through and make all of them centered like that. Same with this one. Cross like that. Centered, 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 centered. And then click here, centered, centered. Okay. And then we're going to hit save. Okay. So that is now our mobile version done. So now, even more proud you should be, because now you've got a website that doesn't just look good and amazing on desktop. Now it also looks incredible and all down to perfect sizing for your mobile, which again, 60% of users are on mobile, so this is not something you want to overlook like most do. And this is gonna, you're gonna be well ahead of people now. So pat yourself on the back. That is a huge win for you. You can spend as long as you want in this section, go back through where you need, but well done. Pat on your back, you've done now the desktop design and the mobile. You're flying. You are absolutely flying. So what we want to do now is we want to go back to desktop, and there's just one little last thing we want to do so everything is linked up, and that is to add in our links for each of these pages here. So we're going to put in all of these here. Because these are ready to go, I'm going to put them in here. But then we're going to move into the next portion of the tutorial, which is going to creating, now that we've finished our design, so we've finished doing our design of the home page. You've got an absolutely incredible looking home page, which is the most important page, and it's, you got an amazing design. You should be super happy with yourself. Then we're just going to go through and link in these ones here really quickly now. But then we're going to go through and make our FAQ and our about and our contact. And now, as I said, these are going to be made within Shopify, because if you wanted to make these like with Gempages like we did here, each of these pages, you'd actually have to pay. You'd have to pay $29 a month, which on top of already paying for your design of your Shopify, maybe you don't want to do that. And it's honestly, if you're just starting out, you don't need to be doing Gempages paid for every single one. You could if you wanted to, but I'm trying to make this as cheap as possible, but for you guys, but also incredible value for you. And so it just makes so much sense to, instead of using Shopify's basic one, we use the free version of Gempages to get our first page here ready to go, which we haven't made it live yet. We're going to do that soon once everything's ready to go. But I'm going to go through and show you now how to create each of these FAQ, about, and contact within Shopify, and then we'll link them in here. And I'm still going to show you how you can edit them a little bit so that they're still on brand for our website. Okay, so what I'm going to do is hit save, take a deep breath, well done, and let's move into the next section of creating our individualized page. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now that we've got our desktop design done and we've got the mobile is we want to finish off the footer on our homepage so that all of these are linked for us and they are, we've got these actually leading to things. So FAQ, about, contact, and all that. So I'm going to be walking you through now how we actually create individualized pages, the FAQ, the about, and the contact. We do already have the about and contact made, but I'm going to be showing you through as how we can actually, edit them out a little bit further through the Shopify builder, just so that we can make them look a little bit more on brand, a little bit better than just your typical stuff that comes through Shopify. And then, we're also going to create the FAQ page and do that, which is FAQ is super important, very good for SEO for your website if you do it well, and I'm going to show you how to do that. The first thing we want to do is these ones are going to be easy ones. So this is where you would have listed off, like I did here, all your different collections. So the easiest way to do that is to just go through and get each of them from here. So if you just go up and you click your image, you're going to be getting each of your collections. If you're following along, that's where your collections are going to have been linked recently. Or remember, you can also find them back in the dashboard under products and then down under collections. Okay, so if we go to energy here, I'm just going to put that in there. So if I click that and then go settings, why is it not doing it for me? There. Okay, so we're going to go that way to do it. How we go about putting links in on these text here, instead of going and doing it through here, what we're going to do is we're going to highlight that and then go to this button here that says, looks like a link, and we're just going to paste in the link we just put in there, energy, and then just hit on there. Okay, so that one's added there. Now something I like to do is we don't want it to be underlined, so we just hit the underline button again. Okay, and then go through to focus, add that one in, which is going to be whatever your next collection is. You're going to go up here, copy and paste, put that in there, focus, and go through and do that for each of yours. Okay, so we've added in here those easily for here. Now what we want to do, we're going to go we're going to go down from the top to the bottom, go through each of these here. You might have put them in a totally different order, that's okay, but this is the order I'm going to do it in. So the first one we're going to go through and do is our FAQ page. So we're going to create our FAQ page. I'm going to show you how we can also create a bit more of a bit more of an edited design for it, which then we're going to be able to use. Same thing for about and contact. Okay, so if we just hit save there, make sure that's saved. Now what we want to do is go back here, hit Gempages here, and then this is going to take us back to the dashboard. And then the first thing we want to do is go through and actually create the pages. So we're going to hit online store, then we're going to hit pages, and then you'll see that I've got the about and contact, which you already guys know because you would have created them earlier with me. And then we're going to go to add page, and then once that loads, add page, I'm going to call this FAQ. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to go make sure that that's visible and showing up, and now you'll see that it's got default page. Now that's just going to be, so if I show you now what that is, what it means by default page, it's just a default design that's already there. So it'll just have FAQ across on the left, and then once we put the content in, it'll all be below here and everything, but it's very poor looking. Like, to go from how good our website looks on a homepage to then just a basic on that's like across to the left, just not going to be up to the standard of what you want, obviously, and what we're doing with this tutorial. So I'm going to show you how we can create a much better version of that. So this is where I actually like, this is one of the reasons why I'm not the biggest fan of the Shopify builder. Especially for the home page, it's okay with these additional pages we're going to use once you know what you're doing with it, but it's a lot more cumbersome than it needs to be with those sides of things. So that's why I like your Gempages for building out your home page, but then it's fine for like your more basic pages for your additional ones. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go and create a homepage, an actual proper design for the FAQ. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to go through here, because again, you could, just to give you an example, you could put in the FAQ now. So I'm just going to put in some content here, just put stuff in here, and anything I wrote in there, if I hit save and I go to view, it's going to show it up below there. It's not loaded yet. It's still not loaded. Anyway, it sometimes takes a while to show on there, but if anything you type here would then show up in the FAQ down below in there, and then that would be one way of doing the FAQ page really quickly. But I'm going to show you how you can design it, like I said, a bit better than that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to your online store, click up here, and then change this, hit save, and then we're going to go to online store, and you're going to go down to customize here. So this is the back end of our website, and don't worry that it doesn't look like the Gempages one we've built yet, but that's because we haven't officially made it our homepage yet. It's still just using the default Shopify, so don't think that you're coming in here and you've lost your website or it's not there. We haven't made that official yet. The next thing we're going to do then now is actually, this is where it gets a little bit strange with Shopify, with its builder, and now that you've used Gempages, you'll see how much easier it is and why I prefer it. But we're going to go through and we're going to create our FAQ page unique design. Okay, so the way we do that, it's a bit of a roundabout way with them. We go to pages, so we're going to go down to, you click the home page down, then you're going to go to pages, then you're going to go create template. So this is going to be creating a template, because at the moment it's built off the default page, which means anything you put in the builder, it just transfers it across as that default design. It sounds a little bit confusing, but once you've worked around with it, you'll know what I mean. Okay, so if we just go to create template, and we're going to call this FAQ, so this is going to be a FAQ page template, trying to reinforce that, and we can say based on default page, and then we're just going to go create template. Okay, so this says FAQ, and it's changed for mine. This is again why Shopify is very strange sometimes with its builder. But I've built out an about page, that about page that we did. We actually want to change this here, to change it, and then change it to FAQ page, so we see what it looks like at the moment. And that's what it looks like at the moment, the FAQ design on the FAQ page. So make sure you're changing this to FAQ and you got that one as FAQ, okay? Otherwise, it's just not going to work, okay? So what we're going to do first is we can't delete this because it's needed, but we can hide it so it doesn't get shown, okay? So then we've got a nice clean looking one down here, and then so what we're going to do now is we're going to go through and actually, make a bit better of a design for our FAQ. So using the basics of what you can do with the template, which is not a lot with Shopify's builder, but we'll do our best, okay? Because we're trying to make this cheap for you so you don't have to spend any more money. And so what we're going to do here is go to add section. So you go here, and this is similar to the builder, but way more basic. So, and you have to go around about ways to make everything, which is just annoying. So let's just go, this is the best one here for our header and everything, our hero image like you're used to building now. So you're just going to click this one, and it's going to load it here, and then we're going to go into it. So obviously we don't need a button label, so we're going to remove that one. So just hit delete. Okay. And you know now why I'm not the biggest fan of Shopify's builder. Okay, so we're going back here again. It deleted everything instead of just that. So I'm just going to go remove that, and then we're going to remove this too. And then we just got this here. So we're going to work with this as our heading. So we're going to change that to FAQ. FAQ, I don't know why I put that in, the G in. and we don't have any options really with our different fonts. We just have to go with that for now. So we're going FAQ, and then we're going to go extra large, like that, okay? And then in terms of font color, so again, this is where it's very strange the way it goes about doing things. But you can't just, I don't know why they wouldn't just make a button that you can just change the color. Make way more sense. But anyway, they don't do that. They don't want it to make sense. They want it to be way more difficult than it needs to be. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through, it's lucky that Shopify is very good for everything else. But what we're going to go through now and do is color this. So the roundabout way that Shopify makes us have to color it is if we go here, and here like this, coloring. Yeah, cool. So, okay, so the roundabout way we actually change this here is we click the rich text here. So it's a whole thing, and then we're going to change to color scheme, and it's going to have already its built-in color schemes here like this. That one is one I created recently, and then that's how we go about actually changing this. So you could put that one on, and it gives us a nice, like that, similar to the design that we've done. But I want to make one, that's still white, but then the text is the gold color. Okay, so I'm going to go theme settings here, add scheme, and then we're going to change background to white, like that, and then background gradient, leave that, and then we're going to change the text color to orange-ish, this goldish, sorry. Oh, why is it? Yeah, so we're going to change it to that. I've already pre-saved this up here with this here that I've used. Okay, so it's just a little attachment that I use here that allows me to, touch anywhere on the website, and then I can copy the color of it. But we're going to put that in there just so it's the same from my website. So that's that there. So we've changed the text color, and then solid button background. We can leave that for now. Solid button label, we'll leave all that. Okay, so we've just got a white background with a gold writing. Okay, so we're going to go back like that, and then we're going to click this one and select it. So we've got that there, and yeah, cool. So we've got that. Click back here. So you click back on here again, so onto the rich text, and then click scheme 7. This is what we just created, and then we've got that there. So it's nice and centered, it's on brand, it's gold, and it's like that. Now, why Shopify would make you have to do a stupidly roundabout way just to change it to gold, I don't know. I don't know whether they're sitting around together having a bit of a laugh at making the best, best platform in the world for selling things, but yet the most basic builder that's ever existed. I don't know whether that's one of their little jokes they have, who knows. But anyway, we figured out how to change that to gold. So next thing we want to do is actually add in our FAQ down the bottom. Now, back in the day, it would have been really difficult to figure out how to make an FAQ, especially one that's like made for SEO. It's SEO optimized, but we live in the day and age with AI, so it's really easy now to create a really good FAQ. And I'm going to show you how you can do it. We're going to head across to ChatGPT, and I'm going to go to this one here. We're pretending this glass design business. I'm just going to say to it, I'm going to say, and I'm going to have these prompts in the document that you can use yourself, but I'm going to show you here live. So I'm going to say, can you create me, can you please create an FAQ for this business that is also SEO optimized. Okay, so that just means it's going to create FAQ based off this business, and then it's also going to make sure that they're actual search engine optimized as well. Like, so they're ones that are questions that would help you rank by someone finding them. Okay, so we're just going to have that and hit that, and that's going to see in a few seconds it's going to come up with all the FAQ page created for the business. So here's the FAQ page done, which is just incredible. So there you go. So they're all, it explains to you why they're there. So they're all just questions that people would be really asking on the internet. Is your glassware dishwasher safe? What makes glassware unique? FAQ. So they're like that, but they're also SEO optimized. So they have like SEO words ready to go in there. Okay, so incredible, way easier, and that's the best way to do it. All you literally say is, can you please create an FAQ page for this business that is also SEO optimized? Simple as that, and then you're going to get one spat out like that. Okay, and then all we need to do is copy and paste that across. So all we're going to do now is we're going to go through back to our here, and we're going to go add in another section. So we're going to go back to this here. We're going to go back to template, underneath rich text, add section, and then you're going to go to a collapsible content, this one here, click that, and then this is our FAQ. So we've got FAQ already written up the top there, so we don't need to really have that again, and then we're just going to put in each of these. So a little bit cumbersome. I'm just going to show you how to do one, and then you'll know how to do all the rest. It'll come up. So you're just going to go through across here, and then just going to say what makes your glassware unique. You're going to copy that from ChatGPT. You're going to go back here, and you're going to go to heading here, and you're going to change that to, why will you not do that? There you go. Now it's changing. Okay, so we're going to do that again, copy that, and then we're going to place that in there. Cool. What makes your glassware unique? And then I'm going to remove the chat, but you can put whatever you want. You could have like all these random things like here. Honestly, you don't need it, so I'm just going to go none. So I'm just going to go without that. And then I'm going to go through and add in our information there. So if you go back here, you just take that from the FAQ that we just created, and then you're just going to put that in there and just Control V in there. So all that is added in there now. So when they click that down arrow, it's got your FAQ in there. Okay, so simple as that, back and forth. I'm not going to show you each and every single one individually. You know what to do. You just go back to your, copy that, the heading, then copy the part underneath. Okay, so go through, do that, and then I'll go on to the next step. Okay, so once you've put all yours in, you're probably going to have quite a bit more than I've put in there, but that is pretty much what we're going to have for a FAQ. So whatever you've put in there, that is it there. So it still looks clean, still looks on brand, because we've done for this I chose the gold, so we just changed that, and you've shown how to do that. Then we just have our drop down that when people click that, you got a nice, each of those that are SEO optimized. Now you'll see here, this is our footer section. I'm going to show you later on when we actually make the homepage live. We can turn off this footer for the homepage so we don't have two. But there's not a lot you can do with the footer for Shopify's basic builder, but that's okay on our all our other pages. It's okay if we don't have that more advanced one. If you did get the paid version of Gempages, you could go through and add it for each page, the more advanced one we made on the homepage. But for you guys, you're trying to save money and we're just using Shopify's built-in one. All you want to do is maybe change this to, like, instead of just saying subscribe to our emails, if you want to change your footer to say something like for the page, you could just say sign up to receive exclusive discounts and offers, something like that. Okay, so you can just have that, and then the rest is just as it is. Okay, so you can change all these here. So you can go follow on shop, you can have that section. You have social media icons. If you want to add in, so there's still your social media icons, you just hit you have that ticked, but then you got to add them in here. Each of them in there, and when you add them in, it'll show up. It'll show up in there. Okay, so when you add that in, and it actually is a proper one, and you add it in, they'll show up at the bottom down here like that. Okay, so that's one way to do it. But for now, we're not going to go into that, but that's how you easily add in social media, so you still have them across your footer. And then a few other things you can change for the footer. If we go back here, so you could add the policy links, payment icons, so this is these here. Once you set those up, language selector, country, region. Just leave it, whatever's already there, that'll be fine. But I just like to change that at least. Okay, so when we hit that, we're just going to hit save. Okay, so we've done our FAQ here, and just looking back, remember we had our FAQ page and template ready to go. Now, that's pretty much done for our FAQ, but to make it actually live as our proper FAQ, we're going to go back to exit. So, and then we go back to pages, and then we go back to here to FAQ. You might need to reset it like I did just then, it might not show up, and this is our FAQ page. And now this is where it gets, some people are like, what the hell's going on? So if I click this, the FAQ is just going to show that, because it shows nothing, even though we just created our design. So this is why people get, like, other tutorials say building a Shopify store is easy. Here's my little 20-minute video. Here's how to do this, this, and this. And then people, like, I've read this in Reddit, I've read it in comment sections, and I've read it in that. And that's why I wanted to make this the ultimate tutorial for people. But a lot of them will tell you, hey, just do this, this, and this, and then, oh, look at that, you're going to have a whole shop done. And yes, once you know what you're doing, it is easy, but there's a lot more to it than just what a lot of tutorials will have you believe. So that's why I wanted to go in deep depth with this. So what we're going to do now, just so this actually does work, our FAQ we just created, we're going to go to this template. Remember, we created a template, and we're going to go, it's not showing it yet. Again, this is why Shopify's a little funny like this. You just want to hit get that to come up again, and then there we go, FAQ page has shown up. So I'm going to click FAQ, and then I'm going to hit save that. Again, we don't need to put anything in here, because if you put something in there, it's going to put it over the top of what we just created. So we don't need to worry about that. Okay, so now I hit view, and if it's loaded yet, it's going to show our FAQ page we just made. And look at that. And look how much better that looks than the one that Shopify wanted us to have. And see, people click that, and it looks really nice, easy. So there's your FAQ page created like that. Okay, so now we want to go through and update, because we like this design for our FAQ page. And I'm going to show you how you can easily now replicate that and update your about pages and your contact to look same design. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to the online store, and we're going to create a theme for our about. So we're going to create a base theme for our about section. So we're going to go back to customize, and same deal as before. You're going to go to homepage, you're going to go to pages, and you're going to go create template. And notice it says FAQ is assigned to one page, because that design was assigned to the FAQ. So now we're going to create about one. There is one already here that I created, but I'm going to go through and I'm going to create one from scratch to show you guys. So you're going to go create template, and I'm just going to call it about updated. You can just call it about, but I'm calling it that. And now this is where we can speed things up. We can do say based off the FAQ page. So we're going to base it off that, so then we don't have to do it all, don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just hit create template. Now we've got FAQ, we're seeing what's our about page template, but it's still showing our, and then it's changed it this time actually to the about. There we go, that's surprising. So there's, don't get yourself too confused now, but that is the FAQ design that we just put in, because we based it off that. So we can now change this here to, we can change this to just saying about, and then we can remove this here and delete that, and we can change the, making sure when you're doing this is about here and this is about here. Just remember you hit change and change it to whichever one it is, just in case that hasn't happened for you. So make sure those two say whatever page you're working on. I've made the mistake before back in the past when I was first getting started, and that wasn't fun. So what we're going to do now is, and notice we've got this already updated too. So that's we don't need to update that each time for our page, which is awesome. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to just add in an extra bit of information. So I'm going to go add section, and then you're going to go rich text. So this is why Shopify is so weird. Its builder, like, it's very strange. So this is the only way that we can add in. There's not just like a drag text in. Like, why wouldn't you just do that? The only way we can do it is we add rich text like this. It always has the header, the button, everything, but we can delete them. You see what I mean? So you go add that in like that, and then it's going to load it, and we're going to get rid of the button again, and then we can have this up here, which you might use to our favor. I'm just going to have a look what we come up with, but we'll leave that there for now, but we're going to use this part here to put in all the information for our about. But notice it's nice and centered. So what we're going to do is go back to here. Now I'm going to ask ChatGPT to write me an about page. So I'm just going to say, could you, just to give you an example, could you please write me an about page for this business? Okay, and then just hit that, and then what it's going to do is it's going to be do an SEO friendly one, because it remembered that we talked about SEO before, so we didn't even need to ask it to do that again, which is just awesome. And then all you need to do is just copy and paste that. See how I said these headings here, we could individually add each one of those in, but that's going to take a bit of time. If you're a bit of time poor and you just want to get this together, you can put it all in like this, and it will actually put the bold in and everything. So I just don't worry about the about us again, probably no point, but you just want to copy this and then just hit copy to there, and then grab that, and we're going to put this here, and we're going to press Control V, and then there you go. You've got everything added in, bolded, and ready to go for you. So we actually are going to remove this here. If you wanted to get a bit more technical or like advanced with it, you could theoretically, like I said, you could go through and use this here, and you could put each individual headline in. So I'll just give you an example. You could put that there and put this in here. Oh, Jesus, what are you doing? Why are you not copying that? I'm just going to go back here. Let's just give you an example. This one here. No, I'll give you the proper example. So let's just say you go on this here, and you're going back here, and you want to change that to your heading there. And then you could have nice big ones each time. You could hit bold, and you could do that. And then you could hit duplicate like that, and you could do that. And then you could put this one in between there. But if you click this and you go up, you have to click up. You can't just drag it, which is, again, the basicness of this builder. And then so you can start to do that, and you could individually do each one. But I think that's a bit overkill. We don't need to do that. We can just go what we had there, and now it's decided to delete it on me. We're going to put it back in again. And then so we go back here, we put that in there, Control V, and then delete this one. And then we've got that. Now we can change the text size to be a little bit bigger. So let's change it to 3, heading 1, what's that? Way too big, bit silly. Let's go 2. That's probably a bit better there like that. Cool. So you can go through and you can play around with it a bit. You could click here, and you could change the spacing by going like that and everything, go through and all that. But, you know, I'm pretty happy with that. And now, of course, you can change, you obviously want to put your own brand name in there. So whatever your brand name is there. So let's just make up Ultimate. glassware. You could put something like that at Ultimate Glassware, and then you go through and you put in your city, your region, and everything there, edit as you need. But there is now our About page done. So look at that. Looks super clean, still looks on brand, and way better still than what Shopify originally wants to build it out like. And again, this is something, and again, I don't want to just keep sounding like I'm just talking down the other tutorials and things like that always, but this is something again that is overlooked, I've noticed a bit. So I wanted, when I started this channel and everything, I wanted to make it the ultimate, like some of the best YouTube tutorials out there, and hopefully this is doing that for you. So yeah, if it is, make sure you give this video a thumbs up as a thank you, and yeah, let's keep going along. So that is our About page template now done. So we're just going to hit save there, and that is good to go. So there's our About page template done now. So what do? We go back here, and then we go to our we go to our pages, sorry, and then we go to our About page that we've got here, because it wouldn't be using the thing we just made. We want to put it on the About page new. Oh, I would have got myself confused there. I want to do About page new for me, but for you it's just going to be About page. So we're going to go here and I go About page updated. And now here's something really important. You want to delete this now, because we don't want to have the same, we don't want to have double information, because if you save that, what would happen is it'll put that plus the one you just added. So we're going to delete that. We're not worrying about it. We built it separate, and then you're just going to hit save. Okay, and now if I have a look at that, we should have a good, nice looking About page. Cool, look at that. Awesome. So now I've got a good looking About page. It still looks on brand, still looks nice and clean. I'd be super happy with that if that was my business. Okay, so there is the About page. Now the final one we wanted to do was the contact page. That page is already like ready to go as well, but I want to change the contact page as well to be ready to go. So I'm going to show you through one more time. You know, other people might not bother, but I want you want to do everything to show you step by step. Okay, so we're going to go through one more, which is our contact page, just so you also don't get confused with that one. Okay, so we're going to go back to online store, and then you go to customize. You guys are getting good at this now, aren't you? So last one, homepage, then you go on pages, and then you go on to create template, and it already has contact, so I'm going to change that to contact updated. So we're going to change it. We're going to base it on, well, let's base it on the contact page, only because we want to have our actual contact page ready to go. So you want to, let's just go back to the contact, which it was on anyway, but so we want to do this one as the contact page, because we want it to actually have the contact stuff there ready to go for you, and that'll make sense in a minute. So go create template. Okay, so it's got one there that I actually did earlier, but I'm going to change that to our design, so you know how to do it now. So making sure that this is both synced up, it's contact, and then we're going to hit this one here, and we're going to change the scheme to this one here, and there we go. Easy as that. You've got your contact page now ready to go. That's all worked. And the reason we had to make sure we chose the contact as the base is it wouldn't have loaded this in. Okay, so we want to just hit save, and then that is that done. So then just finally go back, and then we go back to our pages, and then we go to our contact, and then we go to this. Probably going to load it again because it doesn't always come up, and then we're going to go to contact updated, and then we're going to hit save like that. Okay, so let's just make sure that it worked. Okay, awesome. So there's our clean looking contact page. Love that. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go back and we're going to add each of these pages that we just created. We're going to add each of those and make them, add them to our website on our design. So that they're clickable links. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, actually I'm going to show you guys how to do that now too, before we do that. So we've got our FAQ, but that doesn't show up on our menu. Ooh, how do we do that? Easy. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back here and we're going to go, do you remember how we did it? We go down to our menus under content. So we go to content, and then we go to menus, and then we're going to add in an FAQ in main menu. I'm going to go to add menu, and then we're going to go to call it FAQ, put it in uppercase, and then we're going to go here. I'm going to just type FAQ. Why does it keep doing that? FAQ, actually, just to be sure, because sometimes I'm not always super trusting. So we're just going to go to here and hit it out, choose it ourselves, FAQ like that. There we go. It's actually showing it as a page, and then just go tick button there and then hit save. So that'll be now on our menu. Okay, so now just what we want to do is go back to our actual builder. I'm going to go here, and we're going to add these in to our page. Okay, so we're going to go back to the one that I'm working on, for which for me is this one here. You guys will just have one there. You're just going to go to your one that you've built out. Awesome, we're getting there, guys. We are so close to done. Okay, so for a design. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add in our pages here. Now you guys know how to do that already. You're going to grab your FAQ and you're going to copy and paste that. You're going to go copy, and you grab that, and you're going to click here, and you're going to go to highlight it, and then you're going to get a link. You're going to put that in there, and then you're going to undo the underline, and then you're going to go to about, click the about, copy that, put it in there, and go there, and then you're going to do the old cheeky turn off the underline, and then contact our final one, contact one here. Okay, so we're going to take that one and then put the link in there. Now I'm just going to make sure I didn't get them mixed up, did I? I don't think so. No, I didn't. I didn't. Okay, so there. Alright, why are you doing underline again? You've been a bit cheeky. Cheeky. Alright, so there we go. So we've got everything ready to rock and roll. Before we hit publish, something I want to do, I just want to make sure we get done. So we're going to hit save, make sure you do that. But we get into the exciting part where we can actually publish it and make it our home page. Because at the moment, we're still displaying the basic, boring Shopify homepage. So we're going to go back here. Something we want to do, you want to make sure you do not forget about doing this. This is crucial. Very important step. So you're going to go when it finally loads. You're going to select the one again. You're just going to have one that's your home page, and what you're going to do is you're going to go to here. You're going to select it, and you're going to hit this three dot thing here, and then you're going to go header and footer. Okay. So you want to use Shopify's themes header. It's just you'll confuse. It's just not a good idea to make your own. Use the theme header. That's good. But we want to untick this. So we want to, just for the home page, we want to untick that so that it doesn't add in its own footer at the bottom on top of the one we created. Went to all that hard work. So we're going to hit there and just hit confirm. Okay, so we've done that. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to our home page, and what we're going to do now is we're going to go actually just making sure that everything's good and ready to go. Yep. Should have a website that you are super happy with now, and you should be unbelievably proud of yourself. you've done an incredible job, and you've created something that's just, you know, a next level. And I hope that this has been unbelievably helpful for you. What we're going to do now is we're actually going to publish it. So this is the moment of truth. This is where it becomes official. And this is, you know, I remember the first time I ever made like a website out like this, and it was like, it's just the coolest feeling to make your idea and bring it into reality. That's what you're doing right now. So before you do it, pat yourself on the back. Well done. You've done something that, you know, a lot of people think about creating something like this, but then they don't actually do it. So you have. That is awesome. You found this video and you followed through, and now you're about to have an absolute incredible looking website that's just, you know, it's going to create waves. So what we're going to do now, the exciting part, is we're going to hit publish, and this is when we're going to make it officially our homepage, our official website ready to go. So we're going to hit publish. Now do not skip this. You make it way harder for yourself and confusing if you skip this step. So make sure you don't do anything just yet. Hit this one here, tick replace current homepage. I've forgotten that before when I first got started, and then it just makes it way more difficult than it needs to be to then go back again and figure out how to make it your homepage. So I know you're getting excited, you want to make it live, but make sure you tick this. And then hit publish. Okay, in the moment of truth. There's all that. Okay, so now that should be the website live. It says published up here, and it says default. It's made it your default homepage, and then it's published. Okay, so then we can check it. If we hit this here, preview. Awesome. So look at that, guys. So you'll notice here, it's still saying all this here, but that's because I clicked the preview button. We've got our website that is officially live. Now to make it just that cool, nice little bit cool, well, just to prove that it is live for us, we're going to go back here now. I'm going to go back to here. And then if we go to our online store, so we go to here, online store, and you'll see it listed down here now once it loads. So theme library, it says, it shows actually your site there loaded like that. Okay, so that's your current theme. If you followed it all like I did, and how awesome is that? That should be showing your website now, ready to go. And the cool thing is you can also you can duplicate this and you can make a backup. So sometimes I advise people to do that. You can hit a duplicate, and then you've got like a backup that then when you create edits to it, it's like editing over top of that, but you had your previous one. Okay, so we're just going to hit view here, and on your actual official domain, so on my.store one, you've got this now as your official website, your official website done and put together. So absolutely incredible looking website. You should be, I don't know what yours looks like, but you should be unbelievably proud of yourself for having put this together. Yeah, this is the hard part done, honestly. That is the hardest, most difficult part. Now everything, it's like they talk about like pushing the rock up the hill. You've pushed the rock to the top of the hill of building your website, and now all it is just it's gonna glide back down. Okay, and that gliding back down, I'm here to help you with those final touches, which is going to be your SEO, your email marketing, and just one last thing I want to do for the menu is actually create a drop down for your all of your collections. Okay, so just a last little finishing touch we're going to put on our website. Then we'll be done with the design portion of this tutorial, and then like I said, it's all downhill from there. You've got through the hardest part, and you should be super proud of yourself with what you've got now. But the last thing I want to do is just add so we've got our contact, we've got about, we've got FAQ here. We want to now also just add in a collections drop down. So when people click collections, they can have, it'll have a drop down arrow that people can go through collections, these collections here that we created. Okay, so that's really easy to do. It won't take us long at all. Okay, so we're going to go back to our website. We're going to go back to our store, sorry. So you're going to back to your dashboard here, and then you're going to go to content, and then you're going to go to menu, and then in your menu section, you're going to go to main menu, and then we're going to add in collections drop down. So the way we do that is you just go type in collections here. Now it understands that it needs something here, so all we need to do is just go collections, and we're just going to go all collections. Okay, so that doesn't matter, it's not going to go into anywhere once we create a drop down under it. So we've got that, and then we're going to go add another menu item, and we're going to call this one energy, which you guys aren't going to call it that. This is your whatever your collection is. So you're going to go to collection, and then you're going to go to collections, find your collection energy or whatever your collection is, and then hit that collection and put it in there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to drag it down underneath, and then you're going to go through and do that for each of your collections. Okay, so add item to collections, adding more there. So I'm going to add each of those in. Okay, so there's all our collections added in there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to hit save there, and then so that's a drop down now of our collections. So now if we go back to our website and I hit reload, might take a few reloads to be live. It's still not there just yet. There we go. So it might take a few reloads for it to propagate onto your website, but now look at that. We've got our nice clean menu up here, and then when people click that, you've got if 4 different or whatever you created were your collections. Okay, so that's how we create a collections drop down. Whether you want that on your website, it's up to you, but I think it's a really good one to have. And then obviously you can change this around. Maybe you don't want your contact on your home, on your top here. I think you should though, but maybe you don't. So you can remove that and just only have it at the bottom. Or you could remove this one, FAQ, whatever you want to do. This world's your oyster now that you know how to add anything into the menu. But that's what we're going to stick with for this one, okay? So that is now officially the design section of our website. It's live, it's ready to go, and yeah, that's done. Now we're going to move into the SEO, and the email Klaviyo setup and email marketing, and then we're going to be absolutely done. But as of here, you've officially got your own Shopify store ready to go. Okay, so for those of you who have chosen to import the template, you know, if you're someone obviously who values time and efficiency, this is how you can use the template that you've downloaded from below to go through and speed up the process of the editing. So you don't have to go through and build it out from scratch. You can just use this template to now build out the website, your website as your own, using the base template that I've created for you guys. So all we need to do this is we go to Gempages Builder, and then what you guys are going to need is, if you haven't already done it, just remember that you actually need a proper paid plan to be able to do this. So you need to click up here. Yours will say free if you haven't done it yet. You click there, and then it'll take you to this area here, and then you choose $29 a month per month on there. Choose that as your current plan, and then you get started, and you'll have the paid version, which is the only way that you can actually download things that are already been created. Okay, so what you want to do is go to Pages, so not Gempages Builder. This is where even it confuses me, because when I first started using it, because it looks very similar to me and I throw a lot of people. So this here is the Gempages Builder. There's an area like this, but then you need to go to the actual pages, which what makes it confusing is it almost looks identical. So just ensuring that you click Pages here, and then you go to Import Page here. So this is where you're going to import the page that you've downloaded. So the Ultimate Shopify Tutorial Homepage template, and you just drag and put in there and just hit import. Okay, so that's going to import in now, take some time. Okay, so we've just done that now, imported that, and this will be it here. So now we want to go to click on it and start editing it. So there you go. So awesome. So you've got the whole website already ready to go for you, the whole template built out. Now all you have to do is go through and edit it. Now, some of you I know have probably already watched some or all of the part before of how we built this out, or you might have watched, you've started to get a bit of an idea of how to build out and use this. So I'm not going to go super in depth, knowing that you can also go back to that other area if there's any areas, because everything's going to be time stamped out, that you need to go over in a little bit more depth. But I'm still going to go over in basics, just assuming that you've downloaded this for yourself, how, as a full template ready to go, how you could go about editing it. So the first thing you want to know is this section here is our hero. So this is the top portion of the website. So if you want to edit anything on here, this is all been built out to be, obviously eye-catching, but also it's built out from a copywriting and design perspective. So you don't want to, you can change it as much as you want, but yeah, I've obviously made this to make it as easy as possible for you. So you go through, and if you just click here, you can type in whatever heading you wanted to do there. So you could change that to whatever you wanted to change it to here. So you just type in there. You can put in whatever heading you want there. So we made that example of the glassware one, so we could do Ultimate Glassware. Ultimate Glassware. And you could change this to whatever you wanted to as your subheading. So when changing this image, it's ideal to keep it, if you want to keep it fitting in within what I've got here, keep it in the parameters of this size image here, which was just 1080 by 1080p. So a full square image like that is going to work best, but you can go through and change it. Yeah, you can go through and have a trial of what you think, what you want to have there and what works for you. So see, I'll just put in something like that. You could have an image like that. I'd use this right hand part for showcasing your supplements. That's what I created it for. So I'm just assuming you've got a supplement image ready there. You've got a product image ready there, and you can place that on the right. So that's how you edit this section up here. If you click on here, you can change the button. You'll want to change that because it's going to have an old link of mine in there, so you want to change that to your Shop All Collections page. So look through the tutorial of how we create collections, and you can put your Shop All in there, and then it's becoming self-explanatory how we change it. Now, but colors, we lost the E there. So coloring, so if you want to click on here, and you just click the yellow here, so you see the color, and you hit that, and you can change it to red, you can change it to orange. You can change it to any color you wanted by clicking on here and going through the color wheel, and you can change it to anything. So that's how we change our colors. We can change our font by clicking here and going through all the different ones that we have here. So if you just click on one there, you're going to change the font, so you can change it to whatever you want. In terms of sizing, you can change that by just clicking plus on here or typing in an amount. So you could go 100. You could go 50, let's go on 150, you could go 50 like that, just finding what is going to work for you. So that's how you go through and edit all that for us. Okay, so moving down, same principles apply throughout this whole section. So you could click here and you could change the sizing, you could make it smaller, you could change the color, whatever you want to. So you can move all that around. Now to put in your own text, you just go Control A and then put in, pretending that I'm going to put in my own text, and then I'd put it in Control V. So let's just say I've found this on, I've deleted that, and then I just Control V and I put in the one that we created. Now remembering that if if you've got this template, you've downloaded the bonuses. I've got each of the different copy, like base copies to put in here that then you just put into ChatGPT and it can recreate it, but for your business. So you just put that in this section. And then moving down here, if you've got sections that you want to remove, so just so for instance, this is a good example. You don't want this section because it's you don't have anything for that yet. You just simply hit delete on it, and you can hit delete on here, and you can remove that for that section. You can change this, just click it, and you can change that to featured, whatever you want. Now here, there's an important part. So product section, just say, so your products would show up here because I've pre-built it that this is a products thing, but you'd have to go through the product element and select the pick. So it's going to have pick products, and you're going to have to pick the products that you have, tick them like that, and then hit save, and it'll put it in there. Now remembering, yeah, or if you've skipped ahead, you might not have seen it, but this is how we change the number that we see. So you change that to 3, you change it to 4. I advise around 3 or 4, and then you could do that. Okay, so if you wanted to do more than 4 supplements, so you wanted to do 8 or 6, you could just hit duplicate. So I'll just right click on the outside of it. So right click on here, so it's got all of them, and then right click, duplicate, and then it's going to make another 4 down the bottom there. Okay, so that's how you do that. And then shop by collection, you just change these images yourself by going, you hit X on there to remove it, and then go browse gallery, and then upload yours from Flat Icon was the website that we used to get these. Find one that you like, and then just drag it from your downloads into the gallery. So it has to be while you're in the gallery, so you'll be in here, and you get your download, and you drag it into here, and then you can place it on that there. And then coming down here, we can change this. Obviously you're starting to understand that. You could remove these if you wanted to. You could remove one. You could, if you wanted to just make it so you had only 2 there, and you would remove one, you go like that. But I'd advise keeping those 3. So again, I just clicked on the row and I clicked 2, and then I deleted 1, and it would fix it so you could only have 2 there. And then moving down, we're starting to understand it. So you understand that anywhere you click, you can then edit. And then same with up on the top at the hero image, we just click that and we can change that. Keeping in mind that I put in a 1080p image in the center here, sorry, 1080 by 1080 pixels, so a square, and I'd advise putting that in again there. Then this section here, we can click there, and then to change the image in the background, all we simply do is go down to here where it's got image, so background, image, hit delete, and then just go browse gallery, drag in the one that you want, and place it in there. And then when you place it in there, you'll be able to click it, and it'll change it to whatever image you put in there. Okay, so I'm going to reverse back, and then coming down through here, this is a little bit more advanced, but you could change this by clicking on there and then, you know, typing through here, so that's easy. But then this section here, if you want to make a before and after, watch the video where I had a little bit more depth of this for earlier in the tutorial where I actually went into this. But you need to put a first and a second image, so an outside image and an inside image, create that, and then you can upload, and then it creates this effect here like that. Okay, so that's that section. Again, that's a little bit more advanced, and if you didn't want to have this section, you just click on the whole section and then just hit the delete icon. Okay, then moving down here, if we want to add in testimonials, we just go through and we click this here, the text block, and then we can copy and paste one in or type one in and put it there. Same with the heading, you can put that in, change it to whatever you want. Now we also, if you don't want to have this icon section, which you might not, you just click on it, hit delete there, and we can change that. And then this here, we can change each of these images, and obviously you're going to want to your own business, so you click that one, and you understand now. You click X, then browse gallery, drag and drop your image, and do that for each of them. Okay, so we change through there. Same with these, you would choose a social media icon and upload them to whatever you want to have there. double click on that to edit it. Now if you wanted to edit that color there for follow along, you just highlight it and then go to green, whatever you want it to have it as, it's on brand for you. And then coming down here, same thing, we can edit this, change this photo by deleting it and then putting our own, edit, click to edit to change it. If you want to remove that, you can, and if you just want to have that. And then coming down here, you'll see in the email marketing section how we set all this up, so we can leave that for now. Same with this one here, you'll see how we set these up, so just go to those sections. And then here we just double click, this is our footer, we can change this to whatever we want and click on these icons and we can change the source of them. If you don't want them, you can just click delete on them like that. Now you just need to also ensure that when you do delete one, you'll make it so, just say we're going to go down to 3, we'd put it down to 3 like that. And you can upload your own icons from flat icon and then import them into here and put them in instead of the ones that you've got there if you wanted to. Okay, so that's how we edit that. And then coming down through here, so you just exit there and go to flat icon and upload your own icon image into this section here by clicking where the icon was, if that makes sense. And then coming down here, to change our pages that we're linking to, you can just type whatever you want on it. So let's pretend it was the FAQ. And then to change the link, which you're going to need to do, you highlight it like that and you click this link here and you paste a link over the top of it. Okay, so that's how we change the link. So remembering, we highlight our text, like that, and then hit link and then paste in whatever link of your page that you want to link to. Same with this, I forgot that. So if you're coming up here, if you want, you'll need to change the links to each of these. So your collections pages, you want to go to each of your collections pages and go through and click the source URL. So this one here, exit the one that it's linking to, because that would then, if you don't change that, it's going to link to my website's pages of these, which by the time you watch this might not exist anymore anyway. But yeah, so you just click source URL for each of these images and you can change it to link to your collections pages or anything you wanted, but we're using this for a collections. So yeah, and if you want to change the colorings of this, so the color of this to be your style. So remembering I said about branding, so just say it was purple with what you wanted to have, and then you could change that to purple, because a good thing about Gempages is once it's seen, you've used the color, it'll suggest it again of recents, so you could easily go through and just create your own coloring that you wanted, and you could go through and set it up like that. Okay, so very easy to customize. That's about all you'd need to know in terms of customizing this out. There's so much you can do, and having this as the base, you can make it completely your own and a really good looking website. Okay, and this speeds it up even faster than trying to build it out yourself. Okay, and so once you were done, then you would obviously hit save, and then to publish it, you would hit this one here, publish. And I'm not going to publish it because I don't want to put this one over the top of what I've got, but you click publish here like that, and then you would hit this button here that says replace current home page, and then hit publish on there, which I'm not going to do, but that is how it would then make it your home page and your new website. So do that at the end once you've edited all this out. Once you've made it your own, go through and hit publish, and make sure you tick this one, or else it'll be complex trying to fit, like, yeah, it's not as easy to publish it as the home page, and then just hit publish on there, and that will make your new updated website design that you use this template for. It'll make it your own, and then you'll officially have your own super well designed website, and you've been able to speed up the process heaps. Awesome. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the email marketing portion of this tutorial. So this is obviously a very important part of an online business, and something that's often very much overlooked by people, the importance of it when they're first starting their own online store. And it's certainly overlooked in a lot of the other YouTube tutorials out there when they go into starting on a Shopify store. Obviously, there's individual videos out there, but it's not always gone into as much in the tutorial. And I obviously wanted to make this tutorial the ultimate Shopify tutorial, so that it goes into every aspect, all the foundational important aspects to get you to absolutely hit the ground running. And I wanted to make this the ultimate Shopify tutorial, and so we're going to go now into the actual email marketing side of things. And one of the most important thing for doing that is one of the most powerful ways for doing that is offering something of value like this here, where we're going to give away 10% off for a first order, where they put in their email, and then they get a coupon, 10% coupon. And we're also going to create a pop-up that's going to pop up on the website when they've scrolled a little bit down. That's going to come up looking similar design wise in terms of color scheme and everything to our brand of what we've created, or whatever you guys have created. And so just having both those, so having both a pop-up as well as one down here, you're just going to increase your chances of conversion, because people, if they see a pop-up come up and it's right in front of them, it's 10% off. Like, a lot of people will actually take that up, but even if they don't, they exit. Then they've gone through all this and they come down the bottom and they see something like that again. They see 10% off. There, you got 2 chances to get it. Then you start building that email list out, and obviously an email list is unbelievably important and powerful tool that you can build. One of the most important things to build, especially when you're starting out with a Shopify store. The earlier you can get onto that and get it started and get it growing, the better. So better off to just get it over and done with, get it set up now while you're already in the creation, design phase and getting it all up and running. And that's why I wanted to actually include it as part of this ultimate Shopify tutorial. All right, so what we're going to do first is we're going to go back to our I'm still in here in the editor in here, but we're going to go back to so I can show you through properly what we're going to do. So we're going to go back here and we're going to go to apps, and we're going to install an app. Okay, so what we're going to do now is go through and install Omnisend. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down into the App Store, and we're going to go to the bottom here and we'll click all recommended apps, and then we're going to scroll down to the bottom again and go to the Shopify App Store. And then from here, what we're going to do is we're just going to simply type in Omnisend, hit enter, go to that one, and then you're just going to simply click install. Then we're going to hit install again. Then you're going to come to this screen, which is a sign up form for the app. So we're just going to put in all your details here. And then we're just going to hit get started. Awesome. Then you're going to be brought to this section here, which I think is just incredible with Omnisend, which is you're going to actually have this area, which is a brand asset. So it's analyzed my website, brought all the colors through, and then I'm going to be able to apply that to my store now. So, sorry, for my forms and everything. So this is incredible, and not other email softwares do it that I've seen before. So yeah, really powerful stuff. And then you're just going to come through to here and then just say the one on the right here, I'll explore the platform myself. Because you're going to have me walking through it anyway. So just go through and select this one on the right. Okay, so once you're into Omnisend, you've installed it, you've gone through the initial part of signing up, we've gone through all that. We're going to come to this section here. Now, because I went in and actually started editing it, some of it on my own, just when I said, because I was going to test this for us to see how it works for you guys, when Klaviyo ended up not working, decided to try Omnisend, and now I've decided I actually think Omnisend's better than Klaviyo, and it's what I'm going to be using for clients as well as for my own stuff. Move across to it, but yeah, so you'll see I tried out this where they say you go through it step by step, and I actually found that we don't need to do, like, it's a bit basic what it asks us to do in there. So we're going to go through and instead just go to forms and create our own form. Okay, so what we're going to do there is just come to this one here and click forms, and you're going to see I've actually got a couple of forms already there when I was testing it out, but you guys will have nothing there. So what you're going to do is just hit create form, and then we're going to make this an embed form. So the easiest thing we can do is just click embed here, and then we're going to click this center one here that says branded email capture. For you, if you said yes at the beginning to when it did like its branding stuff, it would have made one based on your colorings of your website. So maybe you chose red, so it would have picked a red button or blue or whatever. For me, it shows the gold because it's in line with the gold that we use on our website. So what we're going to do is we just go to branded email capture, use template, and then when you come into here, there's not a lot we have to do in here, which is awesome because Omnisend is actually really intuitive and really good. So all we're going to do is we're going to hit on that, and we're actually going to remove that, and then we're also going to click this and we're going to remove that too, because the reason for it is because we're going to paste it in down below, and we're going to put it in here like this one was here, the placeholder one, and all we need is that, and all this will be coming from the website, not from the form itself, if that makes sense. So sorry, we want to change this to let's just say get 10% discount. I'm going to say get my 10% discount. Okay, so we're just going to have that. Just a little rule of thumb with this sort of thing, a little bit of a marketing copywriting advice. When you're creating like a button, especially if it's like an opt-in, something like this, if you're giving away something, it's really powerful to just say get my whatever it is, 10% discount, you'll get your, both can work, than just saying get or just saying, just, download this or download. Having something like that can be just that little step further. So it's up to you what you want to put there, but I'm going with get my 10% discount. Okay, so it just keeps things in line and like streamlined and coherent of what they're actually doing, and it can sometimes increase conversions just that tiny bit more. Okay, so next thing we want to do is we want to go back to, we want to go through here, all that's good. Then our success, we want to change this a little bit. So because we're giving someone a coupon code, so we're going to change this and we're going to make that here is your coupon. Okay, and then we're going to center that like that, and then we're going to put it in bold, and then we're going to change the font to Poppin so it's in line with what we've been doing through our website. You'd pick whatever one you've been using on the website if it's there or something similar. And I'm going to put that, well, 12's a little bit small, isn't it? Try like 20, nah, still a bit silly. Let's go like 30. Oh, alrighty. Yeah, that's better. Here is your coupon. Then we're just going to remove that, hit delete, and now what I want to do is grab this percent discount, put that there, and what that's going to do is allow us to put in a coupon code. Now we haven't created it yet in Shopify, but we are going to create it. So we're just going to go here and we're just going to type welcome 10. So that's the coupon code we're going to create for our website. And so if we give it away here, of just welcome 10. So here is your coupon, welcome 10. Easy as that. Now you could change the color scheme a bit. Maybe we change the text color to this orange here. Maybe, let's see. It's not too bad looking. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, but on the website, within the thing, I'm probably just going to go what it had, the black. So let's go like that. Okay, so here is your coupon, welcome 10. Okay, So was there anything else we wanted to change? Here, form, subscriber, embedded, branded. Let's just add one more. Let's make it so just we know in the future if we started to do things like that, we could call this homepage underscore discount. Okay, just good little one to have there as well. Okay, and then we're going to go. Is there anything else we want to do? I just want to make sure we've got the form, email, 10%. Awesome. Let's hit enable form. And then you're going to get this code here. Okay, so what I want you to do is copy that code. Okay, and then I want you to go back to Shopify. So we're going to go back to Shopify. I'm going to go to your Gempages builder. And then we're going to go to here. So remember that's under apps, Gempages builder. Then we click here on our website that we've been building out. And then what we want to do is we want to go down here to the bottom, and we had this just as our placeholder. So we don't actually want to use that one because it's actually not applicable anymore. It's not applicable. It's going nowhere, and it was just essentially a placeholder one because it's not an Omnisend one, and it's not set up to work. We just wanted it there, so we had it there ready as a bit of a placeholder. So I'm going to hit that and remove that. And what you're going to go to search, then you just type in Omni, and that's going to take you to apps, Omnisend, and you're going to drag and put that there. And then you're going to grab this, put it into the center like that. Okay, so just center, align in the center. Then you're going to change landing page to embedded, and then you're just simply going to Control V, whatever it is on Mac, and you're going to paste that in there. Okay, and then you hit save and publish like that. Okay, and then that's going to put it in there, but we're going to fix this up here because that's going to get us in a bit of trouble being all the way up there like that now. So let's put at the top of here 100. That's probably a bit much. Put 50 up here. Actually, maybe 75. 75 there. Whatever. Just try it around for you. So I'll put on that top one there, and let's get that there. Let's hit save and publish. Now let's go have a look at it on our store. So let it load again. No, it's not loading the right one. I want to do that again. So then we go down to the bottom, and there we go. Look at that. Awesome. So it's placed there, which is really good. So that's the first part. So people could type their email in there. So I'm going to test it out. And then see they click that, and then they get, here is your coupon, welcome 10. And then when they hit that, they copy that, and then they'd be able to use that at the checkout once we've created it, and you would have that in there. Okay, so we're having a little bit of issue with sizing. It's okay if it's going to push it a little bit because this has got its own sizing. It might push that up when you go through. But I did notice when we actually, like before we even pressed it, there was a bit of an issue with it, which I want to fix. I don't want to leave that. I want to get it nice and neat. So if we come back here again, yeah, so there's a little bit of issue going on here. Let's figure this out. So if we're coming back here, let's put, for this whole thing here, let's put a, it's probably not going to help either. Let's put a 25 up here. Has this got its own little thing around it? No. If you want to put that there, is what I got around it. Yeah, let's change this and make this not so far away. Let's just change that to 0, and let's put this here to 50. Try that out. Let's see what that's like. Publish that. Yeah, cool. So it's already looking a little bit better again. So you might want to have to play around with it a bit until you get it right. So if we come back again here, I'm going to change that again to 100, and that's going to put it really push it there, and then we're going to hit save, then we're going to hit publish, then we're going to check it again. Let's have a look at that again now. That's already looking much better, much better. Okay, there's still quite a big gap between here and here, but I think that's going to be more so the actual created it inside, so so it's created a newsletter, Omnisend inside the newsletter. I'm going to remove that altogether and just put the element in there, and if we go to back to Omnisend again and hit this, drag that in there. Okay, that's going to be better. And then we drag across and then embed that. This is going to be much better. Okay, so now we don't have to have this crazy thing here. We can probably go back to 25 for that. And this one here, we can go advanced and we can go to 10. Let's check this. So again, we're going to go back here and we're going to copy this one from in our within here again. We're going to hit copy, and then we're going to go back and we're going to put it in again, now embed code, and we're going to test that out. So we're going to hit publish, and we're going to hit that. Let's have a look at what that's like now. So we've got that all going, and let's go back to our live page and going down to the bottom here. And look at that. That is absolutely crisp as that's, yeah, you can't get much crisper than that. Nice. Awesome, guys. So that is that ready to go for us. So the next one we want to actually go through and create is we want to create a pop-up. So this one's actually really easy as well. So we've got that all ready to go. So we're going to go back to Omnisend, and we've got this form already done. So we're going to go click this one here to go back. Then we're going to go create form, and then we're going to go to pop-up instead, untick embedded, go to pop-up, and then we're going to find a branded pop-up. There'll be one there for us. This one here, I like this one. So we're just going to click this one here, and then we're going to go use template, and then we're going to go through get 10% off your first order. And we could change this to an ongoing exclusive deals and ongoing exclusive. Get your 10% on an ongoing and offers, something like that. And you could say change this to get 10% off. You could have that, or get my 10% off. Might just go with this one, just get 10% off. Get 10% off your first order and ongoing exclusive deals and offers. Cool. So that there, and then frequency show up. So this is where we want to do a little bit more. So scheduling always available. Okay, we want to have that, and then we want to have targeting. So decide where you want to show this form on a visitor. Visitor targeting options, all visitors. So you could have it don't show to existing contacts. So if it registers that it's someone already signed into an account on your account, their account, and they're on there, we're just going to leave it as just everyone at the moment. And then set not to show for email, SMS, and push from Omnisend. Yeah, cool. So leave that one on, and then page targeting appears on URL, doesn't appear on URL, appears on page out of stock products. Okay, we're going to leave that for now, And then visibility, show on all devices. Yep, we want on both desktop and mobile. Frequency, don't show after interacting with the form 1 day. Limit form appearance, don't show after again. So it'll wait 1 day before. Yeah, we want all that. And then, yeah, cool. Let's go. Can we change though? The only thing I want to change is I also want to do the, yeah, I'm also going to add that in. Cool. So we're going to change homepage discount. We're going to add that one in for us. And then in terms of display, I'm pretty happy with that. Page rules. So this is what I was looking for. So I want to go through and change it to when it displays. Like you don't want to just come up when you've put all this work into a nice looking website right at the top. So let's change it to scroll depth, and we're going to do the scroll 50% of the way. That's usually a good amount. We've scrolled about halfway. So they've shown a bit of intention, and then we could also have one time on page. So maybe they've been there for 60 seconds, so a minute would be another one. I might even do 2 minutes, so 120 seconds for that one, just so we have, you know, if they're just idling at the top there, we can have that too. Okay, we don't want to have that. And so we want scroll depth 50%, time on page, and then let's go back. Let's just make sure everything else is good. Visibility, and awesome. So then we're just going to hit enable form. So the awesome thing about that is that one, theoretically now, that pop-up should be already just work on our website now on the homepage, theoretically. Let's just, because sometimes there can be issues with these things, but we're just going to make sure, we're just going to test it out and see. So let's first go to here, and let's go to review this. Let's pretend we're starting from the top. We're going to go to the real page because it's not going to work on a dummy one of it. So we're going to go to here. Let's pretend we're really on the page. And then, remember we did about 50% scroll. So I'm going to scroll down to about 50%. And look at that. Awesome. And it popped up like that, which is amazing. So, and it looks really good. And they're just going to type in their email, and then they're going to get the next part of it. Okay. So you can just quickly go back. If we want to go back to this is where all your forms are. You click on the form you just made. Now, we are going to edit this name just so that we know what it is. So we're going to call it Home Page Pop-Up. I'm just going to call it that. And then hit update. And then we're going to change what's step 2 here? Yeah. I don't want that. We don't need that of joining a phone one. You don't need to get their phone. You can if you want, if you really want to have that, but when you're just starting out, because you can have it as they can skip it, but I honestly think we don't need to. Yeah, it's up to you. You could have that, but you're going to have to pay to be sending out text messages anyway. So when you're just starting out, probably not necessary. I'm going to delete that one. So I'm just going to go from form to success. Thanks for signing up. As a thank you, you'll find a 10% discount in your inbox. Okay, so that's if they're already subscribed, what it'll look like. Cool. You could always even do, like, just for the sake of, like, for people, sometimes things can get lost in email and like that. You're better off to just, from my opinion, to just put it there for people as well. So you could have thanks for signing up as a thank you. Thanks. Yeah, we might even change that, to be honest. Get your 10%. So I'm gonna just make an executive decision. I'm gonna change that actually. So I'm gonna change this to here is your discount, like that. And then center that, and then we're going to make that bold, and then we're going to change it to Poppins again, like this, and then we'll change that to a little bit bigger again, We went about 50 on the other one. Let's go like 50 there. Oh, I don't like that. No. 40. Okay, and then we're going to drag that there. And then put in what do we remember? Welcome 10. And you can also say here, you can say something like, you will also receive, don't forget to check, don't forget to also check your emails and subscribe for more deals. Okay, and then hit update live form. Cool, so that is all good. That means that the form that's on our page now will go through and it'll do its thing, which is awesome. So well done. So that's the first part. You've just done something massive. You've gone through and you've set up your a form for yourself, which is going to start getting your emails, and then you've also set up one that's going to automatically appear. 2 ways to start getting emails, and this is something that, like I said, email marketing is massive but overlooked, and it's, you know, starting it right from the beginning and doing it well like this is going to just put you way ahead. And I'm very proud of you for coming along and getting through to this portion where we've done this. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit extra stuff. So this is optional whether you want to do it, because you've still given the discount code, but if you want to take it to that tiniest bit further, I'm just going to show you quickly how we can create a little bit of a mini sequence when they fill out this, they get their 10% discount, just to give them a little bit of a further, bit of bonus and building that trust with them through what's called a new subscriber sequence, which is essentially, you gave them something of value, which might have been an ebook, or it could be this 10% discount, and then you use this as a way to actually, instead of just giving them something and that's it, they don't hear from you, and then you just sell things to them only, there's a way you build that initial trust really quickly by like explaining some of your story, your brand, what it's about, da. We're going to show you through how we can do that, and then I'm going to set that up for you. Rightio, so we're going to head back onto Omnisend to do that. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is create our new subscriber sequence. Now, you'll see that it has an option here where we can hit create our welcome workflow. Now, I've tested it out, what they give you, and it's just a very basic 10% discount thing that just says, hey, thanks for subscribing, here's 10% discount. Like, it doesn't feel personalized and it doesn't feel anywhere near as good as we could do. It could, honestly, if you want to do it quick, you can skip this part that I'm showing you now and you just create this, let it do the work for you. And, it's still going to suffice. It's going to be better than a lot of people that don't even do that. However, if you want to do it well, you want to do it properly, here's how we can go through and set up an automation yourself that then once it's set up and ready to go, it's just going to be running on autopilot. So we're going to go here and go to automation, and then we're going to go to explore all workflows. So you just want to make your own. Don't go preview, because that's going to then try and start make one for you. We wanted to make it ourselves. So we're going to get here, and then they've got the welcome one, customized workflow, abandoned chart. So they've got recommended ones already. I'm just going to say create from scratch. So okay, so we're going to come in here, and what we're going to do now is we're going to set up our workflow. So what we're going to go through here is we're going to click on here, and we're going to go set up our trigger. So you're going to have all these triggers down. I've already picked one, which is what you guys want to go to, which is subscribe to marketing. So they've subscribed to, which means they've clicked on the email. So if they've actually got a discount code and then they've found the email from us and they've hit, hey, I want to, sign up for, we all know what they are. When you've signed up, say you want to join their newsletter or their list. So we're going to see when they've subscribed to marketing, and then let's leave that. Frequency, skip contacts who have already been in this automation in the last 1 day. Yeah, keep that. Let's leave all that, update that. Cool. So now we want to add a next one. So there we have here, we want to have, so they've done it. So this is going to be right away. We're going to have an email happen. So they've happened here, email we sent to subscribe contacts. So when they've first signed up, and now we're going to go through and we're going to create our 3-part email new subscriber sequence. So, okay, so what we're going to do here, looks confusing, but trust me, I'm going to help you guys through it. And this is an amazing skill set that you're learning right here. That's going to, you know, once you know how you do this, you're going to get better and better. And again, you are learning skills that are putting you way ahead of most of other, like, you know, people when they first start a Shopify, an online Shopify store for themselves. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to ChatGPT now. So, because we're creating this new subscriber sequence. So you've already dragged your email in, you grab this, put it in there. Now we're going to create our new subscriber sequence. So in your tab that you've been using for your business, your brand, the same one we've been using for all our about and everything, rule of thumb, don't start a new one each time you want to do ChatGPT, like you want to do something for your brand. Keep it in the one thread, so that, because ChatGPT learns more and more within the one thread. So if you start a new thread, it has to start pretty much again. Okay, so it is getting to the point where it remembers between threads, but it's still not perfect. So you want to just keep the one thread for your business, and that can eventually fill up and you create another one. But I'll create down the track, I can create more really detailed ChatGPT stuff. For today, just know, keep your same branded one and keep going on with it, because then we can do this. So we can say, okay, for this brand, so you can say something like, can you please write me a 3 email new subscriber sequence. If I can spell subscriber, we're going to leave that anyway. New subscriber sequence for this brand to help build initial trust. Man, I'm not doing too much typing today. To help build initial trust and connection with my brand. Let's see what it comes up with that, and then I'll show you how we can make it better if it doesn't come up too good. Okay, so I'm going to put that in. Absolutely. Here, the new subscribers in the glassware brand. The tone is warm, artful, trusting. So it's gonna do it based on what you like your brand is. It'll figure out what's gonna work for you. But let's go have a look. So from a copywriter here, I'm gonna tell you whether I think it's that good. So welcome to the world of whatever your brand name is. So hey, first name, welcome. I'm not gonna read it out the whole thing. Don't worry, but I'll skim read it. Welcome to here at brand name. We believe our objects we surround ourselves should be do more than function. They should inspire. That's why every piece of glass we make calm the soul into space. Whether you're sipping or forgetting sacred. Thanks for joining us. We'll be sending a few more emails soon, including behind the scenes peeks, special gift as a thank you. Yeah, it's not too bad. The story behind the glass. Yeah, cool. So it's done. That's what I was looking for. So I wanted one that was a story behind the glass. Something like the story behind our brand. So this would be where you're going more into why you created it, and this is where you would work with ChatGPT to figure this out, and you could say to it like, just giving a few tips here. Like you could have the first one introducing yourself if you wanted to, if you want to do that, like you the brand owner, and you could do something like that. Or you can introduce the brand, and then after that the story, and then after that it can be like a thank you thing like this. Okay, so really awesome. We're going to go with what it's given us first. Again, you can go back and forth. I'm not going to go like unbelievable detail here because we could spend hours here on how good we could make it. But it's still going to be, you're going to be way ahead of anyone else creating something like this, a new subscriber sequence little thing. So what we're going to do is okay, so what we want to do now is take all that information and put it into, that we just created from a new subscriber sequence, and we're going to put it into this email. Now I showed you the, now I've gone through and I showed you one that we quickly came up with the glassware idea, the glassware fake business that ended up turning into one we're doing in here. But I've also got one here that I built out, the new subscriber sequence for the actual fake mock supplement brand. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to show you, we're going to put them in. It's easy as we just go and copy what it has. So it's got your 10% off and a better way to supplement. So we've got that, and then we're going to go copy that, and we're going to go through back to here. I'm going to put the subject header. And to be honest, I'm actually going to change that because that might get flagged, the 10% off. I'm just going to say I'm going to change that, your 10% off, to your discount plus a better way to supplement. Okay, and then the pre-header, we're just going to put in a quick introduction, because it's a quick introduction to us. Okay, and then sender's name, so we're going to put in Optimal Supplements. Okay, and then we've got all that. So we're going to see that there's nothing in there yet. That's what it's looking like there inside of our email. But we're going to change that. So we're going to change this to update. So we're going to change the inside edit content of this email. So we're going to change this edit contact. Yes, save. So this is where we're going to put in our information. So we're going to go here. I'm going to just copy and paste this here. And hit copy, and then we're going to go back to Omnisend, and we're going to grab this, and we're going to hit Control V and put it in there like that. And so this where it's got your CTA of shop bestsellers now. Yeah, we could have that, but just to make things easy, we're going to just have it as it is like this. Okay, and now something not everyone might agree on with it, but I actually say don't have too many emojis. It can sometimes affect it being found. So reaching them if you've got too many emojis. So you can have bold and everything, but you might, and you could have these ones, but I'm not a fan of having too many. You can try it if you like, but you're better off to just have them simple, and not having too much going on. Otherwise, you run the chance of issues happening. Okay, so then we just want to put in here. So it's put in the first name thing here. So we just want to make that. Awesome. So we actually want to make it so that so we can actually fix this up even more, because that first name isn't going to be set up for working for Omnisend. So we can quickly go back here and we could actually say, can you adjust these? Can you adjust these for the contact first name to be to use the liquid syntax for Omnisend. So all that's going to do is make it so that we can just copy and paste it, and it'll already have the Omnisend, what it requires for it actually display the person's contact first name, because every single one uses different what are called syntaxes. You can go and add them in yourself, but in the day and age of ChatGPT, we can make this even easier for ourselves. Okay, cool. So it's done that for us. So now we've got it with the liquid syntax already there. And we're going to just put this one in here. So it's given us there, but from then the rest of them, you can just copy and paste the whole thing. Okay, and because it'll have each of them now with the appropriate syntax little thing so that it makes it come up properly. So we've got that in there. And then we're going to go remove this one and hit delete on there. And then we're going to go through, and I'm pretty happy with that. Those will be okay, usually, ones like that. And then I don't know why we've got these extra ones here. And then we're going to do that. So automatically we'll, yeah, so you have to have that there. So that just displays your address and everything like that, and your email address, your email, and unsubscribe. So we can actually, I think it will allow us to remove these. No, it won't. Okay, so you have to have those there by law. Those ones there, some do actually allow you to remove some of them, just have the unsubscribe and that. But we're going to leave that there. Okay, so then that's one. That one's done. Finishing editing. So we hit finish editing for that. So that's our first email done. Well done, guys. We've created your first flow email done. So then we're going to do another. We're going to do a delay here. And we're going to say, we're definitely not going to be 1 minute. We're going to do a day, 1 day. And then we're going to have email and drag in here. Yeah, cool. So there's that, and then we'll go to this next email, and all we need to do is go back here, and we go to our email 2. I'm going to copy that. Back into Omnisend there. So the subject line, I'm just going to say a bit of our story, because that's like your pre-header. Like you just think of something that's like your little intro that people are going to see, and then sender's name. You're going to do optimal. Well, you're not going to. You can do whatever your brand name is, and then you're going to go edit content. We're going to create this one here. Yes, save. And then all we need to do is drag in our stuff again. So we're going to go to content, and then we're going to go down to here, and we're going to go drag this in here, place it in there, and we're going to remove that, delete that, remove this, delete that, remove that. What's it doing? Been a bit silly, isn't it? Okay, let's delete that on us. Okay, then go back to content, and we're going to put this one in here just with the text, drop that in there. We want to remove that, and we just want to have this text here, and then we're just going to go back to here, copy the body in, and I'm not going to go through just for now and delete all the emojis, because you guys know to do that. Ideally remove those, most of them. Okay, so we've got that, and just space everything out. But for there, so here we could have this. So this would be explore the optimal supplement difference. So you could remove this here, and you could put a link in. So all you would need to do here is just literally highlight that, and then we can put a link. So if we go to the link here, we've highlighted that, insert link, you put your website URL. Okay, so that would be an easy way. At the bottom, you could link to your your website. So there's that. Obviously go through and tidy this up a little bit, make it nice and neat and spaced out properly. Okay, but I'm not going to do all that right now. So I'm going to say I finished editing. So there's that one. And then we're going to do one more email. So we're going to do delay again. I'm going to wait 1 day. And then we're going to hit update. Leave that. Actually, we want to do the next one in there. So we're going to put the email in. And this is our final email. And all we want to do is go back to here. And we go to email 3. And we go to what people are saying. And what we say first. What to try first. So this is like a little saying that these are the 3 that people use the most, You'd work this out what you're happy with those 3 emails, but I'm just showing you how you can use it to speed this whole process up. And then pre-header, just people's thoughts on our supplements. Something like that, and then sender's name. Obviously, you know this now. Put in whatever your brand name is, or yourself. And then finally, we go edit content, and then you hit yes, save. We come back here, and we copy our 3rd and final one from here. We just copy that, copy through, and then we're going to go back to Omnisend. Click here. And hit content and go to our text again and drag it in there. Make sure it's below the, we can drag that one up, that might make it easier. Delete this one, then just copy and paste it in there and do everything again. It hasn't done the high. So we're going to put in high there, and we'd optimize this a little bit more. You'd remove those. You wouldn't have those things like that, and then you just link to your website again. So then that would be our 3 ones. Remember, we want to balance this out and everything, and make it look neat. If you want to change the font size, easy enough. We just go through there and change the font size, make it a nice size. And then we're just going to go finish editing. Okay. So again, I would like to ideally make that look neater, but for the sake of showing you guys today, we're just doing it like this. Okay. And then that is our sequence. So it's started when they subscribe to our marketing, they get a discount, they get the first introduction email talking about us and our brand and everything like that. And then why we started, which is building more connection with you. And then finally a final one of testimonial type things and everything like that. Awesome, guys. You've got your first automation. Should be proud of yourself. That is awesome. And then a new subscriber sequence is a bit more of an advanced type email marketing thing. So you've just set that up for yourself. You've hit the ground running, and now you know how to do it. You can edit it at any time and change it around. So we're just going to hit update there, and then we're just going to hit start workflow. So all that means is now it's enabled, it's ready to go. And let's just change the name of this custom workflow actually. Edit here, and let's just call it new subscriber sequence. New subscriber sequence. Awesome, guys. Okay, and hit update and publish changes. And then exit them from the workflow. What's we doing here? Changes will be applied only to the newly entered contacts. Choose what to do with those. So just have that. There's not going to be anyone on it anyway, so it doesn't matter what you really do for those. And yeah, so that is how we can set up a new subscriber sequence. Yeah, that is going to put you way ahead of everyone else with a lot of people when they start out. So well done with that. Okay, the final thing I'm going to show for the email marketing side of things. Now we're not going to go into this in super depth. There's a lot more we could go into, and I don't want to. I want as much as I want to give as much value as possible. I also don't want to overwhelm you by giving you too much to do too soon. So but something that's very powerful is having what is called abandoned cart emails set up, so that these are some of the best ways to convert, you know, potential sales and bring them back, and that's essentially what an abandoned cart sequence is. So again, this is made very easy and simple from Omnisend, and you could, you know, like I know I said for these two to go and do it on our own, but because we're doing a very basic one just for our abandoned cart, I'm going to show you how we can just do it through the setup process here that Omnisend gives us when we sign up. Okay, so you'd want to go down to the third step here of your 4 goals, and then you want to click set up recovery workflows. So this is to set up some abandoned cart and checkout emails. So you just go to set up recovery workflows and then follow the prompts. So turn on abandoned cart and checkout workflows, select a discount for the third email. So we're going to go 10%, and then we're going to go start workflows. And then we've got it, great, you're now recovering abandoned carts and checkouts. So yeah, okay, awesome. What's it? Something's here. Yeah, so we just stay on the free plan. We don't need to go to pro unless you really want to yet, but you may as well stay on free until you've reached your limit of 250 contacts. Okay, so you're just going to go here and just say stay on free plan and continue. So you're now recovering abandoned carts and checkouts. Okay, and then just hit continue. Awesome. Now, as easy as that, you've just set up a basic abandoned cart sequence that will be on autopilot for you, just from literally a click of a button. It's now in the back end, and it's gone through and it's set up automations for you. So if we have a look here, if we click in automation, you'll see the abandoned cart is already set up to go, and those ones are already there. And the one we also set up, the new subscriber sequence is there, but we also have these two, the abandoned carts, that were both enabled and set up on their own. We don't have to think about it, and that is, yeah, that's awesome. Which is, yeah, amazing, because, you know, that sort of thing can usually take a bit of time to set up, and now you've got it in place. And yeah, it's one of the most important things to have when you've got a Shopify store running, is just to have your abandoned carts ready to go. Okay, so now that we've gone through and set up our email marketing, we've got it ready to go through Omnisend, we've integrated it into our website, everything's ready to go. We need to now just make sure that we actually set up the discount code to be working within Shopify, so that when people actually type it in, it's going to work for them, our welcome 10. So very easy to do. All we need to do for this is we just go to this section here called discounts. In your dashboard, you're going to go to here, discounts, and then you're going to hit create discount, and then you're going to go amount off product, and then you're just going to type in welcome 10 in uppercase, because that's how we did it. So we're going to make sure we do uppercase welcome 10, and then we're going to go leave it on percentage and go 10%, and then you're going to go for specific collections, you're going to change this to products. And then you're just going to go and select your products through here. So you're just going to tick all your products that you have, go through and do that and hit add. You could also go through by, if you went through collections, you can tick off your collections, whichever way you find is going to be easier. They're your two options. I've just, because we don't have a lot of products on this mock site, we're just going to select all 4 of those products like that. So it's just going to apply, make sure that they're applied to all the products. Now the good thing about this is, you could say maybe there's some you don't want to apply a 10% discount for whatever reason. So you could select the certain ones you do and you don't. So that's why I'd recommend going to specific products over specific collections. But it's going to be up to you what you want to do here. Okay, and then moving down here, just leave it on all customers, so everyone can use it. And then this one here, minimum requirements, just go no minimum requirements. So you're better off when you're just starting out trying to give out the discount to as much people. So you can obviously get their email, but also giving value to people and gives them a reason to buy. So you just want to go no minimum requirements. That's the best one. But if you wanted, you could say a minimum purchase of a certain amount, and then you could say $5, $10, $20, $50, whatever you want. Okay, and then This one here is maximum discount uses. Up to you, but I probably would tick this when you're just first starting out. So you're making it something that is exclusive, that you can only use once at the beginning when you first sign up, or if you want to keep it on for people to use as many times as they want, it'd be up to you. But you can tick this one, and it just means that only one use per customer. So they use it when they first sign up, and then after that they don't get it again. This one would be even better if you're doing like a 20% or a 15% special discount when they first sign up. So you would make that welcome 15, welcome 20 if that's what you'd done. But we're just going with the 10% discount, and I'm just going to say here you limit to one use per customer, and then here we can just leave all this unticked, and then here it's just going to pick a time, so which is just going to start right now. Okay, and then you just don't tick end date, because then that would mean that it will just go on forever for you. So you want to leave that unticked. If you did want to tick this, that'd only be if you're doing like a special discount code and you wanted to promote that in an email maybe that only went for a week, then you'd obviously set an end date. But for this specific purpose, we're just making this universal welcome 10 that can be used forever when people sign up and put in their email from the homepage. Okay, so that's easy as that. All filled out, all done. Then you're just going to hit save discount. And then that's done there. So you've got this discount all added in, done. And if we have a look back now at our discounts, it'll be in there. And there you go. So it says it's applied to 10% off of 4 products. It's got your used here, so it's not being used by no one yet because it's just started. But this is how you can track how many are using it. And yeah, it says that it's active. So there you go. That's how you easily set up your discount code. So now that you've done all your marketing set up and you've got this, everything is ready to rock and roll, ready to go. And now we can move on to the final section, which is going to be our SEO. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the final part of the tutorial. So SEO. So you might have heard of that before, which means search engine optimization. This is something that's massively overlooked by a lot of people when they're building out a website or they're building out a Shopify store, and something that is definitely not in most tutorials. When I've looked through them, they overlook this step. Over the years, I've done a lot of SEO work for businesses and everything, and it's something that you definitely do not want to overlook, and you want to get right. And the best time to do it is right from the beginning, when you're starting your website and you're putting it out there. Because if you don't do it yourself, Google will guess and it will interpret your website in its own way and develop your SEO from that, and it's usually not very good, and you're not going to rank as well. And yeah, sometimes I've seen over the years that it can take like just simple little tweaks to your SEO can make really, really big benefits for you actually showing up from the first page on Google and being found, as opposed to way down the line or not being found at all. Now, I'm not claiming that just doing this is magically going to make that happen for you, but doing it is going to put you 100 times ahead of anyone else that's not doing this right at the start. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through and do SEO for your the most important part, which is going to be your homepage. That's a big one that's overlooked a lot. But then we're also going to show you how you can do it for your products, and then also show you how you can do it for all of your pages as well. So the first thing you want to do is, because you want to do all those, you don't just want to do one, like just your homepage or just your pages. You want to do all of them. So it's easier when you're first starting out because you're not going to have heaps of products. You're probably not going to. So we can easily go through. I'll show you how to do that for your products, and we're going to be able to speed this process up. This used to take me a long time figuring this out properly, of researching the client and like understanding their business deeply and then knowing what SEO keywords would work. But now you can just, if you know how to use ChatGPT well, it's very easy to do it, and I'm going to show you guys how you can do that easily for yourself on here. And just remembering that down below I've got the doc link below of the bonuses that's actually going to have this explained a little bit out more in detail with some of the prompts you can use for ChatGPT, and just explain things more about SEO in even more detail and everything. So I recommend you get that down below because that's free. Okay, so if we go to the first thing we want to do is our actual homepage SEO. So we're going to go to online store, and then we're going to go to preferences here. We're going to click this one, preferences. And then what this is going to do is going to take you to your actual back end of your website. So you have your homepage here of how you're displaying. So look, at the moment that's how your homepage title is displaying. So we don't want that. That's showing me there. If you didn't change this is how you would be showing up right now on Shopify, on Google, which is not ideal. Now we uploaded our own logo. If you've been following through, that your logo will be there, which is awesome. But we want to do our homepage title and our meta description. So the homepage title is a title that comes up here, like in the black you would have seen in Google search. When you look up a website, that's what comes up there. And then the meta description is a bit down here. Now we want to have SEO keywords in both the title and the description. But the thing that we want to do also is you don't want to just put SEO words in there for the sake of it. So you want to do it in a way that sounds human, because the actual algorithm now is looking for human-based content, and like, even though we're going to do it with your AI, but I mean as in like, you're not just using, like years and years ago you could have just put in a heap of SEO keywords and it didn't really make that much sense. But now you want to do both, which is, it's called SEO copywriting. So it's essentially, you got words that are applicable to your business, but also integrated with SEO keywords. And the benefit is that we can just use ChatGPT to do that for us. So first of all, we're just going to go and do the home page here. So the title. So I'm just going to go through to ChatGPT and get its help. Okay, so we're going to go into ChatGPT and we're just going to simply write, can you help me write the SEO title and meta description for Optimal Supplement Store? Obviously, knowing that you're going to put in whatever your brand name is there. So I'm going to say, can you help me write the SEO title and meta description for my Optimal Supplement Store? And put that in there, and we're going to go through. Obviously, I already had some of it here, but I wanted to step you guys through it. Okay, so here's what we've come up with here. So we've got our SEO title, Optimal Supplements, Clean, Effective Supplements for Mind and Body, and then Focus, Energy, Gut Health, Longevity. So it realised that they were some of the things we were going for. And then backed by science, crafted with care, clean ingredients for results. Yeah, okay, so you've got your meta description there and then your title. Now, it's given us a few different options. I'm just going to look through these as well. So you've got other title options. You've got optimal supplements, gut health, energy, quality, feel sharp, a little bit premium supplements for energy. So I'm probably going to go with this description here. So that's the thing. It's going to give you a few variations. Now, because this is meant to be a mock supplement store, we want to be ranking for the word supplements, because that's a big part of what we're ranking for. And then these things here, like energy, gut health, long-term vitality. Don't know about long-term vitality. That's not really something people would search for. So I'd probably, if I was really going deep with this, I'd probably even go a bit further than that. I'd call that like longevity. Probably will change that to longevity because people search for that more. But as you can see, it's still very good, and for you guys just starting out with SEO, it's going to put you way ahead what you would be able to do on your own and speed it up. I always say, ChatGPT, it does I can do like 3/4 of the work for you, and then you just finish it off at the end. But you guys just getting started, you're going to be, even if you don't know a lot about SEO, this is going to give you the core foundations for doing it really well. And then, you can go from there and decide if you want to change a few of the words around here and there, or just go with what it gives you. But no, remember, it's going to give you a few variations and you can just choose from there. So from me, I'd probably going to go with, I'm probably going to go with this one here, and I'm going to copy that one and hit copy, and then I'm going to put it in there. So optimal supplements, gut health, energy and longevity essentials, and then I'm going to go here, this one here, and put this one in here and change that to longevity. Cool. Feel sharper. Premium supplements for health, gut health and longevity. Optimal supplements, gut health, energy and longevity essentials. Yeah, awesome. Cool. So as you can see, that's how you look now. It'll come up looking like that instead of before it was coming up with this in the actual title. So yeah, massive portion that's overlooked a lot. So we're going to do these two, and then just hit save, and then that will be good. We would have done a homepage SEO. As easy as that. Awesome. Okay, so now we want to go through and do our collections pages as well as our different pages. So we're going to start with collections because, from my opinion, they're more important. Like contact and the FAQ, though, that's going to be kind of important SEO wise, but it in of itself will help with SEO because we designed it that way. But your actual collections pages, it's like they're very important to get done well as well, because it'll be similar to this. If you just leave them, they'll be very basic. So what we want to do is go to products, and then we're going to go to our collections that we made, and then we're going to go through and change them. Now I won't go through every single one because you'll get the gist of how to do it, but I'm just going to show you through a couple of them how to do it. So we're going to start with shop all. So if you go to shop all here, and then when you go here, so you're going to see, remember we set all this up and we put some of our products in there, and we got shop all up here, got all that. We don't need to mess around with any of this. This is all set up, ready to go. But you're going to see here, you're going to see at the bottom, which is says search engine listening. So at the moment, this is literally all it looks like. It's just going to say my store and then shop all. It's just going to say shop all, which is just unbelievably basic. So we want to do this right. So firstly, we want to get the title well right, and then we want to get the meta description. Okay, so you understand those now. This is the title at the top that comes up there, and then this is the description down there. So that's the blue part that you see in Google, and this is the small description. You want to have that done. And now something that people overlook a heap is actually your URL handle. So you can actually use this to improve your SEO as well. Shop all is going to be fine for this one because it is a shop all one. It's just that's all the collection is. But this one here, is an overlooked thing that we can optimize as well. So all we're going to do now is going to go back to ChatGPT, and we're going to say to it, okay, now I'm going to go through and do the SEO title and meta description for each of my collections pages. Starting with, what are we starting with? The shop all page. Okay, so now I'm going to go through and do the SEO title and description for each of my collection pages, starting with the shop all page. Awesome, and then just click that. Alrighty, cool. So these we got here. So we've got this is done pretty well with this one. So we've got shop all SEO title, so it's shop all supplements, optimal health starts here. Yeah. I'm probably going to do that a little bit different. I'm probably just going to do shop all supplements and then optimal supplements beside it. I don't know where we need this. Optimal supplements starts here from an SEO perspective. Yeah, cool. So you're going to get this here. So you just can go through and you can copy and paste that. From my perspective, I would probably have, so that's really, really good. So it's like shop all supplements, optimal health starts here. I'd actually just change that to your brand name, to be honest. Shop all supplements, optimal supplements. Just have that there. It's your brand name, whatever you want to have. And then you would have this one here. So explore full range of clean, effective supplements. Cool. So it's got the word supplements in there. It's got energy, focus, gut health, longevity. Awesome. We've got all those backed by science, built for real results. Cool. So it's done the SEO copywriting as well. So it's done that. So we're just going to put that in there. And then, awesome. So that's our shop all page done now. So that's how it'll look in Google. So that is a page done there. So the shop all, really important one there. And we've got ensured that we've got SEO keywords scattered throughout here, as well as the home page up here. Okay. So let's just go here and hit save. And then we're going to go back to collections. We're just going to do one more. I'm just going to show you how we can quickly go through them. So let's just pretend we're going to do energy, and you guys are going to go through and do all the rest of yours on your own, but I'm not going to show you all of them. Let's just say we want to do energy. So this one, it's looking like this. All we did, remember, we went back to collections, and then we clicked the one we wanted, and then we scroll down to the bottom, and then we're going to go back to here, and once you've started a bit of a string, it remembers what you've said before it. So all you need to literally say is, you don't have to type out a heap again, you just say now for the energy collection. Like that. So now for the energy collection, and just hit that. Cool, so what have we got here? Energy supplements for daily vitality, optimal supplements. So it's starting to get what I want. It's putting this here. Sometimes I honestly feel like ChatGPT is just always listening as well or something, because sometimes I find that I haven't even told it that I wasn't happy with it not adding this part here, and then it just magically does it the next one. But anyway, maybe I think it's just very effective at what it does, and then the more you work with it, the better it gets too. If it's understanding of your brand too and what you want and everything. So that's what's really good about it. But that's actually, I'm really happy with that one. So it's energy supplements for daily vitality. So we're going to go there. We're just going to put that one in there, and then we're going to go to here, fuel your day with clean supplements on. Yeah, it's awesome. That's good. We'll put that in there. Oh no, we've done the wrong one. So we can leave that one there. Sorry. Meaning we're going to do it down here and down in here. So we've got a title. We'll change that to there. Getting this one here. Putting that title in our page title. And then we're going back here and we're collecting. We're going to get the meta description and take that one and put it in there. Okay. Cool. So this is something you could do here. So I'm going to give you an example of a way we could do something you could do for your URL handle here, just to improve it that tiniest bit. Because supplements is an SEO keyword, clearly for this mock brand, you'd obviously want to be ranking for energy. So you'd actually put in here, for URL handle, you'd actually put in, change it to energy supplements, like that. And that would actually, so it's going to create a URL redirect for energy supplements. So you would put that there like that, and because it's energy and then it's supplements, you put that on the end, it's going to rank, it's going to have that in the SEO keyword in your URL, and you're going to be able to rank for that. But just bear in mind, if you do change this URL handle, you're going to have to go back and change your collections links on your home page, because it's going to change the actual URL handle here, if you know what I mean. We had energy before, it had just energy, and we linked all those earlier on. Now it's going to have energy supplements, if that's what you do, and you add a little extra keyword on there, and you'd have to go through and change them, which is not a big issue because it's going to help you in the end anyway. But I'm just letting you know, if you do that, that's what's going to happen. Okay, so that is how you would go through and do each of the pages. So once we've done that, we're just going to hit save. And then you just go through and do each of the collections. So you just go down one by one. You go your longevity, obviously, which is what your collection is, and you just say the collection name, and just say now that collection, and just go through, and you can copy and paste each and every one for all your collections. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all of every page there. Trust you guys can do all of that yourself. But what we'll show you how now to do the products. So I'm just going to show you how to do one of those, and then you go through and you can do the rest on your own. So let's start with the let's just start with the magnesium here. So, and we're going to see this here, this search listing here. So we're going to scroll all the way down. We've gone into our products, and you've clicked the product that you want, and then you're just going to scroll down to the very, very, very bottom of it. And then this is how you're going to be showing up in search at the moment. So obviously you want to optimize that. So we're just going to go back here, and then you're just going to say, now I am going to do the product pages. Awesome. So we've come back here and we've got our product page for the magnesium one. So magnesium starting sleep, with stress and muscle recovery, optimal supplements. That's awesome. Really happy with that one. What we're doing again, magnesium. So they're all really good keywords there for that. It's done excellent job there. Okay, and then so we're just going to do that because it knows we've been talking about SEO. So you honestly don't even need to say, now can you do the SEO for this stuff? You just say, so now I'm going into product pages starting with magnesium. That's awesome. I'm happy with that. And they're just going to put that in there. So it's taken the meta description that it took from up here that we put in there. By default, that's what it's going to do. So any that you created with SEO here, with AI here, it's going to put in there initially. But we want to change that because that is the actual description of the product. This is changing how we're actually going to display on search engine listings to Google. So this is obviously important for the client, the customer when they're looking at the product and reading that. That's necessary, but this is a different part. So don't get confused. You still want to put in the one we've created here, and you don't want to do a super long one anyway. So we've got that. That's good there with SEO, and then all we're going to do is, again, I'd add in supplement at the end there or whatever if there's a keyword that you think would fit on the end here, you can add an extra one there, but I'm going to leave it for the sake of ease there. And then all you do is hit save. So you're going to see it up here, what it looks like, and then down below. Now, ideally, it's okay if it goes into this ... but you can also, you could get it down to where it doesn't look like that, where it all fitted onto there in one. So you could do it like, you get rid of muscle recovery, and you could do it like this, sleep and stress, and just have it small enough, sleep, because you could even have it like this, sleep, stress, and more. Okay, so now it's fit that. Ideally you want to fit it inside there because that's how it look on Google. If it's too long, it'll be cut off and it'll just be the ... For the actual search engine that are working, it's not the end of the world, but obviously you don't want to have one that's super. It has a limit to how many characters you can use anyway, but yeah, you want to have it down to fitting within here. So if you just go through and then hit save, and that will be your product now, the SEO done for that. So then obviously you'd go back to product, you click this again, and then you'd go through every single one, you click on it, you scroll down to the very bottom, and then you'd edit it here and change it. And all you need to do is you just say, okay, now I'm doing whatever the product is. Okay, or now for whatever the product is. So you just go now for another one, the probiotic, and then you'd go through and you'd hit that, enter, and go through, and you get that, and then you just copy and paste whatever it gave you in there. Okay, and so the final thing we want to go to now, after we've done products, is once you've gone through and you've done them, each of them on your own, we're just going to do our actual pages. So there's not, the only ones were left we had, so if we go to pages here and hit pages, the only ones we really need to do, so we've just got a contact, about, and FAQ. So these are going to be really easy. The most important out of these two is going to be, out of these three would be like your FAQ, but you want to do all three of them. Okay, so, but I'm just going to show you one of them, and then you can just figure out what you're going to do for the final one. So it's going to do the FAQ. So if we click on there, and you're going to see a FAQ part down here, search engine listing. So I'm just going to say now for the FAQ page. Okay, so you just get now for the FAQ page, add that on there. Yeah, so FAQs, optimal supplements, your questions answered. Cool, so we just go with that one and just copy and paste that into the store meta description, so the page title there. Yeah, cool, so we've got that, and then we've got here, FAQ meta description, got questions, we've got answers. Yeah, cool, that's awesome. So you go there, and then just copy and paste that into the meta description, and then hit save. Awesome. So then you've got the FAQ page done, and then you would just go through and you would do yeah, cool. I'd probably put this, I'm just looking at that now, I'll probably do that like that. FAQs, your questions answered, and then optimal supplements. Maybe I'm being a bit particular there. It just feels better to always have that at the end there, like that. Up to you. But always have your brand name at the end with the line there like that, and then have something here before it. Okay, so we're just going to hit save there, and then that will be our page done. And then again, I'm not going to go through every single one, but you would go through and you'd do your pages. So you understand that now. So you would just go pages, and you go to contact, you'd open that, you'd scroll down to the bottom, and you'd hit edit, and then you'd say to it, now for the contact page. Okay, so and then you come back with this, contact optimal supplements, we're here to help. That's a cool one, and then you'd put that in there, and then we'd go here, and then change this to here. We put that in there. So for this one, I'm okay with optimal supplements not being at the end because it's contact, your brand name, and we're here to help. So that works there for that one. I'd probably for this, I'd actually just change it to a line. Actually, no, we'll have that. A dash, sorry. And then so you got have questions about the order, supplement support, reach out, and optimal supplements team. We're here to help you feel your best. Yeah, cool. So then I just leave that at that and hit save. And then I'm not going to go through and do the about, but you get the gist now. You just go back to here, then you click your about page, you'd scroll down to the bottom, and then you'd go through and say now for the about page, and you're done. Okay, so that is now the SEO done. Now again, I could have gone much deeper into the SEO than what I've done today, but I wanted to make this still beginner friendly, but still enough that you're doing things that a lot of people overlook, and you'd spend a lot of money getting someone else to do this for you, and now you know how to do what you would classify as like the back end or on page SEO for yourself. So your real foundational stuff, instead of hiring someone like me or hiring someone to do it for you, you've done it yourself, which is awesome. And then you've got a skill, you understand SEO now. You're starting to understand the basics of it. So yeah, awesome job, pat on the back for doing that. And we are pretty much officially done with this tutorial. Okay, so just a few little final things we want to do just to tie the bow, to finish things up for us, that are very important, that you don't want to overlook before you start your Shopify store. Is we're going to go to settings, and we just want to do these final things for us here. So if we're going to go into, if you haven't done them already, maybe you already have, but we're going to go into payments, and then you'd want to set those up. Okay, so and then you'll just simply click here, activate Shopify payments, and then go through the prompts. I'm not going to go through that because there's a lot I have to fill out in terms of personal details, so we're not going to do that from my end, but you would just simply make sure you set this up, and then you can also put on PayPal, and then if you hit other pay, so I'd actually advise to have just mainly go with Shopify payments, and then if you want, you can also add on the PayPal option if you think people are going to want that. But this is the main one you want to obviously set up. And then you can go, if you wanted, you can add other payment methods, so you can go here, and then you can search providers, and you could put those in there if you wanted to. But it's really just the main one you want to start with Shopify payments, and then you can set up PayPal as well if you wanted. And then another one that you might just want to do, ensure that you've got all that together, is just going through and doing like the taxes and duties. So you can go through here and just ensure that you fill out all your tax details there. You can do that. So obviously I can't advise you on how to do that for each of the countries that you're in, but just fill that out accordingly as is needed. So you would just go through and do your collect duties and import taxes at checkout, and you could set that up there and go through and do all that. But again, that's something you need to figure out from your own end, how you're going to figure that out. But I'm just showing you these important last steps. So we've done our payments, done taxes and duties, and then what we want to do is the notifications. We just want to make sure that that is set up for us properly at the right email. So you can change that to whatever you want. And so at the moment it's this one here at gmail.com, and as it says here, so at the moment recipients will get an email, they'll get it from store at shopifyemail.com. So you're fine to start out with just at gmail.com, but you may want to get yourself a premium domain name. I'm not going to walk you through all of that here today, but I will show you, like, if you wanted to do it, the easiest way to do that, to set up, if you want to set up your own domain name email address. So you would make it like Isaac at isaacecomofficial@gmail.com or sales at isaacecomofficial.com. If you wanted to do that, you would just go through here and you go to Google Workspace, and then you'd sign up for start your free trial. Just know that it is paid. You have to pay when you purchase it's never free. If you go a domain name email, it's about $9. Let's have a look. It's about $9 a month. So it's not super expensive. So $9.90 AUD a month, and you get, you at your company name.com, whatever. But I can have that listed for you, a link for all these things in the doc for you, or you can go through and just search Google and type in Google Workspace, and you can sign up for one there. So that's how you would want, if you wanted to do that for yourself. But as I said, just starting out, you're fine to have it with that. And then I'd advise though, once you start to get a few sales, you're starting to build more brand and trust and everything, it's best option to go purchase yourself a company profile email, which is it's not too expensive, $9.90 a month. Okay, so just to finish off with our last little thing, cherry on top to finish our website. Left this one right to the end for you guys. You may have already done it, but if you haven't, this is a nice little way to officially tie off your store, ready to go out there on your own and get this idea of yours into the world. Okay, so what we're going to do for the final thing is we're going to go up and we're going to change this up here. So at the moment it says My Store. Sure, you could keep it at that, but I feel like it feels that next level of ownership when we change this to our actual store name. So our company, our business, whatever it is, your brand up here. So I'm going to show you how to do that because Shopify doesn't make it super obvious how you can change this a little bit up here. So our last little cherry on top. So just going to go to settings, and then under here where we've got My Store, so you've gone to general, it opens on general, and then you're just going to go here on My Store. You're going to click this one here, and then you're going to go change my store name, and we're going to change that to whatever else our brand name is. So I'm going to change it here. And hit save. And look at that. How good is that? Okay, so now that is officially the end of the tutorial. Well done, that amazing work. I just wanted to, for the last little part here, I wanted to do a little send off for you to wish you well on your journey. Okay guys, so this is the end of the tutorial. This is where we part ways. But this is, while it might be the end of this tutorial, it is the beginning for you. This is the beginning of a new chapter for you. Maybe this is something that you've thought about for a long time, starting your own Shopify store, starting your own business, whatever it is. I want you to just say to you, congratulations, well done. And honestly, you should be so proud of yourself because you've done something that, a lot of people think, hey, this would be cool to start my own Shopify. Hey, what about starting a Shopify store or start my own business or whatever? But you've gone above those people who just think about it but then don't actually act on it, and you have acted on it. And not only that, but you've built yourself an incredible website, and now you know SEO, and you've done email marketing. You've done so much, and I just want to say I'm super proud of you, and I hope that you found this tutorial really, really valuable, unbelievably valuable. I tried to make it as valuable as I possibly could. I know it's a long one, but yeah, hopefully this has sparked something in you. It has awakened in you a drive to bring it, whatever it is, into the world that you feel pulled to, that you want to bring into the world. And I just want to wish you the absolute very best with it, and I hope that it is the total success that you want it to be and are moving it towards to be. And just remember, mindset is such a powerful part of building out a business. You've done an incredible job doing this. That's the first step. And now there's a saying, it's the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. This is your first step to your new reality and creating your new life for yourself. It's just up to you now to keep moving forward, knowing that there's going to be some upsets and ups and downs along the way, but you've done one of the hardest and biggest things, which is first bringing that vision of yours into reality, and you've done that. So well done, and just proud of you. Very, very happy with what you've done, and I wish you the absolute very best with whatever it is that you're bringing to the world. Cheers.